What do you have in your hand, boy? Pass it over. A telegram. Oh dear. Seems someone has been biting me. Fetch me my trousers at once. No, not those. Those are my time travel trousers. Those are my tea trousers. That's it. Those ones. My fighting trousers. Yeah. Dear sir, regarding your recent foray into the rap business and the scene you portray, see, I don't normally approve of war games, but he's biting is what they all say. And by Harry, they might be right. This is hip-hop, not an Elvis night. Shelve this professor impersonation. Let it end now, it's impertinent waiting. You seem a reasonable chap. What you need to do is rap and not parody chap-hop, cause that's not proper, just not cricket. Put away your ukulele or I'll tell you where to stick it. I don't like your tweet, sir. Will teach you the professor's ready. Not. Let's see who strikes the loudest. Lou, put on my fighting trousers. I've got super producers and fans that play me. You have a granddad's moustache and a ukulele. Don't look around, sir, I'm speaking to you. Roll up your shirt sleeves, Queensberry rules. Never test professors with the cleverest wits. Let's settle this like gentlemen armed with heavy sticks on a rotating plate with spikes like Flash Gordon. And you're Peter Duncan. I gave you fair warning. When this George Formby clone is performing, audiences go home before he begins talking. A new career might be more rewarding. I'm a bright and clear, your rap's Piers Morgan. I don't like your tweet, sir. Will teach you the professor's ready. Not. Let's see who strikes the loudest. Lou, put on my fighting trousers. I've not seen you at ciphers or workshops with kids or gigs, dear sir. You're not worthy of this. Sold out to Coca-Cola, used for a trend, and that means you're banned from using a pen. Hope it's safe to assume you won't do it again. Set foot on my stage and get ruined again. Be out, Mr. B. I set the egg timer. There's not room in town for two gentlemen rhymers. Leave town by the end of this instrumental. Yours, etc., etc., sincerely, and so forth, Professor Elemental. I don't like your tweet, sir. Will teach you the professor's ready. Not. Let's see who strikes the loudest. Lou, put on my fighting trousers. I'm sorry, Jeffrey, but it gets my goat. Gets my dander right up. Bloody told him. No jazz solo. This is supposed to be a diss song. Jeffrey, get off the drums.
Fucking Jeffrey. Fuck out of here, Jeffrey. Good morning. Good morning. Isn't it a dope track? Who is that? Professor. Well, hold on. Let me just tell you for sure and not guess. Fighting Trousers by whatever. Well, the file didn't tell me. Anyway, the song's called Fighting Trousers. It's pretty dope. Spotify is really freakishly good at recommending things that I like. Yeah, GRID1 is low-hanging fruit for sure, but there's a couple things. One, and primarily, he blocked me. How the fuck are you gonna block? The surest way to get my attention is to block me and then keep talking shit. That like guarantees I'm gonna stalk you. So he did that. He's still doing that. I'm still blocked. But also the absurdity and give me a second. I'll pull it up. We're gonna take a look at this and the fucking just blatant stupidity of what he's trying to pull off. It couldn't go unchecked. Actually, Glenn Lawrence kind of checked it, not a proper check, but he did call him out, but then gave him the out. That was a joke. So GRID1, I'm here to make sure to rub your nose in it and your bad behavior, for blocking me, for buying subs, for acting pompous and douchey, when you definitely don't have any right to. Douchey behavior is reserved for those of us who have earned it, like me. All right, so here's GRID1 stream from a few hours ago. Excuse me. Dude's got forever. His intros take for fucking ever, like 20 minutes. You're so badass too.
I don't give a fuck.
I don't give a fuck.
I don't give a fuck.
Not a single fuck.
I don't give a fuck.
So fucking edgy.
Warning.
It's actually a late start. I went so late last night that this is a really late start. It's probably going to be a short thing, but who knows? You know, I'm never very good at knowing how these things are going to go. But we'll take a look at GRID1's massive blunders. It shouldn't take too long, and then depending on how I feel, depending on how y'all feel, depending on how much money has been given to me, we'll see from there. Which, by the way, just hear me out if you're down there. Just sent a Cash App. Says, bruh, was watching. I was totally drunk. I appreciate the support. You were definitely drunk, and that's okay. Some people suck, particularly when they're drunk. Others are fun when they're drunk, and you weren't bothering me at all. He takes himself so seriously.
The following video contains explicit language, which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Welcome back, everybody. Once again, it is that time. It is that time again. It's going to be a great show tonight.
Yes, it will.
This is all about the shit that I find funny. Let's go.
And Grid, if you missed it, I did upload a short recently requesting that you do a that explain what this trophy is that's taking up as much screen space as you are next to you, the big trophy. What's the big trophy for? Probably for taking L's. It's probably your L trophy.
Well, I don't actually take that many L's.
You're about to.
Let's go. Let's get into it. All right, let's see who's out there in the chat tonight. I know I saw John Mosman Productions out there. By the way, John Mosman, if you'd like to come up and sit up here with me and chat, that would be great. I would enjoy having you up tonight if you have the time.
Stop flirting with John Mosman.
No, I see Anson Knowles was here. I'm not sure if he still is. He says he's retiring from the YouTube live comments and panel hopping. It was fun while it was, and it wasn't when it wasn't. And he says, keep it legit. All right. Well, I hope Anson Knowles strolls on through, but I certainly understand taking time off from the internet, and if that's what he needs, let him. I wish him well in all of his future endeavors. Mr. Boulay was in. I believe he is. He's got a lot of things going on tonight. Seriously, Shelby, our another mod is in. Sam, King Blackout. Who else? Chronos 420. I see you out there. Fredo Fonzarelli, Felix, Silvar Ogre, Ghost 1978. The list goes on.
Cronus is the one that kicks me off of Glenn's panel every time.
Parkour expert is great. Serene, I see you out there. Angel Berber, I see you out there. To all of those here now and coming on in, I see Shazzy Bear made it in. Good morning, you say? Well, good morning to you as well. Michelle, good to see you. K2, keep on trucking. Good to see you.
What's the wow for, Teddy? Teddy Weddy, Teddy Spaghetti. When I was a kid, my teddy was called White Bear because guess why? That's right. It was a white teddy bear. You're my new white bear. I would never troll you. How am I trolling you?
All of the wonderful folks in the audience in the chat now, and those that are going to come in later, I welcome you. It's going to be a great show, and we're going. It's 2 a.m. Awesome. We're going to have a great show, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Did we hit 5K?
Oh my God!
Damned if we didn't hit 5K.
What the fuck?
Let's go. 5K.
Let's go.
5K.
That's
you
crazy.
Guys,
Congratulations. So all right. When I saw you went live, I kind of clicked over and listened to it, or looked at the beginning, and I saw that he had rolled past 5K. I thought, well, that's fucking weird. I thought that GRID1 was below me for sure. And Katie, by the time he said that, Katie was in the room, and she's like, GRID1's at 5K. And I was like, no, I don't think so. I already had Social Blade pulled up. I had the wrong Social Blade though. It was very confusing because Social Blade's telling me GRID1 has 300 subs. And here GRID1 is past 5,000. So let's,
you guys
we're going to get into the Social Blade here in a second, but let's let him be smug a little more.
should be proud of that. It's largely due to you and doing the.
No, it's all entirely due to you and Phone Farms.
Doing the liking, the subscribing, and making us hit the algorithm.
We didn't do that. Nobody did that except for you.
The algorithm in its sweet spots. Michelle, Anson Knowles may be taking a break, and I certainly understand that. He left us a comment at the beginning, and he may not be. Who knows? He might just be having an off night. Midnight Newton. Good evening to you.
I think he went into a shop. Yeah, I know. That's what I think too. I think it's plastic, and I think it's just a generic. I don't think he won it. Why isn't there a StreamYard link? There probably will be in a little bit, but Teddy, do you never come up on panels anyways with me? Let's squirt. Okay. I didn't expect that comment. It might be a go-karting trophy from the state fair. No, they're not that big. They're hi, Noble Savage. Hi, Wimbles. Did you see a Sov Sit got arrested? Isn't that every day? And told the cops he learned his Sov Sit ways from Paul Enslaved. Are you fucking kidding me? You're trolling me now. Do not backsass Teddy like that, you smart mouth LARPer. Oh, you motherfucker. Teddy Spaghetti, no. Do we have a link to that? If you have a link to that for me, that'd make me so happy. Man, I got like smoker throat.
You, sir. Seriously, Shelby, if you could get John Mosman Productions the Discord or the show link, that would be great.
Stop simping for Mosley.
He should be in our Discord, and if he's not, let me know, and I will. I'll get him that link. I seem to be having some trouble with my my mouse.
Yes.
All right,
Teddy, I'm going to give you a temporary wrench
I
so that you can
appreciate
drop
that.
it.
Seriously, Shelby, send me a bill. Send me a bill for that. 5K, guys. 5K.
5 fucking K.
Seems just yesterday we were at 2.3.
It was just yesterday.
Shazzy Bear sends in £5. 5 for 5K. I appreciate that. I appreciate it.
I wonder if you will be returning the $5 donations after we take a look at your fraudulent numbers. how GRID1 Motorsports is pulling off this channel growth here. Terribly.
Thanks everyone for the 5. I didn't actually realize I don't track the subs. I have
You
been aware
don't?
that we've been growing, and some of that is due to I've been putting clips out and doing promotions
Really?
and things like that, trying to enhance the audience, bring in other people. If you are one of the people who saw one of the promotions, please let me know. I would like to recognize any.
Let's take a quick detour to the clips. Well, to his channel and see what he's been putting out. Home screen grid. Let's see. Videos. So if we go to his videos, let's see. We've got a short clip uploaded 6 days ago, and then nothing for a month. There's no shorts tab at all, even. So is this the clip you're talking about, Grid? The one clip? You got to do better than this, man. If you're going to be a fucking liar, you got to do better than this. You have to know that there are people that are smart enough to catch this shit. Here, I won't keep you all waiting. Let's go to the social blade, and then I'll play a little bit more of him being smug. What do I do? I keep sharing the wrong screen. Social blade. Analytics made easy. So who was I looking at? GRID1. Oh, see, this is where I fucked up the first time. There's a GRID1 Motorsports with no hyphen. That's not the one we want. We want the one with the hyphen. Oops. An unreasonable man. An unreasonable man with unreasonable numbers has, according to Social Blade, he's got 4.56 thousand subs. It's a little bit behind because right now he's got 5.25, I believe. 5.28 thousand subs. So if we jump into his monthly shit, for the last month, started out at just under 2.3, and then on 10/5, which is with 10/5, this is the day that he uploaded that little video. He got 40 new subs after having not gotten over 20 on any day before. And then here, let me zoom in a little bit so you guys can see better. Because I know you got sucky eyes because you didn't eat carrots when you were a kid. All of a sudden, 180 subs, 80, 140, 880 motherfucking subs, 520 subs, 380 subs. And since then, he's gotten since this last update, he's gotten another 750-ish subs added to that. This growth trajectory is fucking amazing from one clip upload. Even Paul Enslaved didn't do that good when he had his massive growth. Weekly subscriber gains. So he's done this before several weeks ago, had a big spike. But see, that sort of corresponded to at least upward motion in views. But look at this thing. Total subs, flat, spike. and total subs and views on a monthly basis. That was a weekly one. This is a monthly one. Actually, that looks. Why does that look so reasonable? Oh, because it hasn't been updated to have the big bounce. So it's total. Let's see if we look into the gains for the past. What is this? For the past 3-4 months, he hasn't grown at all. And then in the last 5 or 6 days, he's over doubled, right? 2-3 was it 2-3? Double, yeah, double that would be 4-6. He's at 5.3 now. This sort of shit right here, Grid. This is that stupid dumb shit that you're gonna get caught doing, especially when you've got somebody like me with a boner for somebody like you. Bad look for sure. Bot subs for fucking sure. But let's we'll watch some more of him being smug and stuff. I don't know what to do with Grid. So when I antagonize people or harass them, like generally it's for a reason, right? Like there's something I want out of them. I don't know what it really is I want out of Grid. First of all, I want him to say, and this GRID1 knows that I want this. I want him to say that he loves me. I want to hear GRID1 publicly say, I love Flow State. That's the first thing. The second thing is stop being such a cringy, weird douche. But also, I want unblocked, and you know what? I'm not gonna be exploitative. I was tempted to say just a little sliver of the thousands of dollars that he sends to whatever podcast and the Crucible to buy himself a seat at the table. I feel like I deserve a slice of that pie, but I'm not going to make that a requirement because I'm not even sure if that's legal. But I definitely want unblocked, and I want a public I love Flow State.
And all that came in due to the promotions, because it is fair to say that that is an important thing. I'm going to put Shazzy Bear up on the screen. Thank you so much for that £5. I really, really appreciate it. I know money is hard to come by, and so anytime someone sends me any of it, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, shit I find funny. Have we got Mr. Mosman the link yet? If we're not, I will. I'll make it happen for him. That's no problem.
I'll make it happen.
Mr. Mosman will be a great addition to the show this fine evening. Just
100,000 buying subs, Richie. Yes, it's a cigar.
By the way, it will be a shorter show tonight than normal. I will have to cut the show short, about an hour, because I have to run into Nashville to pick up my wife at the airport. I was supposed to actually be driving to New York today. However, plans change, things happen. So I
watch some subs.
I actually decided that we decided that she would just fly back here and hang out for the fall break. And so I'm not driving, and but I do have to end the show a little early.
That was nice of her to let you
just heads
play
up,
internet with your
it will
friends.
be a shorter stream than normal. Guys, it has been a little while since I did a Shit I Find Funny episode. And
so smug. Hi, Sherry Berry. Absolutely.
I have to say.
What up, man?
What's up, Glenn? How are you, sir?
Not much. Driving.
Driving. All right, cool. I've got John Mosman coming up as well.
Cool.
Yeah, somebody's gonna have to send out a notice to the Millionaire Bachelor guy that I will not be in New York this weekend. I wanted to be, but my plans changed kind of last minute, so it happens. I've got $5 from the Raging Patriot, 1776. $5 towards GRID1 taking L's. Fund drive. Delusional and confused comes with the territory. LOL. Well, I don't actually take that many L's, but I appreciate the thought. And I really appreciate the $5 because I know money is hard to come by these days, and I very much appreciate it. So
Big L right here. Big L right here. Big L when I with the challenge on the fake trophy. Grid takes nothing but L's. Just like Richie said, it is kind of low hanging fruit, but this is too blatant, and then he gets his.
really appreciate it, guys.
He's smug. And
we
he gets
have
manipulative
Savage
too.
Red Recovery in the house. He is a legend.
With this dude
legend
down
over on
below
the
him.
Chaotic Truth podcast, and I'm glad to have him in the house. Which, by the way, a lot of the stuff on Chaotic Truth I find really fucking funny. It tops the list of shit I find funny. I can't even tell you how funny it is. John Mosman, welcome, sir. How are you this fine evening?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Oh, good.
And Richie, so just that phenomenon is actually not his fault. That's how YouTube and Social Blade track. Once you get to a certain threshold, they do in tens and then thousands, right? Like, so that's actually just how they do it. Who did he collab with during that time? If you're being fair, I'm just going to take him at his word for it. And he does explain that in a little bit when he's talking to this dude below him, who helped him out with the video editing for the clip he uploaded, gives him a lot of sort of manipulative props for helping him get here. This astonishing achievement.
There we go. There you froze.
I do appreciate Casper,
I have
the integrity.
The microphone
angle.
Mute sometimes on there, so it's like
I got you. Okay. Oh, we have Osa the healer in here. What, man? We're getting all these Chaotic Truth guys coming in. Really.
Hold on. Are you judging my purple shroom shirt? What's it say? It says, have a magical day. So this was in the $3 t-shirt bin at Walmart today, along with a Jim Beam shirt. Yeah, and those are the only two I got because the other ones were like SpongeBob and stuff. So yes, I did buy a mushroom t-shirt. I don't know what I'm LARPing though, except for like white trash, because I bought a $3 Walmart t-shirt. And the white trash is not a LARP. It is sincere.
Appreciate that. I know, by the way, that Andrew tonight is doing an X invasion, and I know a bunch of people over there watching that. Seriously, it's hilarious.
No, I've never. So GRID1 knows that I want him to say he loves me. This is an old way I was fucking with him, like friendly fucking with him back when we first met. And I had, and actually we could watch it if you want, but the other day I had Glenn join the panel and make a good effort to try to get him to say it. It's pretty funny. He wouldn't take the bait though.
Hilarious. It's a great time. If you're here with me, I really appreciate it. But I can't fault you if you're over there watching Andrew destroy.
I'm sorry, Top Speed Coco. You look beautiful this morning.
And ruin people for life. I do not. Don't blame you at all. However,
this is from like a few hours
come over
ago.
and hang out with me once in a while as well.
He sends a lot of donations.
Guys, I'm only going to take a couple more. I'm actually, for right now, I'm not going to have anybody else up, but I will before we're going to just have a little back and forth, and then I'll bring some other guys up. You guys know how I do it. I don't like to have a lot of people on the panel at any one, or it's not even a panel, but I don't like to have a bunch of people up at one time. I really like to just have really good conversations.
But that's what's interesting about him is he is so thoroughly uninteresting.
Really needs to be a great time. So and I really wanted to kind of catch up with John. Hadn't talked to you in a couple of weeks. So how's it going, John Mosman? How are you?
Good. This last week on Tuesday, my wife and I celebrated our 8th wedding anniversary. So
Okay.
yeah, so that was fun.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah. So that was fun, and
Was it?
we decided to go out to the pumpkin patch and get some pumpkins, and then do the hayride, and go to
Sounds
the corn
boring
maze.
as fuck.
Yeah, you told me that. I messaged
Yeah.
you on Discord, and you were saying that you were having a great time.
Yeah, it was
for you.
really fun. Yeah.
Good for you.
And so that was good, and other than that,
I
I've
am.
been just watching the
I'm wearing my green, not the glow in the dark ones, but the ones that if you look, you have to get up pretty close. But if you look at them, it says "chill, bitch" on them.
the disaster of a
I wore
certain
them to
person
my
who shall not be named, that is a
my
female
cousin's wedding.
campaign go down the drain.
Yes, we were talking about that earlier, and Osa the healer.
There was a little tiny bit of bride
you
billing going on.
pulled up because of earlier. You know what? Actually, let's get Osa the link. Osa and Savage Red. If we could get those guys the link, I would love for those two guys to come up, because you guys don't know this. Glenn, John, you weren't there. You didn't see this, but they had this Canadian young lady who is the same, more or less, ethnicity as Camel Toe. More or less.
So,
Now, she's-
like a white Indian?
yeah, an Indian with Jamaican, all of that. Basically the exact same. And she had a great line on how hey, Shelby, just to make it easy, you can post the link in the
Oh my
Discord,
God,
let those two guys
Chris.
grab it, and then go ahead and delete it out of the Discord, okay? I mean, I'm not Discord, out of the chat. Just do that so they don't have to go to our Discord and everything. Just post it in the chat and then delete it. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry, I hate, we're out of bounds tonight, but that's okay. It's okay.
But you like the video I made for you, right?
I did that.
So this guy at the bottom, he made the short video that I mentioned was uploaded about 6 days ago. This guy down there apparently edited it for him, and GRID1's going to really lean into the you rope people into lies to get them to take, and he's going to play to this kid's or man's whatever emotions, and yeah.
That video is crazy. Actually,
That was good. That was
I
good edit.
turned that into a promotion.
Oh, good.
And let me tell you right now, let me pull this up because I haven't looked at it in a while. But John Mosman, you are part of the reason. You, sir, are part of the reason that I have actually made it to 5,000 subs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
Oh,
Hold on, Teddy thinks I need to practice my bullying. Shut up, retard.
no, it's all those buying of subs now. Don't be lying.
Honestly, I wish I could say, that all I did was cut a check and I magically had subs, but no. I have to say that it was your cut of
that panel you guys were on with that liberal guy.
Yes. The one time that we actually had a liberal on the show. The one time that we actually had a liberal on the show and they actually talked. Now, I actually have had liberals on the show before, but they usually don't actually say anything. Usually the chat tears them apart. They're just, it's just bad. It's all bad. Yeah. There's no good. It's all bad. And so when we had Process on here, and he actually said some good things, and it was a good conversation. It wasn't, he didn't go all crazy. He didn't go psycho. And you were able to clip that and edit it into something that was like really, yeah, they're in. Shelby, roll the delete button. Thank you, sir. And because of that, let me tell you, sir, because of that, I'm gonna give you some numbers here, okay?
Okay, yeah.
That video has had 127,886 impressions.
Nice.
3,609 views.
That's good.
which is like the amount of sub. That's I'm sorry right now. That's like the number of subs that he's grown. So what he's saying is that basically for every view of the last little clip he uploaded, he's gotten a sub for it. That's how he's attributing it.
And it is directly responsible for 454.
And EBT, I don't want to hear about boring shit. You talk about all sorts of boring shit all the time. Catholic shit.
That's good.
So sir, I appreciate what you've done for me.
Oh, that's good.
I owe you. I don't know what I owe you, but I owe you.
Oh, it's good. It's good. We all help each other out. That's what I
Yeah.
think. It all gets passed forward. I thought it was an engaging and good.
It really was.
And I thought like it was like you were having a moment that was like, here's Dad sitting down.
All right. It is boring now, though. GRID1, you're incredibly boring. And you're a liar. And you suck at racing. And you take a lot of L's.
Well, I don't actually take that many L's.
Nobody takes you seriously.
Like I have a purpose behind this stream. I try and talk about serious, relatively silly, serious things. I get silly every once in a while, and I'll talk shit every once in a while. But
And the way you present yourself is cheesy.
I am not a nice person. I strive every minute of the day to be nice, and I fail miserably at it.
For that. Okay, well then I take it back too. All right. I'm looking forward to this Paul thing. I can't believe that shit. It was bound to happen. He's way too loud and vocal and passionate and adamant out here. He's gonna get somebody fucking hurt. But I guess that's between him and whatever idiot he dupes into an unnecessary police interaction, who gets fucked up. So it started at 18 minutes. Is that is this the right timestamp? Teddy Spaghetti, White Bear. This isn't the first person he sent O'Shea to jail a bunch of times. Okay. All right. So for anybody who didn't hear the conversation earlier, this is a Sov sit arrest that just happened, I think, yesterday. And the dude's getting arrested, and he's about to shout out our boy Paul Enslaved, is my understanding. I haven't seen it yet. For those who don't know, Paul Enslaved is the longtime lolcow of the channel.
And he had the balls to do a broadcast with people called Talking with Famous People. He was the famous person. Okay. If you go into these people fucking background, Jack Talcott, and you look at who they've been for the last 5 and 6 years, it's narcissist central. I'm the potentially famous person. Some frat boy douche with an earring who wants all the time, energy, attention, and resources. He's the hit. He's got an earring, and he's got that frat boy douchey college vibe that you all love so much at the sports bars. He wears his hat backwards and makes little quips, so he's cool to hang out with.
And as I mentioned earlier, the surest way to get my attention is to block me and then keep talking shit. That will make me stalk you. In only legal ways, but sort of in the similar vein, I have just started reading a new book, A Stroke of Ill Fate by Paul's father. I'm 2 chapters in. It's fucking awful.
That you saw hundreds of YouTube videos on this, and you see how it ends.
No, but they were ending differently. No, I mean, they were ending
Maybe
all enslaved. They let him go.
well,
No.
maybe they got different deputies,
Maybe
but
so. Wasn't here.
so probably not, because I mean, we don't play that game, man. At the end of the day, dude.
Is there any
At the end
chance
of
you can go back in time, man,
no,
and just get
don't
not
want
at
that
all?
one.
My babies,
At the end of the
man.
day, man, everybody out here pays their registration. Everybody out here pays their insurance. Everybody out here pays for a driver's license generally.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Everyone knows this is what you have to do.
Right.
If there was some magic ticket that I could print out and I don't have to register my cars, believe you me, pal, I wouldn't have them registered. So that's it. That's it. We'll do what we can.
God damn, the cop does feel bad for him.
Wife?
Yes, my wife.
We'll do what we can. Now, there's 3 cards in your wallet that have her name on it.
Yep.
You want her to have those?
Yes, please.
All right.
In my briefcase, please. That's all our money. And my deed to my house.
By the way, that's called selling the ticket.
Called what? Selling the ticket?
Yeah.
Because he's making it seem like it's just
Hey man, if it was up to me, I wouldn't be giving you this ticket right now.
right.
I
right.
wouldn't be taking you to jail, dude. It's not up to me though. It's up to that thing that we all worship that we can't quite put a finger on.
Which I don't know if that's soothing for other people, but for me, it's more aggravating.
It's more aggravating. That's the thing that makes me get closer to taking the safety off.
Well, let's just not say that ever again anywhere.
No, I meant like being safe, like a safety.
Okay, right. That's good. You know what? I listened in on OTW for a while he and Paul were reviewing this, and I didn't hear this part or realize what this was. I thought they were just watching more cop interaction videos like they always do, but I did notice that Paul at some point said something about like, so this is something for Flow State to latch on to now and say, look what blah blah blah.
Well, I thought that was Paul in the back seat right there.
No, Paul's neck beard isn't that long,
and he's not that thin.
But see, this is if I was multitasking, I wasn't paying a lot of attention to what was happening. But they have a whole ordeal, and he's got wife and kids in the car too, right? Like this is the whole family going down.
Yeah. Right? By the way, that you have failed. You have failed as a human being if your kids and wife are going down with you in this whatever you're doing right here.
I mean, come the fuck on. You just, I don't know. I've done my part. I've done a whole bunch of streams to try to explain that this is absolute fucking bullshit. I think it's a psyop, honestly. Like, I think it's, because if you consider, and I don't know if you believe the same thing.
Obviously, like the cops are in the wrong and no one has the right to do, et cetera, et cetera. But if your wife and kids are in the car and you're going to like take it to this end point,
well,
you're doing is increasing the chances of your wife and kids getting shot in the face.
Yeah. But the thing is anybody can feel any sort of way they want about whether or not the laws are just. But if you drive around without plates, you will get pulled over. Right?
That is a factual fact.
It's a fact. And the other thing that's worth pointing out is when you get pulled over without plates and then you go to jail because you're a douchebag, you're not hurting the system at all. You're not fighting the system. You're giving them business and revenue. They get money.
Have you ever like tried to hassle the system at all? Like I know you've actually like been through the real system, so you probably haven't hassled them. But have you ever like hassled?
As in like solves the. I've gotten lawyers and pushed back. I've not cooperated with the system quite a bit, but I've always done it.
So you know what they do? They go, "Oh, you're gonna fight us," and they put you at the end of the day. They make you show up at 9 a.m. and then you stay there till 5 p.m. And then they go, "Well, this has been like pushed over until next week," and like
the way
you have
that
to do that 10 times.
Oh yeah,
you're not winning. You're not gonna win that.
Mm-mm. These it's an institution with unlimited money and people whose job it is to be there. Like, yeah, you're not going to win fighting this shit in your free time. But the way I do fuck around and successfully is if you have a whole bunch of little tiny irritating infractions, like I got pulled over with swap plates, tent too dark. There was like
wait, slow this down. I don't quite know what you're like.
What I'm saying is
it's for people that aren't criminals.
Okay, so what I'm explaining is that if you get pulled over and the sum of your crimes is going to be a whole bunch of paperwork for the cops and not really anything serious, just a whole bunch of slaps on the wrist, they're likely to not slap you once and just be like, go home and fix all of your problems. That makes sense?
Yeah. But it's like if you're going to fuck with them and you're going to like push this at all on any level, like, oh, well, like you have you filed motions with the court?
I'm working on my first, well, aside from a custody battle, but the second time I did it without a lawyer, but I am working on my first motion ever right now, which is to expunge my felony, hopefully.
Well,
I've never filed any motion.
If you file like frivolous motions, I'm not going to say they are frivolous, but like,
no. And I'm not fucking with them. I hope that I get it. I think I got a 50-50 chance, but
if you file frivolous motions, they just get angry at you and the entire county. There's just nothing you can do about it because they own everything. And oh my God, what's going on, babe?
Someone shooting.
Oh, my wife just flipped me off, dude. I think I'm in trouble. Oh shit, this is a rarity. Damn it.
You might be in trouble, but I'm not married to her.
Oh, thank you, sir. By the way, your double flip off totally equilibrialized her flipping off. Could you do it like just a little bit more and a little bit within?
Yeah. Whoops.
Thank
Hold
you.
on.
I appreciate it, bro.
One. Yeah, I got you. Hold on. Show her this.
Oh my God. I have to like mute this or else I'm going to be embarrassed. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's embarrassing.
I'm
kind of like
taken down by a woman.
I can't believe y'all were talking shit on the purple $3 Walmart.
I know. I that's just it. I can't talk shit about anything when I'm being like cucked by a woman right now. Shit.
Is she like slamming dishes around at you?
Straight up, dude. She's emptying the
Can we talk to her and
dishwasher.
ask her why she's being mean to you and mad at you?
I mean, you could, but like the sad reality is she's been cool all night and it's 4 a.m. and I'm still yelling at the computer. So like, obviously I'm gonna lose this and normally I would be all, no way, bitch. I would like normally.
No. We don't want to do that. We don't marry bitches. Our wives aren't bitches. I believe in simping over pimping. You know.
But you hear the dishes. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, man, that dude, that slow, or what the hell was his name? Flow State. I was calling him Slowly. You know, those are the kinds of simps that are destroying civilization. Absolutely.
I'm a civilization destroying sort of simp. That's really simping hard. Angry Casper, do you believe that? Do you agree with that? Am I that bad of a simp? Salty Siren, so good. See, here's my simping nature coming out. So good to see you, Salty Siren. Coog, so good to see you. Sam, Kick Streamer, also race cars too.
I think I'm gonna go into the garage. I'm gonna go into the manhole.
I feel like it sounds like she might chase you with that.
I mean,
are you gonna, if you walk past her, do you want me to like wave at her, like so that she like?
No, I told her like Teddy actually like smoothed the whole thing. Sorry, Mrs. Toffee. Like,
Teddy smoothed it over.
It's Teddy, of course, dude. Teddy's a gentleman.
All right,
I know, right? You didn't even know that. You
I'm
think
not
he's like a troll.
Angry Casper, I'm not a simp. All right, go to the garage. I'll be here.
All right, I'll go to the garage. Let me mute. I'll be back.
I'm surprised you said that. I get called a simp or a white knight all the time over in y'all's neck of the woods. I haven't greeted you before. That's so rude of me. All right. So I jumped back. I heard the Paul shout out. I'm gonna pull this. Let's watch this.
He's not operating a motor vehicle. He is transferring his private property from one place to the next.
Okay. That shit's verbatim, Paul.
Well, he's going to jail for that.
Go back there now.
Back here. You have a
child. I'm going to take an educated guess that you saw hundreds of YouTube videos on this. And
On January 13th, 2022, officers conducted a traffic stop on a vehicle that was operating without license plates.
yeah, we're telling stories, Kyle.
What question did I ignore? You should have seen another British fuck get triggered. That's not a question. No, I haven't finished the fucking book of Numbers. It's right here. Oh shit! Just knocked over my ashtray. Where'd it go? Well, it's around here. I've also read 2 chapters of it. 2022. The link is pinned. Anybody's welcome to disrupt the show if they like.
Roll it up, please. Oh, it's the sovereign citizen.
Oh, is it?
It's not. You got my name is that video. Don't I can't share that. There's one I'm side today. Don't have a tag on your vehicle. Let's see your driver's license, please.
God damn those crickets or whatever those are. Those cicadas.
I got step out of the truck, sir. Step out of the truck for me, please. I already got one en route. I'm not going to ask you again, sir. Okay, well, I'm pulling you up for a lawful reason. I'm pulling you up for a lawful reason, okay? And now I'm giving you a lawful order to exit your vehicle. If you fail to comply, I'm sorry?
Oh, this was from 2022 and it's just now surfacing? And is Paul just finding out about this too? I'm sure that this dude contacted him. You know, see, so sleazy.
Okay, that's fine. You can reserve your rights, but I'm telling you a lawful order to exit your vehicle. Okay? If you fail to comply with a lawful order, I will place you under arrest. Okay? I'm stopping you because I'm not looking at your paperwork. I need to see a registration and a driver's license for insurance. You have no tag displayed. So, I'm going to tell you one more time to exit your vehicle. We can have this conversation civilly on the side of the road, or you can go ahead. No. I'm telling you to exit your vehicle. Pennsylvania versus Mims. I'm telling you to exit your vehicle, sir. Oh, well, if you roll the window down, you can hear a little bit better. Okay. I'm telling you to exit your vehicle. Okay, so you can either exit your vehicle, okay, and we can have a conversation, or I will remove you from your vehicle. Great, well, give us the channel. I'm going to tell you one.
He's in there. He's like, honey, what should I be a slave or should I stand for rights and principles and freedoms?
One more time, man.
Paul's always getting arrested for rights and principles and freedoms. He says I'm a bitch because I don't do it. No, Paul goes and tries to get squatters' rights on other people's property.
You got a pump?
Exit your vehicle. What?
You have a pump? About that. All right, here's the thing, man. We've given you a lawful order. At this time, you are under arrest, okay? So if you don't want to step out of the vehicle, we will remove you from the vehicle. We would like to not do that, but if we have to, we will. I'm not threatening you. I'm explaining what's going on. At this point, your tires have deflation devices on them, so if you want to drive away, your tires are going to go flat as well. All right, step out of the vehicle. This is your last opportunity before we take you out of the vehicle. Last opportunity, man. You're right. Pop right here.
23 on LE3 or Delta 1 10.
Just told you that.
Yeah, you're not breaking the law.
Yeah, you are breaking out of it. He's got a knife on him.
No. It's here. Here. What are you doing?
We told you you're under arrest.
For what?
Failure to play a lawful order.
I gave you my paperwork. I gave you Supreme Court paperwork. I'm merely traveling.
He did exactly what he saw Paul do.
311 flash.
What have I done?
Single 14 window punch to your life.
I told you. when you did. I told you to step out of the vehicle. I asked for your documentation. You refused.
I gave you my documentation.
No, I asked for a driver's license. You failed to provide me one. Then I gave you a lawful order to exit your vehicle. You told me you don't have to.
No, I didn't. I said I gave you my paperwork and please wait for the
I told you to
supervisor
exit your vehicle.
I didn't
You
tell
don't.
him that.
When you don't want to follow instruction and follow orders.
The United States Supreme Court says I can travel in my private property.
Deputy Gaddy, Fire County Sheriff's Office.
Don't take my keys out of my vehicle.
This vehicle's being
You've
towed.
already-
Weapons on you? No, I don't have any weapons.
Can you advise Delta 110
That's a tool.
Delta 311?
That's a tool.
I'm not a sovereign citizen. I'm traveling in my private.
I'm traveling in my private property. That's not a weapon, is a tool. And please tell me he doesn't say there's no such thing as a sovereign citizen. It's an oxymoron.
property.
Was he traveling in honor?
Was
he traveling in honor?
On the land, okay? He's not part of your maritime court system.
Failure to comply, resisting arrest.
I didn't resist.
All right, we gave you
flag
lawful
bullshit.
orders. We explained to you
All I
multiple
asked
times
was for the suit
what
for
was
you
going to occur if you failed to act.
for your
We don't need to wait for a supervisor. All right? So we've given you lawful orders. We explained what the consequences of those orders are. You continue to refuse. So we did as minimal damage as necessary to remove you from the vehicle. At this time, you are under arrest. Okay?
You think that's correct?
Any weapons on you? Any guns? You had a large knife on you. I'm just asking you. Any other knives that's going to hopefully stick me and prick me your cut. Okay, thank you, sir. 2 or 3 juveniles extra in the back.
Could you please give my stuff to my wife?
What is your first name?
I refuse. I'm not
You have
contracting.
the right to remain silent.
I'm not contracting with you.
You've assaulted me.
You have the right to have an attorney present before any questions. If you cannot
You literally
afford an attorney,
assaulted me.
one may be appointed to represent you. Anytime you can decide not to answer any questions or making statements. Do you understand that?
You assaulted me.
Do you understand
I
that?
overstand.
You,
I overstand.
you understand?
Overstand it.
All right. Do you want to provide your name or no?
Sir, I do not wish to contract.
That's fine. I'll just look
That
at your
guy
contract.
sounds like he's contracting under duress.
There is not a magic semantic game that can be played. Like,
Oh
just
yeah,
not.
universal commercial code.
But in the common law, I'm operating in the public, in common law, in good faith, on the land, in standing, honorably.
I have 18 months to go to court over a traffic ticket.
Laws don't apply to me because I figured out how to be petty with semantics. Like, that's
Can
a
we just be
fucking.
like adults here and realize that we're all getting butt fucked by this system, and this is all like
We are
yeah,
getting
they
butt
have
fucked by the
guns.
system. Why would you help
Yeah.
them butt fuck you?
I know. Why would you like sign up for extra?
It's like, no lube, please.
Oh no! I read the Constitution. And all of a sudden, I'm
driver's license or
free.
anything?
They don't even read the Constitution. They don't read the fucking law. I've tried to get people to read the law. All these laws are posted online. You can read every single seatbelt law for every single
Why
state.
is it that Paul is unslaved and you're a slave? How does that work?
Because he says so. Because he's on the land. It's because I wonder if I found a chick to like that I could grift or live off of parasitically. I wonder if that would make me not a slave. I don't know why he thinks he's not a slave though. It's not like he's out here driving around free.
He's a retarded albino black guy.
He's riding shotgun.
He's an albino black guy.
Is it this dude?
You know what's funny is I know I have a friend that's like that. And it's like there's a lot of those guys, believe it or not. And
I mean, I actually
Paul is one of the worst.
I have there's a viewer and a one of my good donors supporting the channel is an albino black guy, but a real one. Paul's just
That's what I'm saying. It's like for some reason they all sort of congregate around us, and then when people like Paul show up, they're like, "Ugh, please don't let him be any reflection upon the character of my soul."
But you can tell Paul's not an albino black guy anytime he talks about black people.
He's actually black.
No, he's not.
Well, I mean,
But I mean, yeah, no, but and his whiteness really shows through when he starts talking about black people. Like he's seen Hustle and Flow too many times, but has never actually met one.
Wait, are you saying that Paul is actually white?
He's a honky.
Are you serious? Not in all my live long days, dude. Like I can't believe that. That guy deserves or owes us like a DNA test. He has to give it to Susan Wojcicki's like retarded Jewish cousin.
All right. I'm gonna play this, and I'll be right back. I gotta let the cat's meowing at the door.
Vehicle's unregistered and you don't have a license, it's going to come with us. All right, it's coming with us.
Out of Waldo, Florida.
Okay. There's 2 other kids in the back. Are you okay?
No, I'm not. I have 3 small children, and your officer just shattered this window.
Okay.
We have a right to travel in the state of Florida, which I'm pretty sure you're knowledgeable of.
Okay. 311, you can start a tow truck for that vehicle.
Don't talk, please. Why are you going to tell
Don't
my
play
wife?
games, we're done.
I'm not playing any games. I'm following the law. Mike,
We're
that's
done.
safe.
We're not
United
debating.
States.
I'm standing in honor.
I'm not. I am.
We're done with this conversation.
Okay. So did they ask him to exit the vehicle?
Unlawfully, what did he need to exit the vehicle for? We had the window down and we're conversing with them.
Okay. So does he have a driver's license?
He has a right to travel and paperwork that says that.
Okay.
Which he handed to your officer, sheriff, deputy, whatever you guys want to be called.
I understand.
Please don't leave my family on the side of the road. I might have misunderstood. I might have misunderstood something, but come on, please.
We explained it.
Yeah, but I had my case law. I wasn't. I
I'm
didn't think I was
standing
breaking
in
the law.
honor, your officer.
Please don't. But I misunderstood.
We explained to you all
I'm telling you right now,
You probably should have listened the
I
first
was
time.
told, man.
You still have to have a driver's license in the state of Florida in order to operate a motor vehicle. You can travel wherever
He's not
you want.
operating a motor vehicle. He's
driving.
He is not driving. He is not operating a motor vehicle. He is
Not
transferring
for
his,
hire.
his private property from one place to
He's
the next.
traveling. A driver it's an operator for hire.
Let me explain it again. I for those who don't know, the definition of driving that's operating a motor vehicle for commerce or that's
Commercial.
commerce related,
For
right?
hire.
That's in the UCC Uniform Commercial Code. It's
201
a federal law
201.
governing interstate commerce. That's why it's defined that way in that law, because that law only applies to commercial activities. That doesn't apply to people driving around. UCC does not come into play for you when you're driving around in your day-to-day life. What does come into play for you is state driver's license requirements, and every state requires driver's licenses to drive on.
Do you know what
public
else
roads.
comes into requirement when you're driving around your state?
This dick.
Well,
About what?
I was going to say it in a different way, but I was going to say not getting shot in the face by a cop.
Correct.
And
yes,
the cop doesn't care about what kind of legalese you think you know, jailhouse attorney or not. A cop's like, fuck you, give me your fucking license or else I'm going to get real fucking twitchy on the trigger finger.
People are saying Paul's not white, but look, this is a picture of him and his mom. Obviously,
That's
they're
Paul's
white.
mom?
No, it's Jennifer. All right.
I was going to say, I mean, like, Paul's mom might be
But I mean-
almost doable.
But you would believe it though, right? But look, this is a picture of his dad. This is his dad's book. This is a white guy.
What?
His dad wrote an autobiography. I have it, and he's a
This
white
is
guy.
What's wrong with race mixing?
This is a white guy. Oops.
But what black guy banged his mom to make Paul come out?
Okay.
He is not driving.
Okay. Well, he's going to jail for that. So
That's crazy.
it's not. It's really not.
It is crazy.
I'm sorry you feel that way.
Please don't leave my family on the side of the road.
You left your family on the side of the road. Don't do dumb shit because motherfuckers on YouTube shout at you about it. Leafy, what are you talking? All because we comply to the system of BS. Leafy, are you suggesting that this dude was doing right here? That this was the right decision, and that if more people would just fuck over their whole family like this.
You know what I would say is that I don't think this guy's actually in the wrong, but I would say like you know that you're in a state of tyranny, so why don't you just do what
he's
you know
he's
you have
in the
to
wrong,
do?
not because it's wrong to drive without a license, but because it's wrong to subject your family to this bullshit when you don't know what the fuck you're doing.
When you know you're living in tyranny, so stop it. You're not
No,
going to
the
win
tyr-
this on the side of the road with your bullshit fucking free whatever sovereign citizen
I don't
paperwork.
even think driving a driver's license requirement is tyranny. I'm actually okay with it.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of like hope that you at least have like liability insurance.
Right. The tags thing, the tags is a scam it's just
No, there's a lot of bullshit, but I'm saying like you're not going to beat it on the side of the road, and you're going to subject your family to this. Okay.
Welcome, Harmon.
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, I was hearing you talking about Paul not claiming he was white. What does he claim?
Black.
No, he does not. He's white. He's fucking around.
Oh, is he? I was gonna
Yeah.
say because my daughter now she married a Filipino when she was like 19, 20. She literally doesn't like me because I'm white, and she identifies as a Filipino. Honestly, that's California.
That is crazy.
True story. She's 42 years old.
Oof.
Raging Patriot. Did you see the beginning part when I went over GRID1's obviously fake numbers? I don't hate GRID1. I enjoy GRID1. And he's forced my hand as to how I can enjoy him, which is from a distance. But you got duped into sending him $5 for passing his 5,000 subs. You're crazy. It's
Is that
crazy.
GRID1? Is that GRID1 right there?
No, we've moved on past that. I did the GRID1 thing already at the beginning. GRID1 went from 2.3 thousand to 5.3 thousand subs in 6 days. He's uploaded one 3-minute video since then and done a couple of lives. But he's obviously been buying subs. And Raging Patriot gave him a dono to congratulate him on the growth. It's not hate. It just is what the fuck it is.
Yeah. I like these guys that have 130,000 subscribers, and you get more views than them. It's stupid.
Well, and GRID1 is no, he didn't hit that growth thing. Anyways, but no, we've moved on past that. The GRID1 thing already covered it. This is a soft citizen getting arrested, but this guy actually learned his shit, and later in the video he says he calls Paul out by name. He learned all his nonsense from Paul Enslaved.
Yeah, haven't we talked about the word sovereign citizen? There is no such thing.
Are you fucking with me?
No, there is no such thing as
I
a
know there's
sovereign
no
citizen.
such thing. It's one of my pet peeves that every
Oh, okay, I
time.
didn't know. Yeah, I don't listen to. I come and spot it. Is
Right,
that one of your pet peeves?
Yeah. So, and for everybody who hasn't heard me say it, nobody ever needs to point out that sovereign citizen is an oxymoron ever again in the history of humanity. Ever. It never needs to be mentioned again. It's been mentioned every time. Every time Sov Sits come up, it's mentioned by at least 3 people. Like,
Well,
did you know?
Wait. What if like 5 kids are going to a retard?
It's too early for that.
But please, come on.
They might need to bring it up.
I'm not trying to play any games. I wasn't playing any games.
That's fine.
Please.
At this time, I recommend you remain silent. Have a seat.
Bro, just read my paperwork. It'll satisfy your court.
Raging Patriot. I'm gonna need you to do another one of those donos pretty quickly here. Let me help you out.
And another thing is on that kind of video showing is it's not arrestable. Just give the guy some major ticket fine and stuff and send him on his way.
You know
Why
what?
you got to be
Actually,
such
they
an
should
asshole?
take him out for a fishing trip.
You know, just freaking get over yourselves.
I guess maybe you know how much lenience or how much at some point you have to follow procedure, right?
No, that's like and when we had to write up an inmate. We had to write inmate. So you could do most you can if you caught them smoking or stuff like that. I never wrote up one my whole 23 years. You don't have to do anything. Yeah, you don't have to do that.
He was a prison guard.
Same thing. But what I'm saying is, if I got elected for a sheriff, I'd be all, you know what, dude, pull your vehicle over. We're gonna go fishing for the next 2.5 hours.
Like, they'd be like, just
sir,
take me to jail.
sir, I think you need to go fishing.
They'd be like, no, I want to go to jail.
Yeah, this people, these cops. I'm not saying they are wrong for how they react. Just get over yourselves. Give the guy some fine that he has to show up, and if he doesn't show up, then he's gonna get such a money fine.
Who
That's
is
the only way
this
you
guy
get rid
that
of these
can't
guys.
acknowledge that we're in the era of tyranny right now?
Well, that's the bad part.
Just
You ought to
we're
see-
in tyranny. Well, then I'll try to like mind my P's and Q's and not put my family through this.
You
and
ought to
charge
see if you live
myself
within
all this
100 miles of the
extra
border
income.
of Canada or of Mexico. How the Border Patrol, they have all the authority in the world. Ain't nothing you can do against those guys.
Oh yeah, and getting like the game wardens that were at my drug raid for some reason, they were fun.
You guys were talking about the other night, and I didn't come on.
Yeah.
I just was listening. Guess who has the most power of almost anything? The U.S.
Game wardens.
No, the mail.
Game wardens.
No, the mailman. The mail.
Game
they got-
wardens can straight up come onto your property, open your doors, and look for everything.
U.S. mail has the most authority. The postal. There's cops that work in the mail.
I know that they turned into a surveillance network, or they were doing surveillance, like during like Trump's administration. or
Yeah.
stuff. But not, I haven't paid a lot of attention to it.
They
Casper,
have
hold on.
jurisdiction everywhere.
Casper, what is this? What do you do to police in the bad Eastern Bloc countries? Are you angry at Flow State? Here, Casper, why don't you hit the link and come tell me why you're angry? And Raging Patriot, why don't you take a minute to gather yourself and find your donos?
The 5 years I was in Turkey, we're very first warned. It says, you guys, there's no search warrants here. There's nothing like that. Their search warrant is they carry a submachine gun on their shoulder and it points out.
By the way,
it's not pointing
I
down.
respect that search warrant. If someone comes to my door and they have a search warrant that says MP5 pointed in my face, I'm like, oh, okay, I recognize that search warrant. Come on
Yeah,
in.
they had the machine guns and they're pointing right at you. And the Americans would still argue with them. Oh my God. What
That's
idiots.
what's amazing about America is like, fuck you, bitch. Wait till my husband gets home. I'll fuck you're like, just recognize this is tyranny. When someone points a gun at you and the thing, it doesn't matter about the rules or whatever. It's like you're dealing with tyranny and just deal with it how you think, however is best, and I'll end up in a casket.
Yeah, I always tell them when I get shot, I say, you got the gun, you got everything on you, and you're going to talk like this. You got all the power, dude. What do you want? I just tell them like that. They know I don't like them, but I tell them, you got the power. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do.
I wouldn't want to be a cop pulling over you, Harmon. I just feel like, as much as you're saying you're cooperative, I feel like you're probably an asshole.
Well, if they're wrong, if I know they're 100% wrong, if I feel like I'm a little bit in the wrong, I'm humble because I'm not going to give them nothing, But if I know they're 100%, I've had
I
been stopped.
feel like I'm in the wrong. I have never thought
Why
that
do you
in my
keep
life.
talking right in the middle of people?
Sorry.
Anyway, so like I got stopped coming out of because I know I've never drank. So I take people and I drop them off the bowling, which is the bar in town.
Damn, I chased off Top Feed. Top Feed, come back. I didn't mean to chase you off. You just got to learn how conversation turns work. Jesus.
Anyway, so I was pulling out and I drove a little Geo Metro. You could turn around in your lane with a Geo Metro if
I'm
you remember those.
surprised you fit in a Geo Metro.
Hey, they got 60 miles to a gallon. I fit in anything, get 60 miles to a gallon. Anyway, so they pulled me over saying that I crossed the center line. And I went off on him, and I went off on him, I called him a lying piece of shit and everything. This was in like 93. And then his partner comes up, and I don't know if I knew his partner. I know most of them. I said, do you want to get involved in this too? And, he's lying. You're going to have to lie in court now if you want to back him up. And they just left. But, what do you do? But if I'm wrong.
What I do is I always start recording on my phone, but I don't put it in their face. I want them to not know I'm recording the interaction.
Right.
Yeah, I start recording and then I just put my phone in my cup holder. You're probably not going to catch video, but you'll catch the audio, and that's really what you need.
That's all you need. You know, what gets me is how do these people think? I mean, the auditors are doing, but why put it in their face? But then you got the cops who walk right up to them, get that out of my face. Dude, how many times you see them walk up to the guy, and then they say, take it out of my face, and they're only like a foot away from the guy after they walk up, you know, the cops.
Have you seen, you probably haven't seen the short from when Joe Cool came down here, huh?
No, I haven't.
Oh, it's pretty good. Here, I'll play it real quick. I like it. It's one of my favorite shorts. But yeah, we went down to Westport down here in Kansas City, and it instantly found somebody for him to engage. and he goes into mode immediately too. Look at all these good shorts. Here it is.
I see most of your shorts.
Going up this lake. You should have saw it a minute ago. It was crazy. It was wow.
I was talking to him, officer. You said to security. Blow me, I'll do what I like.
Yeah.
And that shit was cool. Hey, careful, the slam walks private.
Boy, that cop froze me something. Hit the like, damn it. Subscribe to Flow State.
Follow me, I'll do what I like. Oh, I'm trespassed. I can't go back on that.
What the fuck, yeah?
What were the cops there for?
I was muted. We went to one of the bar districts, and they have the entrances. They have cops posted at the entrance. And so when we showed up, what they want you to do is, it's even though it's like a public city block, they have it barricaded off, and they want you to come in on one side of the street and leave on the other side. And he started walking in the wrong side, and then got mad that they were hurting him over. So, you know, is he technically right? Technically, I think, you know.
Oh yeah, they can't do that.
Hmm?
I mean, they do it because they got the gun, but they can't do that.
Yeah. I don't know how all of it works. I obviously don't. With my record, I don't really have and my kids, I don't really have the luxury of
being
too antagonistic, right? Like,
right. It's like when I get stopped and I know I've done maybe something wrong, you know, didn't turn my signal light on or something. If I'm wrong, even one little bit, I just say, yes, sir, what do you need? You know, I ain't fighting them. That's for sure. You know, but if I know I haven't done anything and they're just pulling me over, that pisses me off.
Well, I've normally got something going on, and I've had I wonder, it's probably hit statute of limitations if it hasn't yet, but I've been rolling around with a warrant for a while. Well, but it's stupid because it was for and I actually played the video in here of the initial stop. What me and two buddies, we got trespassed. They wanted to search us, basically, the cops did, but we were in an apartment parking lot, and they said they were trespassing, so they searched us because we didn't live there at the apartments. And then I went to court. Let's see, I got kicked out of court the first time because I was on my phone, even though the bailiff told me to get off. And so I had to bond out, get a new court date, went back, just to tell them I want to go to trial because I had recorded the whole thing and I was not trespassing. But then COVID happened and the lockdowns, and so they postponed it indefinitely, and I never got the reschedule notice. So when I learned I had a warrant, I called them. I said, "Can I set up a new court date over the phone?" They're like, "No, you have to come in and bond out again." And I was like, "You know what? Fuck you."
So maybe
if you want me, if I'm gonna inconvenience myself anymore to deal with this ticket, so are you, motherfuckers. You're gonna have to transport me.
All right, so you probably I don't know about the warrants and stuff, things like that. So you probably could check out if you have one. I'm
I
sure.
could. I just don't really. They don't really. I've interacted with the cops a lot of times. They never want to extradite me.
You should tell your daughter, hey, get on the internet and find out if I got a warrant on me. Give her something to do to participate.
She'll be like, you probably do.
Yeah, just tell her. Tell her, hey, can you look and see if you can find it? I'm sure it's public record. If you can do that for me, I appreciate it. Think she'd do it?
I don't think it is public record, is it?
Sure, a warrant. A bench warrant is? Sure, if you have a warrant out for you. It's not a secret.
I mean, it's not a secret, but do they post them online?
Well, they post the arrest and anything else online.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't think, I said I don't know about them, but it's not like, it's private information.
Yeah.
Even a bounty hunters probably get it from shit like that.
Well, it hasn't bothered. It might be expunged now because the last few times not expunged, statute of limitations. Because the last couple times I've talked to cops, they run my shit. Nobody's mentioned it. So I think it's like 5 years or something. I don't know.
I have no idea.
It is dumb. But let's see.
He says, I can't believe you ran Coco away.
Yeah, Coco, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to run you away. Just learn how to talk to people.
Was that the guy that talked when I was talking?
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. You were just interjecting. There's no problem, buddy. You had good things to say.
Yeah. Well, I was going to play a clip, but I didn't get to it fast enough. But yeah, these people are it's crazy now that I know that they learn from Paul. You can see and hear them doing exactly Paul moves. Like these people have learned all of this shit from Paul.
So I need
Are all the kids okay?
No, they're not okay.
Okay. Are they injured? Do they need rescue?
No, they don't need rescue.
Okay. So they're okay?
No, they are not okay.
Are they injured?
No, they are not injured.
Are there any other weapons?
Why is she saying they're okay?
Ma'am, put the knife down. Put the knife down.
He asked if we had any
Okay, but don't grab a knife when we ask you if there's any weapons. Step away from the car now. Step away from the car. Do not grab a knife. You asked. Go back there now.
Back here. You have a child.
Oh my God.
Stop.
You have a child, and you're pulling
Are you
knives
okay,
out.
buddy?
Yeah, ask. That's yes, sir. There's more knives in the car. Not yes, sir. Here's a knife.
Speak to them, Malachi. You guys asked.
We'll get you on the way, okay?
Where are you headed to?
Well, we were going to the beach, but I live in Waldo, so that's like an hour and 30 minutes from here that way. Yeah.
Do you want to use that to call someone to pick you up?
I literally don't know anyone. I'm from Washington State.
I'm getting too much money.
Thank you to Anonymous for the donations. I think I know who Anonymous is, but I appreciate you very much, sir or madam.
Well, welcome to Florida.
Would you like let's contact a taxi?
I don't have any money.
We'll grab you
He
his
has
cash
money.
if he agrees to turn it over to you, okay? We'll turn over the cash if he agrees so. Are you married?
No,
Okay.
we're common law. We've been together for 10
There's
years.
no common law in the state of Florida. But we're
These
obviously not
cops
going to
don't
try
know.
and do our best to leave you stranded. So if he wants to turn over,
Oh, Casper, you're
You guys
wrong
are
all the
doing a
time.
Fantastic job. Do not
It's
speak
just
to
too
anyone
much
you
work
don't
to
know,
explain
ever.
it to you.
She's wondering if you would be willing to turn over any cash that you have or
It's
anything
in my
for her.
briefcase. It's in my briefcase.
For her to get
Who wears short
tax.
shorts?
Yeah,
Is that fine with you?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
besides that knife, are there any other weapons in the vehicle? Don't grab it, I'm asking.
No.
Oh my God.
Right. He has agreed to turn over any cash that he has to get you any rides back home, okay? Do you have like an Uber app or anything?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, today might be the first day we use one then.
What a fucking dick.
I kind of like her.
She's not being mean.
Improper tires, CW, FL, unregistered vehicle. Bond is going to be 1,000.
Cops are fucking dicks.
Cops are
Can you step over there for me? I just can't see in the car.
I'm not leaving my children.
You know, I use fun fact. I used to use a briefcase when I was moving things around because it's not It
In plain
doesn't
sight.
look suspicious, but it does have a lock on it, right? It's not a strong lock, but if they're going to break it open, they're going to break it open. The point of the lock is to have a legal defense, not to have an actual physical barrier.
Right.
I'm not saying leave them on 10. I'm saying just move to the side.
Since they had all little kiddos, we just did a quick window punch on the corner. Window punch it, set it down very gently, open door, pull them out, stuff them right here, and that's where we're at. No violent anything, no nothing like that. No spray of anything, just real kosher and easy going with everything.
So real quick, so
he was explained multiple times.
When you asked them to step out, obviously you identify yourself as law enforcement.
Yes.
And you asked
we even identified this case law, saying, hey, under this case law, you have to step out. And he
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage. Your favorite, Glenn Lawrence.
What up, Flo?
Just watching. I don't know if you know who Paul Enslaved is, maybe not, but he's one of my good lol cows, my good long time lol cows. And
what's a low cow?
A lol cow is some, LOL, right? Like somebody that you milk for the LOLs.
Oh, like a clown? Like a clown?
Right.
Some frat boy douche with an earring who wants all the time, energy, attention, and resources. He's the hit. He's got an earring, and he's got that frat boy douchey college vibe that you all love so much at the sports bars. He wears his hat backwards and makes little quips, so he's cool to hang out with.
But he does the sob sit. He basically tells people to drive around without licenses or plates and stuff and have police interactions is what his thing is. And this is an arrest video of somebody who they say it later in the video, but learned all this nonsense from Paul Enslaved. So
I remember when I first met you, you were talking to me about that guy. Like you played a clip of his and I was fucking laughing. He was saying some dumb shit. It was hilarious.
Right.
Like he was trying to talk like red pill stuff and he was all wrong or something like that.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. But you missed the GRID1 stuff. I do appreciate that you called him out. You did it in a nice guy Glenn way, but you did call
What are you talking about? What do you mean I called him out?
You made a joke about him buying subs.
No, I made a joke about him buying subs, but that wasn't me calling him out.
Oh, you did? Oh, I just assumed it was.
I made the joke because that's what Sleazy Easy is saying about me.
Oh, well,
and like Grid didn't buy subs. I'll walk you through the whole process right now.
Okay,
go to your no, I know. Just go to your YouTube studios and put it on the screen. Go to your YouTube studios and go to your content and just share the screen. I'll walk you through this.
Mm-hmm. All right, hold on. Let me get it pulled up.
While you pulling it up, that when she touched that knife with the baby in her hand, that cop freaking freaks out. I've been around so many law enforcement. They're scared in their pants. They piss their pants so much. The ones I've been around.
Yeah, I treat a cop interaction like my job is to soothe them. Honestly,
they get scared. One of the biggest guys on the yard. I put a guy against the wall, and he's supposed to be on backup. I turn around and look for him, and the inmate starts laughing. He says, "Hey, walk." He took off. The inmate's laughing at him. He's got this reputation to be a real tough guy. He's 6'4", big and bad, and the inmate's laughing at him. That's just terrible to walk around like that.
When I was a CO, all the inmates loved me. Thank you.
I never wrote one up in 23 years. Like I said,
I cannot believe.
Oh, you were a CO too? You were a CO too?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I cannot believe when I was hanging out with y'all too.
What's that?
Man, I used to go in there and be like, look, guys, I just came to hang out. I'm trying to get away from the girlfriend. Can we don't make me work today. I did not come here to work. I came here to hang out. And when you kept like that kind of attitude, that chill attitude with them, They did their job. I did my job. Like they didn't fuck with me. They didn't do anything to make me have to do any paperwork. We were good.
Yeah, I did mine 23 years there in California.
And I'd
Oh,
be
nice.
that
Yeah,
guy
no,
in the
I did
padded
mine in
room
Washington.
freaking out.
I was a CO in Washington, up in the feds.
You better not push us now, there, Flo.
Fuck you!
Flo.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
I haven't seen that one.
That's funny. All right, so go to your content. Like, go to your content tab. All right. All right. You see that in the top on the like where it says videos, shorts, likes, or lives, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Click promotions. Click promotions. All right. So you could promote a video, right?
Yeah.
And you could pay to get your video pushed out to promote more
This is
in
not
different
new.
algorithms. Okay, that's what he's done because I did it. I told him about it.
Did you get the like? So he's giving credit for the last little video he uploaded. Did you find that the number of views that you got also was the same number of subs you got? Like that video
No. So like my number of views, like I had a lot more views than I did subs.
Right, because everybody does. That's how sub and view growth works.
Yeah, like I had a lot more views than I did subs. So let's say like I had like 5,000 views, right? I would probably get like 500 subs from that or something like that. I don't know. It just depends. It depends on the video. Like if it was like the suicide video that I did, the self-deletion video. My bad. I didn't mean to say it.
No, you're fine.
What
are you? What's going on over there?
I'm just getting out of my car. Hold on. That video got like a lot of subs, from that one.
I have noticed that you have sub growth, but your sub, and I looked at yours too. Your sub growth has corresponded closer to actual view growth. Okay, so tell me how to promote this. I want some GRID1 style growth here. How do I get this? I'll pay some money. Get started.
So like no, literally like
I got to do the
I walked them through the promotions.
So
like
that's what I wanted you to do right now, but I got to do the verification thing, and I was stalling it.
Like so if you do that and like all I did was like I paid like like $100 for the first one. I just wanted to get an idea of how it's gonna go. And I did that for the self-deletion video, and I was like, holy shit. Like it like I got like over 300,000 I think views on it. And then
all right, so I don't want to. I obviously, I still think that he's buying subs. That growth doesn't make sense to me, but I do not want to falsely accuse little fella. So I want to replicate that. I'm going to verify.
Just do an experiment.
Yeah, I'm going to do it.
Experiment. Because I don't want people. I don't want you to accuse him of something that he's not doing, and then I also don't want you to look like an idiot for, I don't want you to look like easy, looking dumb and shit, saying shit that's not true, and then getting like called out for being dumb and shit.
But where we're sitting right now, he's bought subs, right? Like this is not being able to promote a video is not a new thing. Having that sort of fucking growth, drop $100 on ads and get 3 times the growth or 3 times the subs overnight when you don't have even the views to support it. That sounds like bullshit. This smells like bullshit. But you know what? I haven't bought ads in years, so
this is not buying an ad, dude. Like, this is something else. You're not buying an ad. You're just buying promotion. So, like, in here, the crazy thing is like it doesn't even like.
Mike, where'd he go?
He's dropped a can of food on his foot or something. No, I don't know. He just went out though. So they're just what it is. They're promoting your video. Your video gets put more visible. You get put to the top.
Yeah, I understand how it works. I've used it before. And it doesn't. I think that Grid is exploiting an excuse opportunity, and I think that Glenn is actually just a nice guy. You know what I mean?
How do you buy subs?
You can Google search it, and I
okay.
Where you'd get them from, but there are lots of like Asian companies. They've got like cell phone farms in Asia, and they'll just start adding subs to your thing. So I'm verifying my identity. I got to go through, since I lost my monetization, I have to re-verify myself to do this.
Or would they even let you?
Huh?
Will they even let you do it?
We'll see.
I
mean, yeah, they'll let me buy promotions, but it might take I don't know if my application will be approved right now.
It'll take like may take like 24 hours. It may take up to 24 hours. But no, I don't. I'm telling you right now, like, so here's the thing, like YouTube has like a crackdown on people that buy subs. You can lose your entire channel over that shit.
I know, it's always been that way.
Yeah, Grid is not the guy that's going to risk losing his channel over that shit. I can tell you that right now. He's not the guy that would take that risk. And I don't blame him. I honestly, I think it's the growth has been coming from either the promos, doing the promotion, also networking, the network that he's in. Like he's in a vast like multi-variety networks, like in like, you know, he has mean? Well, meaning like he's in many different spheres, right? He's not just
that doesn't work.
I'm in. He's in multiple spheres. He's in spheres that I'm not
he's
in.
always been in multiple spheres. It's never paid off for him.
Well, I can tell you this. I don't believe that he's buying subs, because me and him and I were talking about the promotions. I told him that I ran the promotions and that it worked out great for me, and that, you know, he should give it a shot. But I also told him that subs, the sub count, that's a vanity metric. It does not equate to dollars and cents. It's just for people like wanting to feel good about themselves, right? Yes, you could say like the more subs you have, the more likely you may get more, ad revenue or more, donos, whatever. Sure. But that doesn't necessarily mean that. It just means you have a greater chance, but it doesn't guarantee anything. And the promotion doesn't guarantee you actually get subs. All it does is that it guarantees that your video is going to be put out there more, and that people are going to see that video, whatever video you're promoting, more likely than they did before. Now, it doesn't mean that they're going to subscribe to you. That's the other thing. Like, they have to actually like your content in order to subscribe to you.
Right. And that's sort of my point, right? The amount of growth that he had for what he allegedly did, which is buy promotions for one video, just the numbers don't work.
Well, what video? I don't even know what video he put out there.
He said that it was that little short 3-minute video.
Oh, the one that John Mosman did? That was a good cut. Yeah, that was actually a really good edit. So
I'm sure it's good. I haven't watched it, but what I'm saying is that I think that he's had more subs than that video's had views. So that, like, never do you get more subs.
He had more subs. He got more subs from that video than views on that video.
I'm rolling off memory. Let me check it for sure, but it's damn near.
Because that doesn't make sense. That wouldn't compute. But then, if you're trying to go off of like Social Blade's gonna always be behind, and then
it's a little bit behind.
And then you looking at his video and seeing the view count, that's gonna be behind. Only his studio page is going to be the most accurate.
Right, but no, well, you don't need to have his studio page to be able to figure out the situation. So
Well, you need his to get the more accurate look without having to, guesstimate. Yeah. I mean, everything else you're just going to be kind of like speculating or guesstimating.
well, everything is always speculation, right? To a degree, because we weren't there,
Yeah.
and he's not going to admit it.
Oh,
So
I can tell you right now, if Grid bought subs, he would say, "Yeah, I bought subs."
why do you think that?
Why do I think that he would?
Yeah, why do you think that Grid doesn't fake all the time about being?
Well, because
shitty?
we were talking about it. He's like, "Shit, I would rather buy subs than do like all the hard work shit, but I wouldn't want to lose my channel over it." And I was like, "I know, I get it. Like, like there's too much at risk." So like, and he said that like, we're joking about it, like, so I know that like to him, it's not worth the risk to lose his channel over. You know what I mean?
But somebody hypothetically, somebody would say that whether they bought subs or not, that you could expect to hear them say that.
Sure, you could.
You would never hear them say, "Oh yeah, I bought subs."
But see, like again, you have to. You also got to recognize the person.
No,
Grid is not going to take that risk over.
Grid. Look, I might not like Grid, but he's definitely not stupid enough to buy subs and then say he bought subs and get his channel dumped.
He's also not stupid enough to buy subs and risk losing what he built. I'm just telling you.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, you don't have to believe me, and I'm not trying to sit here and convince you. I'm just trying to let you know that I know that the man would not buy subs.
You just told me that if he did buy subs, he would admit it.
Yes, I'm saying if he did, he wouldn't like lie about it.
But we both know that he would definitely lie about it if he did it, because otherwise he'd lose his channel. If you're saying he wouldn't take the risk on that because he might risk his channel, why would he do something with that?
I'm saying like if you like, let's say you were talking to him offline, right? Like, man, did you buy subs? He'll probably be like, yeah, I bought subs. Like, like he wouldn't lie to someone he trusts or he knows. Like,
I appreciate you being a good friend.
Like, but hey, you don't have to believe me. I know that he was doing the promotion thing because I was walking him through the promotion, and I know that he wouldn't go down that route because it's not worth the risk. That's a really reckless thing to do.
So
People
Glenn,
do it all the time.
Glenn, what was the most you've seen someone blow up in 1 year? Like say a 13-month period in anything like reaction videos, just a normal person, reaction videos to music or the panel verse. What's the biggest you've seen someone grow?
Well, Pearl hit 1 million in a year.
Okay, because there's this girl named Britt Reacts. She started a little over a year ago doing reaction on music. But she was just smooth. She gained over 300,000 subs. And then we watched it grow week by week. It was just like Flo says, you could see the amount of views and the amount of subs and stuff like that. And I don't have no content stuff. We could just see how many views and
Don't have any.
Don't have any.
Stop correcting him. Stop being.
He's better than that.
Do you not comprehend what I said?
I do.
You just being a
See, this is
dickhead.
why I wouldn't want to pull you over. I can't even correct your grammar without you getting sassy.
I'm just saying,
I used to tell my son. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, Flo. Look, pick another battle.
No, I'm picking this battle, and now I'm extra engaged in it.
Okay.
And
okay.
The more I think about, would Grid tell the truth? No, Grid does not tell the truth all the time. He routinely claims I don't do drama, and then immediately in the next breath talks shit about people. Yeah, nah.
No, teach me now. What did I say wrong? I don't have any. Is that wrong?
No, you did a double negative. I don't have no. So if you don't have,
I said no. I thought I said don't have no.
No, yeah,
okay.
you did a double negative.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Seriously.
No way. Well, I didn't mean for you to appreciate it. I did it to be.
Well, I do because my son used to do that. You're the same age as my son, and I swear to God, he did the same to me all the time.
Don't let that fucker tell you how to live your life.
No, it's proper grammar. It's proper grammar.
Yeah, Glenn, you want him to sound like?
Remember, we're the law. He's the criminal.
Here's a video of Glenn dancing.
See you whining and grinding.
That's not. Stop lying.
I uploaded that clip and I was like, I can't play this. Crispy Treat's gonna be mad at me when she sees it. But I ended up playing it like fucking immediately.
So I'm telling you, just give it a shot. Give the whole promotion thing a shot. Look, I tried to get Grid to say that he loved you as a fellow.
You did so fucking good.
I was trying, like, I was appealing to the Christian nature, and yeah,
he was.
And now you doing this. It's definitely not going to happen. Okay, now I'm gonna have to pray extra hard. I'm gonna have to pray extra hard.
Look,
that God softens his heart for you, and you're just being a little demon, just throwing a wrench in everything.
The video,
Christian nature is vengeful.
Whose nature is?
Christians.
Not
any religious people.
Not Christian Bale's nature.
But
yeah,
Glenn,
right.
I mean, we didn't catch him with honey, so I'm moving on to vinegar.
Well,
we could double team him if you think it.
No,
might be
I'm not involved in this. I came here to try to rescue you.
Okay, but Glenn,
clear things up.
you bring up a good point. The best way to brainwash somebody is to give them hot, cold, right? And so that they never settle into a comfortable mental space.
I don't know. I don't do torturous shit and brainwash people, Flo.
Yes, you do. You're a prison guard, or you were. That's exactly what you do. Just you didn't know it. So here's the plan. Sleep
the worst
deprivation.
thing I ever did to an inmate was I tossed his cell and I felt bad. I wanted to help him clean it up. I'm like, here, let me get that for you.
Yeah.
But look, I came over here because I got to get going. I came over here to try to spare you any unnecessary conflict that you don't need, and not to burn the bridge even more when I'm trying to repair it for you. You're sabotaging me by doing this.
I didn't realize you were still trying to repair it.
It takes time, my friend. It takes time. So I expect you to do the right thing and retract your statements so I could work on this bridge. Oh, damn it.
I just want to introduce the audience. If you haven't met my mom, Glenn, great mother. Go ahead, Mom.
You need to okay. That got stop. Okay, come on now. You need to apologize for your behavior, young man.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that's a butt. I don't know whose butt that.
I won't change my mind because I don't have to, because I'm an American. I won't change my mind on anything, regardless of the facts that are set out before me. I'm dug in, and I'll never change.
Okay, I tried. All right, well, I will.
No, I'm gonna verify my thing. I'm gonna actually. Here's how thorough and how much integrity I have. I'm gonna spend money. I'm gonna spend money to test out this theory. Now, as of now, he's got 3.9 thousand views and 3.03 thousand new subs. That spread is ridiculous. But you know what? For the sake of due diligence, I am going to do it. In the meantime, I am still quite sure that he's buying subs, and I'm quite sure that regardless of what's really happening, that you are a good friend and you would be up here defending him regardless.
If somebody said this about you, and I know that it's not to be true, I would do the same thing.
And that's what I appreciate about you.
All right. Well, no more talking shit. I want to say, I'm trying to build a bridge that everybody's burning down. Okay.
Well, I was trying to build the bridge too. And then he was like, no, he's a bad person.
Stop dumping gasoline while I'm working.
Well,
is he the male version of Rose?
No, GRID1.
No.
Oh, Glenn.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, actually,
Yes,
maybe.
it sounds like it. Yeah.
What? No, I have a penis. I'm not a rose.
Rose,
you are Rose.
You're well networked and
I'm well
networked.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well.
You've got a broad network of people who all get along with you. Like, do you even have anybody who doesn't like you besides Easy?
Base Oracle.
Oh yeah. I forgot about it.
There's two.
There's two, right? Huh. Yeah. So,
Anywho,
anyways, yeah, there's a lot of similarities there because she's in sort of the truth or conspiracy theory, conspiracy, whatever those things are. The tinfoil.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Rollo doesn't like me.
Well, yeah, that's all right. You'll be fine.
I can live without that.
Yeah.
Hey, who's this guy? Oh, real quick, I wanted to ask you. I don't subject. Who got that 1 million subs in a year? Who was that?
Pearl.
Who's
Daily.
that?
Just Pearly things.
Pearly things. Yeah.
So what was his reactor? Is he a panel?
No, Pearl is she's known as like the female Andrew Tate.
Well, I don't know Andrew Tate either.
Ooh,
so.
she shouldn't lead with that.
No, she doesn't, but that's what everybody else.
I'll drop her a link down there so that you can check it out if you want. She she does a show where she comments on things like
she hopped on. She was on my panel with you the other day.
Yeah. And she's pretty base.
Yeah, like she's like my little sister. She's good people.
There goes the rose.
What? She just was out here with me like last month.
And my favorite part of that had to be though how look.
Man, being a rose is a good compliment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No,
I want to be a dozen of them.
I can hear myself talking back out of Scott's microphone.
Well, I got a jet because I got to finish up what I'm doing. I'll probably be back on in a little bit. So
okay.
I see you're still on. I'll come on.
Are you going to be monitoring me to see if I'm talking shit?
You're grown. You're going to do what you're going to do. I just try to come over here and spare you. I just try to come over here and save you.
Yeah. Well, you should save yourself from standing up for somebody and saying that he wouldn't lie when he lies constantly.
Okay. Whatever you
Glenn,
say.
I thought you were trying to save Ben Thorpe.
Glenn was trying to stomp on Ben Thorpe, but Ben ran away.
That's cool. Probably a good idea.
Well, Ben is Ben, and yeah, that's all I got to say about that. All right. So
What a mess.
I gotta go, guys. Talk to you later.
Peace. So good morning, Fetish State.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Oh, same shit, new day.
After GRID1 this morning instead of Cynthia, I see.
Huh? What about GRID? What about instead of Cynthia? Yeah. No, I texted Cynthia yesterday afternoon. I was like, hey, leave a comment on one of my videos. And she left a comment. She's like, Flow State needs to check it or needs to tie his shoelaces because he's tripping. And so I gave her rinse back.
That's funny.
It's funny.
So what any response over the night with GRID1? Were you talking to him or something? Is that what prompted this, or is this just impromptu?
Oh, he's buying subs.
Okay. So he's another unslaved one.
I called him out for buying subs. And Glenn's over here doing damage control, which I actually do appreciate about Glenn. It's like he hasn't tried to manage me before. I think he's gonna find it's harder than pause.
Yeah, it's kind of like taking hold of a wet cat.
Yeah. Or trying to herd cats or whatever, either one, right?
Yeah.
Peace and respect and good morning, gents. Flow state, that's a logical fallacy.
I don't do that.
Why. Yes, you did. Here's why. In order that he's doing damage control, he would have to believe, no matter what he says, Glenn would have to believe that you're correct. So he's not doing damage control. That's inaccurate.
What's he doing?
If he believed that I was correct, but is friends with GRID1 as well, then that would be damage control.
That would be damage control. Right. It would be. But I think
if
that
that were
Glenn
the
actually
case,
believes that he's innocent of it.
Yeah, I think so too.
Okay, I thought you thought so, which is why it's a fallacy.
Right. Well, fuck. Anyways, you got me there.
I think he's buying them. I mean, not for nothing, just on the general principle that he throws around money around for no apparent reason.
So what kind of fallacy was that?
Logical.
Where he accuses someone of doing something he knows they can't do. So he's saying, let me see, which fallacy would that be? Still fallacious.
I don't know. I'm not trying to quit. I'm not trying to quiz you.
There's so many.
I don't know. Yeah,
There's
I know
so
they
many,
are.
Harmon. You know, it's just I just know that if you accuse someone of doing something that you know they can't have done, that's a fallacy. I know that.
Angry Casper, what are you spurging about now?
I don't know. He's been filling up chat for quite a while.
Oh yeah, he's a spurg. He's a chat.
Let's
spurg.
call it the white knight fallacy.
Let's call it the flow fallacy.
Oh no, he's got so many. We can't label just that one flow fallacy. Come on.
Flow fallacy 1.
Flo's
Flow
got a
fallacy
pretty good.
2.
Flo's got a pretty good nose for sniffing out number fudgers.
It was part of my job.
You said you're going to investigate it, so we'll find out what the report brings.
Yeah, we'll find out if Glenn is right, and I have the same results as the same rate that GRID1's been getting. Then in about a week, where are my subs at now? Here, let me just do a little math.
Was that guy Grid? Was his video good?
I haven't seen it.
I mean, if he had girls in bikinis and stuff, it might get a lot of subs.
Listen, if you want to get a lot of views and you want to get pushed by the algorithm, love on Kamala, hate on Trump.
That's been proven so many times. Yeah, that's so proven.
I just can't do it. Don't like either one of them.
How's your board of directors go, Scott?
So yeah, I'll be over 6,000 in a week if
that was funny, Chuck.
I know.
Yeah, Scott, do you not know that Jack doesn't like practical suggestions that involve?
Listen, I got involved with talking to Jack offline and talked to him a number of times, and every single time it ends up in a chaotic fucking argument because he doesn't want to take simple, logical direction. He wants you to come and show up and do.
He doesn't want to take action.
Well, he wants you to take action for him. He wants somebody to show up and be his savior and make it all work for him.
But he wants the credit.
Absolutely. It's his idea. He's just the idea man.
Hey, you guys were talking about Trump and Kamala. If they jumped off a 100-story building, who would hit the ground first?
The building.
Who cares?
I don't think either of
Who
them.
cares?
They're both full of hot air. They'd float away.
I said, who cares?
Yeah.
Thank you, the Smoking Otter, for the donation. Here is your bombs.
When you hear the sirens or anti-aircraft guns, you must get under cover at once. If you're in the open with no cover, lie down. The most important rule of all is never to stand staring at the sky. If you don't take cover, you may get hurt.
Is everybody there? Oh.
Did you see OTW yesterday, Flo?
I listened to about 20 minutes of it, but not really.
Of them playing the video?
That's what I was just playing a little bit ago. Yeah.
Where the guy uses Paul's name when he
Yeah,
got
actually,
in
let
trouble.
me pull it back up, and I'll jump back to that spot.
Hey, when he's pulling up panel, can someone help me with my bet today? It's got Penn State at USC. Penn State's favored by 4. I'm taking them. Anybody got anything on that?
I would go against USC.
Football's for losers.
Foosball's the devil.
Yeah,
Hey, where'd homie go?
It's fun to bet on. So, what do you say? Did anybody say?
I'm going to take an educated guess
Right.
that you saw hundreds of YouTube videos on this, and you see how it ends.
No, but they were ending differently. No,
They let Paul Enslaved go.
Maybe enslaved. They let him go.
Maybe they got different deputies, but
Maybe so. Wasn't here.
so
Paul
probably
was
not.
crying.
I mean, we don't play that game, man. At the end of the day, dude.
Is there any chance you can go back in time?
I tried to save people.
That's pretty funny.
Didn't I, Scott? Didn't I try to teach people, Scott?
Yep.
Hey, now it's Paul Unsaved.
USC 30912 or whatever it is, Flo.
Yeah, we got a new designation. Instead of Paul Enslaved, it's Paul Unsaved.
And Sam, if you're asking about the skin injections, I don't know what you're referring to, but tanning injections short was meme. He didn't really do that. I've had to explain that was a joke way more times than I would have ever thought that I would have had to.
People actually took that serious.
That short popped in the algorithm. So there's a whole bunch of people watching it who had never met him. They thought they were the same guy. Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Yeah. Like he wiped his tattoos off or something.
That'd be like saying Scott was P. Diddy.
Scott probably partied with P. Diddy.
He was P. Diddy.
I hear you're the diddler.
Excuse me?
Don't they call you the diddler?
I'll give you my address if you want to find out.
Hey, Chuck.
Already at Chuck's.
Chuck, I had never heard of Cat Williams until this Diddy stuff came out. I guess so. This Cat Williams guy was calling him out way before, just telling everybody what a dick he was and stuff. Have you heard about that?
I thought Cat Williams was a female.
No,
No.
Cat Williams.
No.
He's a pretty big comedian. I found out. I didn't hear him until last week, and then I went back and looked at things. That dude, if he's real, I don't know how he gets away with calling out Hollywood like he does.
Am I the only one on my panel who couldn't collect retirement right now? Should we be at McDonald's getting breakfast?
Denny's. There's a discount.
No,
It's called working for a
McDonald's
living.
breakfast.
It's called working for a living, Flo.
Fuck that shit.
That's
I
why
try
I
to
don't
grin.
have
Yeah,
to,
fuck that shit.
That's why I don't have to work no more.
Dude, we got
I feel like
DUs
I
delivered.
never worked. Working for the government, I feel like I never worked.
That's because you
Well,
didn't.
That's
I know.
because you're one of those clock punchers.
Pot punchers.
Clock.
Scott, are
He
you
just-
feeling competitive with the quips this morning?
Not really, but I just got so much stuff going on. We got the generator going. I'm walking downstairs because there's another DU showed up. I was hoping like 10 showed up, but 1 showed up this morning. I'm not feeling competitive. What's that?
How are those stairs treating you?
Well, that's
you
nuts.
do that more often.
He's got an
Yeah.
escalator.
I need an escalator, but
No, you
yeah.
just need to use the stairs more.
You just need to go to the gym. That's all.
Well, I need to start working. I broke my foot about 3 months ago. So
You've been saying that for like 2 years, Scott.
no, I didn't say
telling
that.
you.
All right, dog, stop that. No.
Dog. He
I
calls
broke
that
the
a
foot
dog.
and then broke my toe after that, my little toe. Stop. I got 3 dogs, 2 to 3 dogs down here and 1 upstairs eating right now. I got
You need
the
less
little ones. I
furniture in your house.
just acclimated these little ones too. He's pulling my damn. Stop! He's pulling my headphones off. Little
So,
idiot.
Flo, you say we're all 4 retired?
All right,
These all 4 of us on your panel?
Huh?
No, he
All
said of
4 of us on-
retirement age.
Oh, I'm 65. I'm sure someone got to be older than me.
Chuck might be.
Chuck's like
Nope.
102 or something.
I'm only 63.
See.
Well, you
I'm
look
starting to
older
sound
at
like-
least.
And
starting to sound like I'm the baby at 56.
I'm 37 and I'm sort of retired-ish.
That's
I don't
from
have a
having a
boss.
hard life. Hard life to do that to you.
You got to work first to retire.
Well, I mean, my career took a turn when I became a felon, so it's, you know what, time to retire and go into YouTubing.
It's so bad that they just ruin your life with that shit. It
You know
sucks.
what? Working in an office was ruining my life. I didn't even know it.
He ruined his own life doing that shit. Don't blame it on anybody
No, the
else.
felon the way they do that don't bullshit. If the law is unjust, it's unjust.
So here's the problem with the laws as they are. You're told you committed a crime against the civilization. You're told there's a punishment for that. You receive the punishment. You fulfill everything, and guess what? You did not pay your debts to society. It follows you forever. That part is unfair.
That's what I'm saying.
Agree. I agree, Richard.
Yep, 100%.
Either you paid your debt or you did not. If you did, it should be off the books.
I've seen so many guys in jail that didn't belong there. It was crazy. It was
it's a repeat business model.
Yes,
right?
it is. If you're in the system, they don't want you out, and so they'll do anything to get you to come back in the system.
Give me a break.
Oh, they do. I watch them. They get them out. So a lot of the inmates don't want to be out of the system. You can stay in till you discharge your number. But if you want out 3 years early, and they'll give you 3 years probation, that's like jail. You're going to come back.
There's a lot of people in jail who were saying who are advising me to just go to prison and do the sentence.
Right.
Because if you get probation, you'll just be going to prison to do your sentence anyways after they fuck with you for a while. It wasn't true for me, but it is true for most people.
Oh, a lot of people it is. It just is.
And the way, like, when somebody gets out of prison, they give them like a night at a hotel and a bus ticket back to the county of their conviction. But then you've also got parole meetings, right? So if you've been in prison for 15 years and you get out and you've got nothing, you've got a night at a hotel, but you've got these parole meetings, and it's crazy, the expectations and the strings and shit.
Yeah, one of my good friends was a parole officer. Parole officer 3. He had all the power. Do whatever he wants. What are you growling about, Chuck?
He's that sort of person, and even though he's the one who knows the least about the system here, he's sure he knows the most.
Huh. I've never been in the system, therefore I know something, huh?
There you go. All right, youngin, just keep it quiet, all right?
I've never been in the system, therefore I know something. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
That's what I said.
He's never experienced it, so he knows. He knows how to stay clean.
That math doesn't math.
Yeah, it does.
It's like buying subs, like getting 3,600 views and getting 3,500 subs. that doesn't add. Which, if those numbers are true, Flo.
Look at Paul's number. Have you looked at Paul's numbers lately, Flo?
Not lately.
I think it's up to like 7,000.
He did. I kind of have been watching. He got a pop after he had a vertical stream that got a lot of numbers. He had a pop there. I don't think that was anything but organic. I mean, I think that was all on the up and up. I haven't been paying attention lately, though.
Look at that video he just showed. Those are the mentality of Paul Subs. That's not hard to get. Come on. They go, Paul and Slave. He's telling a cop. Are they even in the same state? I'm sure they're not. And he said, Paul and Slave got away with it. Telling the cop that.
I think that guy was in Florida that was in that video.
Yeah, it's so funny, though. He's dropping Paul's name like it has clout to the cops.
Oh, and Paul got so mad on that video.
Oh, did he?
Don't use my name.
Why? He's the one that said it. I don't get that.
That's funny. Hello.
What's funny?
Respect Midnight.
Well, his name, Flow State's name, Fetish State.
Oh yeah. I gotta keep y'all kinky this morning.
Hey, no problem. I'm into that. So, Richard, how you been?
Better than I deserve, sir. How are you?
I would say the same thing. Better than I deserve, although I guess I don't know. I'll just go with your answer.
Richard sounds like a great sound system. You have a DJ voice or a great sound system.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. His voice is definitely radio.
Oh, thanks, boss.
quality.
Appreciate
Your
that. That's
shadow
nice.
is a cartoon.
Mine sucks. Everyone hates it.
Your voice is not radio friendly.
Yeah. Well, dang, I know that before you. Thank you.
I'm just not being.
I
mean
knew
or
that
nothing.
before you.
Auto tune.
Everything. That's so disturbing. It looks like a fucking alien.
Why is it when people do that with the finger, just it's funny sometimes. It's just giving a finger. But
It's only certain people. It's
Yeah.
only certain people. I mean, it's a fact.
Like if Chuck flipped us off, I don't know if it would bother us at all either. Chuck
Angry
goes,
Casper, getting doxxed is anticlimactic. If you don't care about getting doxxed, then when they dox you, it's like, oh,
wait,
you did it.
That's what they make automatic reloading doorbells for.
I mean, I don't know why anybody would come on and get involved in these panels where people are fucking crazy if you're scared of getting doxxed.
That's true.
It just seems like you need to find a different hobby. I didn't start coming to these places until I was off probation, for instance.
Speaking of which, how's your monetization problem?
It's unchanged. Like I never got any sort of response back from the appeal at all.
Well, I don't know how you go to those other channels, the black channels, and just be the only white guy, and they're just hammering on you. I don't know how you can deal with that. I mean, not get mad, but
It hasn't.
you can't get.
I don't think that I think I'm past the test the white guy phase.
He's a wannabe, Harmon.
No, I've got subs and a felony. Okay, if that does, and the black card. If that doesn't make me black, I don't know what does.
Yeah. So, are you saying Paul is joking that he's partially black?
Yes. Yeah.
Because he looks pinkish to me. He looks like a little albino.
Hey, I'm albino, okay?
Well, good. Do you look like one too?
I mean, yes, but I'm not turning my camera on.
Well, then there's nothing wrong with it. But Paul looks a little albino.
Oh, especially
I think he's just
facial
Irish.
features.
He's just ginger.
Looks albino to me.
Hey, gingers and albinos are not the same. That's insulting. Okay, gingers have no soul. I have a soul. Gingers
You're
don't.
like it'd be like
Yeah,
it's like you know those
but
cave salamanders.
how many albinos you know that got a horn in the middle of their forehead?
I hear that those horns are a powerful aphrodisiac if you can get one out of
Oh,
China.
I'm talking about that one Paul's got.
He's got a horn?
Oh yeah. The elusive albino horn.
Oh, there you go.
But if you look close, right in the middle of his forehead at the top.
In Raging Patriot, I think that you've nailed it. Yeah. I am a little bit crazy with patience and persistence.
He does. Look, tell me he could be. I don't think that looks like a regular ginger to me.
That's a clitoris on his head.
I'm not saying about the horn. I'm just saying he could be black.
Is that his mother next to him?
Yes.
Okay.
And
they
this
look
is
alike. Yeah, so was he a unicorn or is he a rhinoceros?
Well, that was disturbing.
It was.
This is even more so.
How's that more so? That's me in 8th grade in the back.
Wait till you see Scott. Ugh.
Why are you
This is
blanking out
Scott.
the guys? That's old Lindsay.
No, that's Scott.
That's all me. Just go check Paul's past streams. You'll see me.
Chairman of
What's
the
a
board.
wacky Sam? Wacky Sam.
I think it's a misspelling of racism.
Oh, wait, racism.
Angry Casper. Okay, wow.
So
Yeah, no,
he's saying it with a lisp.
Yeah, the racism is definitely intentionally pushed through the institutions here. It's a nice divide and conquer tool. And it
Like I
appeals
told
to weak people, to weak-minded people.
That's the only thing I remember when I talked to Charles Manson. He was dead serious about that. He went on for like 20 minutes. That's their whole agenda is to have Blackie against Whitey.
It works in the prison system. That's really the only place it's solid.
Harmon, if you put if you put a swastika thing on Talcott's forehead, would he look like Charlie Manson?
You know what? In a way, he would. You know, Charlie's a little bitty guy, though. You just can't get over how little Charlie was. He was only like
Jack
5'2".
is little too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but Jack's
Jack.
like 5'6", I think.
Yeah.
I mean,
Manson was
when you
what,
go from 5'6" to
5'2"?
5'2", that's little.
Yep.
That is really little.
So that's the first thing I noticed. I'm almost 6'5", and wearing the boots. I'm over 6'5", and I go into in front of his cell. I'm looking. I gotta like get on my knee to talk to him. You know what I'm saying?
If you're getting on your knees, you're doing something else then.
He's in his cell. He's never allowed contact. Never.
Which is
So
basically torturing somebody to death, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, he would get 1 hour of day, yard time a day out of 24 hours, but most of the time he wouldn't go.
You wouldn't go?
No, because it's when you go yard time, you're in the yard by yourself, and it's in a cement wall yard. It's only it's really, and when you go take a shower out there, because they had an open shower in the summertime out there for him. Yeah, those Corcoran State Prison was in the SHU unit, security housing unit. It's quite isolated if you had to be.
That's I'm not down with that shit.
No, it's pretty. Yeah, one of the worst guys was this guy named Johnny Keys. He was a big porn star back in the 70s, I think.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, he was a big old black guy, and he had done some gruesome killing things. Yeah, he was. They were pretty violent back then. I guess they still are, but I don't know on that. I'm out of the system.
Worse as in he did the worst crimes, or as he got the worst treatment?
No, I wasn't even allowed to go over to where he was, and no, he just was very violent. And we had one guy. Check this guy. I want to hear one little prison story. We had one guy that this is how our mentality is. If you keep your food tray, then that's grounds for us to go in there and taser you, knock you down, and do everything you want to get that food tray. And instead of saying, hey, until you give us food tray, you're not getting any more food. But our mentality is we're going to take it from you. So we tased this. They tased this guy with the prongs. They go into it, and he just look at you and just pull them off. And of course, he's all smeared down with all kinds of grease and doo-doo and everything else they put on him. What a stupid people we were as guards. What a fucking idiots.
If you're in the field and you're a cop and you shoot somebody with a taser and they just look at you, laugh, and pull them out.
They rip the skin, blood, and everything. Huh?
Yeah, there's some people it doesn't affect, or it hits them wrong. I guess I've seen that a couple times where the people it doesn't seem to affect them at all. They get a little jolt and then they're able to deal with it.
But he didn't even this dude. I don't think a 38 would have hurt him. You know what I'm saying? This dude was a bad dude.
Those
would
anchor squarely,
No, he ripped them out. It wasn't a one-time thing. This guy, it was like when he get bored once a month or so, he'd do it. That was his excitement.
Oh, there's quite a few videos on YouTube where they're showing people getting tased and they just keep on walking.
Yeah, they just keep going. It's a lot of mental thing, believe it or not. Once you hit it and you succumb to it. I've seen, they showed a girl in CO that they always ask for volunteers in taser class, and they use the wand, right? Ain't nobody volunteering. You ain't going to volunteer to show what a taser does to you. But anyway, so they had this girl, and they hit her in the legs, and they kept hitting her, and she just laughed about it. Huh?
Sorry.
Yeah, she never went down. They must have tasered her 5-6 times, and it just didn't affect her. So who knows?
She was into some hardcore BDSM, man.
Chuck goes there.
I knew Chuck was going to go there. Here, I found Jack Talcott in an alternate universe when he's got his shit together.
No.
My guy, his job is to take out the garbage. I don't understand why I keep having to ask him to do it. He's not doing it.
All right, so
he should just know.
He should just know.
Yeah.
Take out the garbage. Is the problem the garbage isn't taken out, or the garbage isn't taken out when you want it done? Like when you want it to. My schedule. I want it done now.
Yeah.
Is that the problem? Or that it's never going to be done and he'll just stack up 10 bags of garbage all around there?
I think it's more of it'll be done, but it's not on the timeline that I made up.
That's pretty
or
fair.
that we discussed.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fair. And you shouldn't have to explain or talk or do anything because you're the authority now of what time it needs to be done. You shouldn't have to do that.
Not his mother. I just want him to take it out. Take out the trash.
But you should be a mind reader of when that should be done, right?
Yeah.
Let's just make this fair here. How often do you think he wants intimacy and you don't just do it when he thinks about it?
My guy, his job is to take out the garbage.
So even in the alternate universe where he's a successful life coach, he still doesn't really want to do any work.
Yep.
If your lady says take the garbage out, take it out.
Even
It's simple.
King Steven yesterday was playing some Talcott stuff he found from that lady Jubilee.
I think I know who that is. Casper, you dropped 4 links.
That wasn't Jack for real, was it?
No, but it looks like him.
Yeah, I was gonna say, okay, yeah. He's talking too good. He didn't have whatever that whiny voice he has.
The praise God thing.
Yeah, it's just
That guy creepily reminded me of like a love child of Jack Talcott and Brian O'Shea.
Oh God.
That just, I mean,
that baby
the hair pulled back and shit. That was fucked up.
That's gonna keep you up tonight. You're not gonna be able to go to sleep now.
Probably for a week.
The terrible thing is I bet both of them are just bisexual enough that they probably would fuck each other.
Or have.
Very few that I listened to you come up, but I do remember that one time he shared the room with somebody. Jack, you guys talked about that?
Yep.
Some room.
When he went on a trip with a postal clerk.
That was a fucking. That was like a
weird.
That was a below the radar. That was a threat if I ever heard one.
Was it?
That's how it sounded to me. What it sounded like to me is, "Hey guy, I want you to stop ignoring me. Remember that time we fucked?"
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna say your name.
I remember now. Yeah.
Yep.
I remember that now.
All right, so our Spurgy Casper wants us to watch this and react to it because half of y'all are cops and the other half love the taste of boots. Russia's Alcatraz, I guess Glenn left now. The toughest prison on Fire Island. Russia's full of pussies.
Terrorists, assassins, mafia bosses, serial killers.
Whoa,
The Russian
Jay.
courts have given them the maximum penalty: life imprisonment. Here, that really means until the end of the.
Casper, do you have any idea what our copyright situation is on this video?
I'd be careful.
I would think it's too well done.
It seems pretty good.
You're going to take a strike. You keep playing this, I think. They
What's
got
the
their
channel?
Well,
if they have WLT trademark, you're done.
What I mean, no. What? Give me more talk than this.
No.
Not like the first
No.
time ever in Casper's life that I get a one word answer.
That is
Praise
hilarious.
God. Praise God.
So, Chuck, what do you think about Jack just totally dismissing the idea of trying to gather together a board of like-minded individuals, or even maybe not like-minded? Do you think that he doesn't want to do that because he doesn't? I mean, he sees himself at the fucking bow of the boat no matter what, and he's not doing that. He's not leading.
He thinks he came up with this grand idea, and he's leaving. He wants other people to make it happen, except he wants to be on top.
I asked him, if I introduced him to anybody that I know, what would you tell them? And he couldn't come up with an answer. I said, Jack, write down just a
It's
preliminary.
like you haven't been here for 2 years. Like you don't understand how Jack is.
I said that to him and got me in all kinds of trouble. I said, just write me some bullet points. Boom. I got banned.
An outline. Give me something to bite into that you've come up with, And he's like, just go back in my streams and listen. What, for a fucking year, you and Paul yelling at each other? What?
That's the good shit.
It is actually. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm damn near tempted to just go pull apart all the crap with Jack and put it in a festival, because he is the stuff that has happened around him is bizarre, and it might just entertain.
It is pretty interesting how perfect his pull is for like chaos energy, right? Like his panels are unchained.
They're off the wall. They are.
Well,
for him,
he got me yesterday when he said that he himself got himself cured from alcohol.
Cured from it?
Yeah.
Did he just take another addiction, like the addiction to craziness, on or something?
Well, I know he's doing a boatload.
Isn't that what we're
weed.
all doing here?
Mm-hmm.
Somewhat.
No.
I didn't drop any addictions for this one, though.
You are addicted to talking about the Bible.
I like
Fair
listening
enough.
to Richard to a point.
But I was never an alcoholic.
I can show you how, Richard. It's easy.
No, I understand the concept. My dad was an alcoholic. It's not that I'm unfamiliar with the idea.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But I give all glory to God for getting over mine.
But not any of the blame?
Why would I blame him? He's not the
Why
one
not the blame?
He's responsible for everything. Look, I was just having this. Who was I talking to earlier about this? Anyways, he either is responsible or he's not responsible, right? He doesn't get just the good, and then we get the bad.
I don't consider
that's
myself
the devil. The devil did that one.
That's where the free will comes into play.
Right, but see, this is the amazing thing that Christianity does. It gives credit for all good shit to God, nothing to the human. All blame goes to the human.
But he did create the evil.
He created the evil, and he created each human with their temperament and demeanor. Like he made everything, or he didn't.
The rationality of all religions is just out the window, Flo. They're going to rationalize anything to make it fit their agenda.
You guys can come into my wheelhouse, and I'm going to have to speak about this. Chuck, the problem is, I have
Fight
to.
the urge.
I'm emotionally compelled.
Fight the urge. Fight the urge. Fight it. Fight it. You can do it, brother.
This is
control
my
yourself.
job.
Control yourself.
Yeah, my control is just fine. I've been almost silent for 80-90% of the time.
Let
Chuck,
you tell it.
The problem is, it's hard to say that God is love, a statement of identity, meaning that God is love. Love is God. You could say it either way, right? And then say that God created all things, including evil. Can you see why that doesn't work?
I see where it works.
Okay, make that work for me.
That's where free will comes in. Free will comes into play.
Well, tell me how love is evil. Just make that make sense for me.
He's going to
You
rationalize
have to change the I and you have to turn it around. I to O. I just switch it around.
That's great wordplay, Scott. But
Could the peanut gallery
brilliant. However, it's just not an answer.
Well, I didn't think I was going to agree with you, but I'm agreeing with you. I like you now. I thought you were going to start hell and brimstone on us.
Peanut gallery. Chuck's trying to answer.
I'm just saying I don't see how God can be love and create evil unless the evil in some way is loving. So if someone can tell me how evil is loving, then I can understand.
I can answer how. Real quick, I can answer how God can do that because He's a sovereign citizen.
Righteous.
Claiming being above the law doesn't change our experience.
No,
even
the
if
sovereign
God is
citizen
above.
Stop
fagging
Love
out.
is
Can I try to give you a serious answer? You're asking how can love be hate?
I'm asking.
Well, aren't there many cases to where somebody does out of love, but they do something they winds up hating the other person?
Would you say that person is maybe mentally ill or that they have some emotional problems? Okay, well, God shouldn't have that, so that would be no God.
Well, clearly something is wrong with God if He
That's what I'm
created the
saying.
universe with as fucked up humans as we are.
That's correct.
See, now the blame of this conversation isn't on God; it's on Flo because he brought it up.
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it.
All right, now you're
A
God.
person, alternatively, a person could accept that God did not make all things. After all, the topic in the text of the Bible that the Christians are actually referring to is only heaven and this earth. It does not talk about everything everywhere. And it never claims, for instance, that God created Jupiter or the Orion series of stars or any of the other those things.
Sure.
So then that raises the question: is who created everything else?
Why is it a who?
Well,
The creator did.
Well,
No, just justify just justify that one term "who" in creation of all of the cosmos.
Is there a possibility that the creation of good, or if just good exists? I mean, it's like hot or cold. One can't happen without a reference point to the duality, or the opposite, rather.
That's not true.
Okay, well, give me an example: top, bottom, up, down, right, left. I mean, there's, you can't have light without darkness. I mean,
Yeah,
darkness
I
is
understand the
the absence of light.
concept of dichotomies. It's not that I don't understand the concept of dichotomies, and I'm not doubting your experience, how you know one is different from the other, how you contrast and compare so you can see a difference. But you're talking about how humans operate. You're not actually speaking in the actuality, because there can
give
be
us an
I'm
example,
asking,
with
please.
no cold.
Give an
my
example.
My question is, if
Sure.
if there's good, does that automatically predict there's evil?
Necessitate.
No, it doesn't. For instance, in our experience, a small child raised up well can experience only love and no hate. They don't even know what hate is. We learn that later on when we encounter hateful things. So there can be love with no hate, etc., etc.
And to this comment, God, I don't understand how anybody could be a grown ass person and not understand the concept. God created us, right? So who's responsible for the creation, the creator. But there's no car manufacturer on earth that could make cars that can keep blowing up when you hit the gas, but it's the car's fault. If God's all powerful and all knowing and created everything, then absolutely everything is his fault. It is also how he wants it to be. That's the other part of this.
Well, what about? Excuse me for interrupting, but
That's a really good point, Flo.
But what about
you do not hate to interrupt, Scott. You love interrupting.
Well, but listen, I mean, I'm just looking at the evil one and God, and that casting Lucifer out. If we follow this story to its its end, then the evil is not that God created evil. He loved us so much that he gave us our free will. He gave us our free will.
You
We
and
created
Raging Patriot can sit in the stupid fucking brainwash corner. He's all powerful, and he created everything.
I get that. He left us alone, though. He didn't. He did not create us.
The binary system, the equilibrium point of any person's temperament, all these things were blank, and he set them where they're at. And also, he's all powerful. So anything that's happening, he could stop. So anything that's happening, he's choosing not to stop.
He gave you the creator power. He gave you the creator force.
Everybody, Scott. Satan works for God, and we're exactly as we're supposed to be. Deal with it.
Steve, every time Flo gives a fallacy, holler up.
I'm not giving fallacies. I'm just contradicting dogma, and
I'm messing with you, Flo. You're so sensitive. I know you're young and you still haven't grown up all the way, but you'll get better when you get older.
Man.
Yeah, you'll be okay. You're just a young kid.
Want to hear me
I
climb
remember
stairs?
when I was 37 years old, 30 years ago. Yeah, I remember being you.
Follow the laws.
No, Scott, we do not want to hear you climb stairs.
That'd be like a beach whale. Come on,
Raging
now.
Patriot, did Job have an easy life?
I don't know. I didn't live back then.
Do you know the story?
According to the story in the Bible, did Job have an easy life?
I would say no.
I concur. No, not that easy.
Bill Hicks, you have been the most cowardly person on this topic of all. The most runningest away audience member I've ever seen when topics start to question the groupthink that you're under. The fact of the matter is that Christianity has tons of self-contradictions that do not hold water at all. That people like Bill Hicks mentally bypass every fucking day, and they have to, or else their paradigm crumbles immediately. That's why people like Bill Hicks run away from the conversation about these harder topics.
I could point out one that Scott just did maybe 3 minutes ago. He made a false correlation that is causatively, and because of chronology, impossible, that Satan was Lucifer. That is biblically impossible, yet held by almost every Christian.
It's never
Here's
even
why it's
mentioned
impossible.
in the Bible. The Bible
That's also
doesn't
true.
say.
That's
It
right.
says Lucifer.
So here's why it's impossible. In order that Christians are correct that that Lucifer is Satan. It's hard for me to keep track because it makes no damn sense. That Lucifer is Satan. Lucifer had to have been in heaven and been good, right? Because he's an archangel. And
Which
then he went to the Garden of Eden and thereby was evil for that time. And then in chapter 6 of the book of Genesis was in heaven again, which means he was good, and received a mission to be a watcher and fell. Which it's not only in the wrong order, it's also chronologically impossible, and it makes God a fool.
So they said Lucifer was in the Garden of Eden, not Satan?
They say that the serpent in the Garden of Eden is Satan, who is Lucifer. That's impossible.
Well, supposedly Lucifer and the 1/3 host of heaven that were cast down without a body. So Lucifer would never have a body, and the snake or something had a body, didn't he? He didn't inhabit a body.
Whether it's a perceived body or a physical body really doesn't matter.
It seems
it's an interesting point, but
the 1/3 of the host of heaven that were cast down and not born into the physical realm. They were just cast down as spirits. That's from the whole understanding.
They were cast down as spirits.
Yes.
Well, it says that those same are imprisoned until the end of the earth.
Right. And so they're in prison.
I don't know how.
Spirit prison. They mention it in Corinthians.
Yeah, of course,
prison.
spirit prison.
Bill Hicks.
That's what they call it.
You don't need an echo chamber.
It's just so stupid.
You don't need an echo chamber because God's on your side, right? So come on up here, ye of little faith. Explain something to me. This is not biased against you. I'm biased against stupid thinking. If you have a case, I will concede. I'm much more interested in pursuing truth than I am in being antagonistic toward Christianity.
Yeah.
The issue is that Christianity is massively antagonistic to truth. Which is
anyway, I wasn't
Satan
arguing with you on your thing about Satan and stuff like that. I don't believe any of that stuff anyway. I think it's just a story.
No,
but
it's
I'm just saying, and the story I read, that's how I got it. It was 1/3 of the host of heaven was cast down without bodies. And that's why, like when Christ did the casting the spirits out of the swamp, out of the evil man or whatever, that had legion, had many, and so they went and jumped into a pig because they would want to have any body as long as they can inhabit it.
Slow
then,
down.
of course, the pigs went over.
Yeah.
Oh, following the story.
Yeah, no, you're doing just fine. You're not saying anything inaccurate. It's just that there's some real problems with the Christian ideas on these things, which I know you don't believe, and you're only repeating what they're saying, and so we're critiquing their view of it, right?
Right.
Okay, that's absolutely fine. We're on the same page.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I'm saying. First, when you start talking, I go, no, not another one.
No, actually, I do believe the Bible is I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. Is one inerrant word of God out of many. Okay, I don't think there's any problems in the Bible. Inerrant meaning without error.
Oh, okay.
That's what
then
inerrant means, without error.
Well, I'll have to go back to the other page. Go ahead.
So your first claim before talking about the swine and Legion, what was the other thing you said? Because you went on, and I'm trying to keep track of the first
Well,
thing.
okay.
First.
What happened was, is like, for example, with when he cast the spirit out of the Legion, which were many, and then they went to the
But
swine, and the
before
swine
that,
didn't. That the 1/3 of the host of heaven was cast down without bodies, and they
okay,
were just spirits on
pause.
on our realm.
Pause.
Pardon me?
Okay, so the Christian, I asked you to pause.
Okay.
So so the Christians say that it was 1/3 of the host of heaven. Okay, but let me ask: was Lucifer ever God?
No, he was supposedly same as Jesus up in heaven. They were brothers, sons of
Fair
sons
enough.
of God.
Fair
There
enough.
is no
Okay,
virtue
so
in having
when
a
it
believing heart.
reads, I'm sorry, Flo. Go ahead.
I was just commenting on the chat. There is no virtue in having a believing heart.
If you believe something true, that could be virtuous. But if you can't tell if it's true or not, that's not virtuous. That's just
There's virtue in knowledge. There's virtue in knowledge.
Sure.
And this is another like foundational issue with Christianity, is that the highest virtue of Christianity seems to be something like bad vision.
So Harmon, if Lucifer was never God, but Lucifer was like a captain, he was assigned a certain number of angels, and it says that 1/3 of Lucifer's angels fell. Does that mean 1/3 of all of the host of heaven? Is that the same thing?
The way they said there was a war in heaven. The war in heaven was since it's not a physical realm for the spirits, it's a war of words, and so Lucifer presented a thing that we can go down and receive our bodies, and you have to force it to be good, and then Christ was you go down there and you have your freedom of choice, and you have to learn to be good, and so supposedly Jesus is
okay, that's
model
all really interesting, Harmon. That's not what I'm asking you.
Yeah, I did. The
What I'm
1/3 of the
asking
host of
you
heaven,
is,
they sided with
would
Lucifer
it be
and went
1/3
down
of
with him.
all angels, or would it be 1/3 of Lucifer's angels that fell?
No, 1/3 of the host of heaven, it says.
Yeah,
1/3 of the host of heaven.
It doesn't read 1/3 of the host of heaven. It reads 1/3 of his angels.
Well, on is that the King James? Or are you reading
Well,
some
I'm
American
not really
translation
talking about.
third?
I'm really not talking about any specific translation, but overall what the religious texts claim, which would include the Book of Enoch, which gives a lot of detail on this particular story.
Okay, from what I was studied and what I learned when I went on the missions and stuff like that, it's 1/3 of the hosts of heaven were cast down with Lucifer that chose to follow Lucifer.
I understand that.
real
I was
quick,
starting to gather
Red
that
Wine.
you do have a very religious background. That's not an insult.
No, I know. There's nothing wrong with that.
Red Wine, is your point that people can't make grass, so therefore Jesus? Is that the dumbass point that's being made here? Like at no point does Christianity's claims, never does it touch reality. That's why faith is so important. That's why Christianity traditionally frowns on knowledge.
And
so
to
I
finish
can
off
tell
my
that Flow State isn't.
Yeah.
Please wrap up because
quick.
Flow State isn't interested in our conversation.
No, you guys are fine. I'm just going to jump in and talk to the chat every now and then. No,
Yeah.
you guys are good.
No, but I lost my train of thought. Go ahead.
Lucifer, how much percentage of the angels go?
Let's say everybody that's been born, everybody that's going to be born, and everybody that has been born, we're all in the heaven at the first. And 1/3 of that host, whatever you count the numbers of people who have been on the earth, 1/3 of that was sent down with following Lucifer down to the earth realm, and never to be able to.
So I don't have to figure it out myself. Can you tell me which sect of Christianity you're quoting? Because we've gotten very specific here.
Just the studies.
I'll figure it out eventually, but
was there
studies
a war
under
in
what
heaven?
concept?
I'll tell you right now. Was it under the war in heaven? Was there a war in heaven?
Was there a war in heaven? You're asking me what I believe. Just tell me what you believe.
No, the Bible. It comes through some Baptist and some Mormon stuff.
Thank you. I saw some Mormonism in there. It was interesting. Thank you. I didn't want to have to guess.
No, it's okay. It's not a problem. I'm just
Okay,
saying that
so
was just the war in heaven. That's what they teach, is that it was a war of battle, and the 1/3 of the hosts that wanted to follow Satan they were cast down. That's all. I don't believe it. I'm just saying that's what they teach.
I understand you don't believe it. I understand we're doing an internal critique. I don't believe that either, which is not the same as I don't believe the Bible, but I believe the Bible's not claiming that. And there's chronological problems. They're mixing things up. They're rearranging things. They're ignoring some parts of the text in order to make it make sense. But the reason
The
it
Bible's
doesn't
not
make
even
sense
in
is not because the
chronological
text
order.
is.
The
See
Bible's
what I
not in
just
chronological order.
you just said that they said that they teach it is not in chronological order, which is my point. They are doing mental gymnastics, changing chronology in order to make it work. So of course they're going to say things like it's not in chronological order. How would they know
The
that?
Bible? You know the Bible's
Yes.
not.
Go ahead,
The Bible's
tell me.
just a compilation of many books. Revelations definitely was written by John, and it definitely wasn't the last book written.
What do you mean? In the style, in literary critique, the words that were used were earlier than, say, some of Matthew's writings. Is that what you're saying?
We know John went to the island Patmos, and he had wrote the Revelations. And we know some of I can't remember now because it's been 30, 40 years since I studied it. But I know it's out of chronological order. There's no way Revelations was written last.
Okay, look, let me just ask you a basic question about that. If it were inspired by God, let me just show you why Christians don't make sense, which is overall what I'm trying to say. If it's the word of God and God experiences all time, which is two of their claims, right? Why would God be restricted to a certain time frame of Aramaic or Hebrew writing? And why would he necessarily have to write in the correct time frame?
Well, if you want to ask a question like, God, why doesn't he still have people writing scriptures today? Oh, because they can't. No, come on. Don't even
You'll
go
forgive
there
me,
with
Harmon,
the
but
Bible.
that's off topic. What I'm
You're
trying
just saying why. You
ask of
just kept asking why.
Yes, because
Why
I
would
want
he
you
do
to
that?
actually think about it and answer. That's why I asked that. It's
Why
not
did
to
God
be
make an
contrary.
avocado pit big? I don't know why. You know,
Wow,
why would you
you're
question
really
God?
reverting back to your Christian roots here, bro. What
No, I'm
happened to
just
the
saying,
internal
why
critique?
would you do that? Why would you question what God's going to do if it's going to be God?
Well,
And you
take it,
said the
Red.
Bible's infallible, and it's
Red Wine,
perfect.
you don't get to tell me my position. That's why I told you were a dumb fuck. You assume that the only two positions are atheist materialist or dumb fuck religious zealot. And you're wrong. There's other things out there. So you don't get to tell me my point. That's not my point. This is the third fucking time I've told you it's not my point. You're stupid as fuck. All 5 points of your Calvinist star, what the fuck ever, are dull. And if you tell me my point again, I'm gonna bounce you out of here. I'm on a roll this weekend.
Okay, I'll try to answer your question better this time. Back when they did the Nicene Creed, supposedly about in the year 300 or 400, when they're putting the Bible together, when they're taking all the sticks from the scroll and putting it together as into whatever order they
There
put
is
it in.
another position, and it's hidden from the fucking channel. Bye, bitch. Go ahead.
So is that what you're saying there? So they put it in the order they wanted to, and who was it? It was the Catholic Church that was in charge of doing that. So we wouldn't have the Bible as put into if it wasn't for the Catholic Church. Is that not true?
What's up, Cynthia? I appreciate seeing you and the conversations we have, and I don't appreciate you trying to stab me in the back. That was not very nice of you. I am not trying to confuse people. If you're confused by what I'm saying, when everyone who's irreligious plainly sees that I'm just following logic, the problem is not me or what I'm asking. The problem is your cognitive dissonance that you can't think about what I'm asking you, and that's a religious problem. So,
but you brought
Harmon,
up the chronological
what I'm
order.
saying,
You're the one that brought it up.
Harmon, yes, sir. Scott, hot mic, Scott. So, Harmon, what I'm trying to point out here, and maybe poorly, I admit, okay? What I'm trying to point out here is someone who experiences time all as one could write in any language, in any frame of time, using any vernacular. That makes sense?
I'm listening to you.
But is that okay? That just hearing me isn't good enough. I want to establish that
I
that made
understand
sense
what you
to
want me
you.
to say. Say no, it's illogical to me. Because God is even God. When God makes a law, He's bound by the law He makes. He's bound by His word. What He speaks is His word, and whatever He does is in His own style. Is that wrong?
Okay, I've said it poorly. Let me try one more time, and then I'll just quit.
No, I understand. Let me see if I can get what you got. Go ahead. You're saying that he's not bound by putting stuff in chronological order. He can say before and after because he knows all, and he can put it any which way he wants.
Yep, that confirms I said it
knew
poorly.
what you were saying, and I said it's illogical.
No, it confirms I said it poorly. That's all it did.
Okay, go ahead.
Doesn't Christianity confirm that God is not bound by His word because, well,
yes,
He
they
changed
do.
it exactly?
That's part of my point. But literary critique, saying things that are out of chronological order, is recent research saying, well, they only use that word that way at that time, and this other word this way at this time. So thereby, this one was written first. So that's the literary critique is what says that.
Yeah, I'm not going off semantics and the litter. No, that's I've been taught that since the '60s. It ain't new.
Well,
Okay,
generally, each
I
and
didn't say
every
it was
one of
new.
us.
So we established that that's a fact. Okay, so that's why we say it's out of chronological order, is because of literary critique and the study of the original words. That's why we say that.
That
What do
you
you mean
didn't
now?
establish that. No, when who put the Bible together?
When it was compiled is irrelevant to this point.
Yeah, that's because of the order they put it in. Yes. When did they put it together?
Which Bible? Which version?
Scott, that's not even
you're
a
not
relevant
helping.
question. Nope, you're not.
What? Who put it together as we know it?
Okay. So the King James has been it's been critiqued several times to get to the King James, and I'm only quoting that because it's the most popular version. So you're talking about actually there was not one Council of Nicaea. There were 3 different councils. Nicaea, one of them. Please go ahead.
Right, and they put the Bible together.
Fair.
As
Go
we
ahead.
know it. No, that's what I was taught. I mean, I could be wrong. I mean, what do we know 2,000 years ago?
The Council of Nicaea had just like all the councils, they had very specific things that they met for to discuss and figure out the consensus on, which the Word of God is not a consensus, so that makes no sense in and of itself. What they should have done was prayed, but they didn't.
So then now the Bible is though perfect because God made sure no matter what they did, they put in the correct stuff, even though they left out the books and Numbers, Judge, Jasher, and all those other books that are mentioned in the Bible that are even in there.
Okay, so if I say that spelling is stupid because I'm only a fan of machining, does my statement make spelling useless? Well, of course not. Okay, it's 2 different topics. So a person has to assume their own view within Christianity in order to make the statement that you just made. So it's not preservation of the Bible through the Bible. That would never work, and you and I both know that. But it was preservation of all of the ideas throughout all of the world in religions that were started very, very tribalistic, small, and secluded, and were all given the same stories. That's how it was preserved.
You have the whole world. The whole world's out there, and you got this little speck in the little place that only God talked to these little people and gave their sacred and religious history, and the world goes off that little bit of people. And you forget about the Hawaiians, forget about the Aborigines, forget about the Chinese, forget about all those other people. So God only spoke to that little bitty dot of people, and that rules the world.
You're right. That would be ridiculous. You're right. That would be ridiculous. It's also the exact opposite of what I just said.
See.
So I'm glad we're in agreement here that would be ridiculous and it wouldn't preserve it. Just like if I went to prison and I had a lot of the material goods and wealth, right? And I want certain people to get certain monies or lands or whatever, because I'm going to die in prison, right? and I write my last will and testament, and I give it to only one of my friends, well, that one friend could change it, right? Easily. They could write themselves in, give themselves majority, whatever they wanted to do. However, if unbeknownst to 50 of my friends, I give each of them the same thing, but I don't tell any of them that it's the same thing or that there are other friends. When it gets to the lawyer, when it finally gets to the lawyer, I'm speaking of Christ, there's no way that he wouldn't be able having 50 or even 49 or 38 copies of this thing. He would never be fooled by whoever made what changes, because the changes would all be different. So all you have to do is take the majority and like graph that out, and you would have the original message. That's the Injil. That's every religion around the planet. That's how it was preserved, not through one copy.
I didn't say one copy. I said one little dot in the world. Spoke for the whole
By
world.
one copy, I mean, for instance, just the Bible, or just the Tanakh, or just Aboriginal Australian. That would be one dot, one copy.
All right. You're right.
You know,
the Bible is infallible and it's perfect in the way it goes.
All roads lead to the same place.
Right. Yeah. What's the original text? What do we know as the original text? Is it going to be
we don't have an original text, Scott.
No one knows.
Greek.
Where's
we don't have an original text, Scott. That's a flawed premise in the first place.
What's the oldest that we can date? Like 300
it could have been Latin.
AD?
Latin, maybe.
Probably the Latin Vulgate. We have original Torah that's older than Latin Vulgate for obvious reasons. What are you asking?
And the Dead Sea Scrolls were bullshit too. They were found out to be fake.
Well, some of them are fake. Some of them are just copies.
I heard that they found a Bible that was in Ethiopia somewhere. Was that the Bible that they found? That was like literally 1,000 years before Christ. Not 1,000 years, but 100, like 200-300 years before Christ.
And interject, Flo. Interject.
I was distracted. What happened?
I believe so, Scott. That was fairly recent history, I thought.
Yes. That's where I'm at with it.
Textus receptus is Latin words. Think about that. Textus receptus are Latin words. Latin. They're not original if they're in Latin.
I don't care if it's written in Pig Latin. I don't believe it.
Oh, it's fine.
End of story.
That's not the reason to believe something. The reason that you should, or I should believe something, is because it comports with reality. It's consistent within itself. In other words, all the elimination processes where I could disprove the thing and say it's not real, everything points toward it being real. That's why we
you're
believe
100%.
something.
That's your opinion. There's nothing you can say in any court or anything that can prove it's true. Every Christian or every person who wants to believe in the Bible wants validity. They always want validity. Look, this happened, this happened, this happened. You're always looking for validity, and when it's all supposed to be faith-based. It's faith-based, though.
No, faith is a weak position. Faith is a weak position. I don't have faith.
You guys everywhere.
Faith is a very weak, it's grasping at straws position. I don't hold faith. Things are either true or they're not. I can either show what I'm saying or I can't.
So all governments are supposed to be made by God and you're supposed to obey them? I mean, you can pick apart 1,000 things. I don't want to get into that.
One thing at a time would be fine. I'm happy to address absolutely all of your...
Break it down.
I don't want
to. Is
elected, well, then you just set up a fake challenge that you don't mean, and that makes you ultimately dishonest.
That makes me bored with the fucking subject to the death. I've been doing this for 45 years. It's a dumb subject.
Just because you hate
yes, sir.
Harmon, let me just ask you, Harmon. Chuck, I'm sorry to be rude to you, Chuck. I know you're my senior.
That's all right.
I'm sorry.
You're good.
Harmon, let me just ask you, if something is true, would you want to know that?
Are you a flat earther?
Oh my gosh! Could you answer
yes
the
no?
question? Are true things important to you or not?
Are you a flat earther?
You're changing the topic, which you're
trying
about.
No, I'm not. You're talking about truth. You're talking
You
about
you've
truth.
changed the topic or attempted to like 5
I'm
different
asking you
times. I
something
have
that's
to keep
true.
dragging you back.
I'm
I'm not a flat earther.
Then you're not interested in truth, in my opinion.
How do
Because
you
you are a
fucking-
flat earther, I want
you're not
lies.
interested in truth. You're not
Palmer,
interested in truth.
You can prove flat Earth theory.
You are not interested in the truth,
Harmon.
What? How do you call that the truth, Harmon? How do you make that the truth? Automatically, that's the truth.
Wow. Right in the
So
middle of
there
a
you go.
sentence.
You said you're
Harmon.
interested in the truth. If the truth is
Harmon.
out there, you're interested in it, and you're not.
Harmon, how much have I looked into those arguments?
Oh, I don't know. 2? Let me guess. 7?
No, you can't know, can you?
Is it a quiz?
No, you can't
Jeez.
know how much I've looked into both sides of those arguments.
Does that
so
mean
I do
anything to
want
me?
truth. It should. I do want truth. I do want to know what the truth is, and I am looking into both sides of those arguments. Okay. Now, I right now hold to an older position that I've held most of my life in globe Earth. That does not mean I'm not interested in truth. So you've strawmanned me, and I'd appreciate if you didn't do that.
Well, I'm not a debater or like that. If I do fallacies, it's just the way it is. So straw manning you
Well,
doesn't
try
have to
thinking
put you
better.
down. I didn't try
straw
putting you
man
down.
is a
Oh, I
dishonest.
think better. I
Yeah,
think
a straw man
I
is a
think
disingenuous action. It's not like a
Right.
technical error.
Right. So if he's going to say something like, I don't want truth because I'm not a flat earther, that's a straw man of my position. I've never presented myself that way, and he doesn't even know
I asked
what
you.
I know or what I've looked into.
It doesn't matter. I ask you. That's all.
What's your frame of reference once you find out, though, Harmon? What does it matter?
I think everything's done by nature. Nature's God. That's what I say. Recreate nature. Make anything out of nature. Make a seed. Make a blade of grass. Make anything. Nature is God.
You familiar with the
So
what is
that's
it? The
that's like
cathedral
this 19 that was hip in the 19.
Are you familiar with the cathedral over in Barcelona that Antonio Gaudi built based on nature, where everything went up like shells and shit? It's still undone hundreds of years later. It's not quite finished.
Man cannot create nature. Man can only just look at it and appreciate it. There's nothing in nature man can create.
He replicated nature in stairways
He
and all
cannot
kinds of
replicate
architecture.
nature.
Bullshit, he did.
No, that would mean he would be the creator. He made something that he thinks is like nature, and he
He
cannot do
formed
anything
it
in nature.
based on natural fucking geometry.
No, I'm a John 369. I know all that. I'm just saying it's still made by man.
I didn't say he created nature, fucktard.
He can't make nature. He can't make a seed.
Are we
make
witnessing the clash of the
anything.
titans here, like Harmon against Scott?
It's just going stupid on me. I
Are
mean,
they
Harmon,
fighting?
come on,
How's that
slow your
stupid?
roll.
Just because you have no comprehension,
Chuck in here.
your-
We need
because your
Chuck in.
comprehension level is too low, you're not going to
Listen,
get
Harmon,
it.
Harmon.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
Go ahead, Chuck.
That wasn't Chuck. That was somebody else.
Oh, Scott?
Nobody needs
Oh,
to
I
lower
thought you were
themselves to
Chuck.
your level of stupidity. Come on.
I thought
Harmon,
it was.
slow down.
I thought you were Chuck. I apologize, Scott.
The problem is you have to come into every conversation with an open mind. I do, because if somebody's got more evidence than I have to have an open mind to take that evidence in. If I come in with a closed mind, I'll never change my mind. It's kind of like that clip flow plays of
And the
Kind of
whole.
like how Chuck will forever think that you can overdose on weed.
Who said that?
I said it. I was being sort of glib.
Oh,
Well, it is possible to overdose on weed, but you'd have to smoke like 10,000 joints and do it in under an hour.
You're right, Scott.
So they put him in a gas chamber, and that'd be a good way for the death penalty.
That's what they did. Listen, this is literally what they did when they tested marijuana back in the 60s and 70s with the rhesus monkeys. They would give them 7 joints at a time with a fucking gas mask, and then said, yeah, they were not having sex and they couldn't breathe after. You smoke inhalation, you morons. You killed the little fuckers.
Injecting rats with that sugar stuff, that artificial sugar, and it's dripping off their fur. Yeah, it causes cancer, right?
Of course.
I didn't know. I heard about the Reese monkeys. Well, is that a type of monkey or is that actually an experiment? Because I've
It's a
heard
type
of
of monkey. I think they named them from the study, but I don't know. I can't be sure on that. But there is a type of monkey called the rhesus monkeys now.
They're from the Scott-to-Bee tribe.
There you go. There you go.
Richard, I got a question for you. Maybe you
Go
can
ahead, sir.
answer it for me. Talcott's theory that God is love, is truth, and there's no delineation.
Mm-hmm.
I think that love is more of an action than a thing. What's
Mm-hmm.
your thought?
Biblically, both love, grace, generosity, all of these things, like those immaterial constructs, are in proper actions in the Bible. It's not about feelings.
Right.
It's about being appropriate and doing the correct thing. Does that seem right to you?
Yeah, that
it
seems
does
right
seem
to me.
That's why I react on it, right? It's about results. It's about getting the right. I mean, you can love a plant, and you don't know anything about the plant, and you can water it because plants need water, right? But maybe this plant doesn't need that much water, or it's about attention. You got to give it attention, and it needs to grow, and that is love, and that's what love is, right?
But do you need to be recognized for your deeds or your attention you've given to things or your successes, or do you need to just move on to the next?
Mm-hmm.
That's where ego comes in when you start looking for credit.
That's where ego takes over.
Yeah.
That's where ego takes over.
So there's two ways I can be rude. I could leave without saying thank you to all of you, especially Harmon and especially Flow State, or I could say peace and respect to you all.
Well,
you're gonna leave me here with these fuckers?
Just like
do what your heart tells you to do.
I stir up this religious talk and then I go to work. Yeah,
I noticed that, and you've been getting even more efficient with it lately. You come in, you really whip it up, and then you do the.
He streamlined it. He streamlined his attack.
Thanks, Flow State. Have a great day, guys. Peace to you all.
All right, Richard.
He's going to hell for sure.
That when you need him.
Respect.
Straight to hell. Richard's
sure. That's some cold shit. So
You
got to call. You got to call in Grid One again.
Flo, getting it started.
It's an interesting topic, but God, it turns out I forget. One of the most frequent errors I make is forgetting that most people are not as good as me.
Okay, Jack.
Thought I had a good question for you, Chuck. I forgot already. Old man card. I forgot.
That was pretty Talcottian of you there, Flo.
Yeah, sort of. Except I'm not delusional about being better, or to the degree to which I am better.
There was a show called Son of Will Sonnet. It was a Western show in the early 70s. And the guy they would always say, you're the best, and like this. And he says, it's no brag, just fact. Always say, anyone remember that? That was old Walter Brennan?
No.
Oh, yeah.
No brag, just fact.
Flow State, you want to know something cool about thinking you're better than others? You can still learn from them.
Yeah.
There you go.
I agree with that.
That's why I was talking about with the open mind approach.
He's just placating you. He don't believe it.
No, I do believe
I
that.
do.
I love hearing perspectives of people who are like on the fringes or outcasts of society because they see things from a different angle.
Yeah, why do you think he respects GRID1 so much?
GRID1 is a great man. He's had a lot of successful businesses. He's totally not an immature child.
Really? What's with the trophy always in the picture?
Well, I don't actually take that many L's.
He doesn't take any L's or that many.
He reminds me of that guy from the Storage Wars.
I am not a nice person. I strive every minute of the day to be nice, and I fail miserably at it.
Yeah, the guy got
Hester guy.
Yeah, he reminds me of him so much.
Yup, that dude.
Yep, you see it?
Yeah, as soon as you said it, I was like, oh, damn. And I've only seen that show about half a dozen times.
Oh God, that was great. I watched it because of that girl. I can't remember her name, the blonde one, Sandy or whatever her name was. Her and her husband.
But then again,
is that the auctioneer? Is that the guy that auctioned off the place?
No. I'm talking about the young couple that had their own store.
Oh, the bald
the
guy.
with
The bald guy.
head. They got divorced. Yeah.
Did they?
Yeah, you got divorced. I went to try to find her. She didn't want nothing to do with me.
Did you really?
again.
You
Try
know,
again.
That's pretty crazy. You know
6
that,
months per
Starfucker. You.
Bring her some flowers. Leave them inside of her car. If it's locked, I can help you make a bump key.
Brandy. Her name was Brandy.
Brandy. The sailor said Brandy.
Yeah,
If
Brandy.
you have a Brandy running from you, that says a lot about you because Brandies are nuts.
Oh, you don't know her?
How
You
would I
didn't
know
see
Brandy?
Storage Wars.
Oh, I don't watch shit.
You don't have a
but
TV.
They didn't have it in the cell.
No, we have. Oh, I didn't have TV in
You
jail.
didn't even have light in your cell. You didn't have no daylight or nothing.
We didn't have
I've
any
never
windows.
seen something like that. I've
And,
never seen nothing like that. Never.
I'm
that
sure
a
it's
facade
illegal
behind
now.
you, Flo?
Well, I know that it's illegal to have cameras pointed right at the toilets, isn't it? Especially since you can see them in the booking area.
Yeah, Chuck Berry.
I'll chuck your
Chuck
berries.
Berry approach. He got busted in St. Louis for that.
For what?
Come in the toilets.
The Gong Show, Chuck Berry.
That wrong Berry, the singer.
The Dingleberry?
Oh, the Chuck Berry, the singer. Okay.
Actually, the
Yeah.
toilets
Chuck
are the
Berry,
only
I said it was
thing about
Chuck Berry's
jail that I kind of miss because those things could suck the air out of the room. It was impossible to clog one of those.
Hey, Voy, what time is it in your place? You know,
dick.
Probably about 8 hours ahead.
What time is it, Voy?
About 8 hours or 6
hours.
hours. You know, depends on where you are in the Americas.
So it's like 2:30 your time?
Yeah.
I'm on the West Coast. So it's 6:30 in the morning here. You're about 8 hours, so it's about what? 2:30 then.
3:30.
You don't have a watch or clock or something? Or they don't have it in your country?
3:30 Illuminati confirmed, dude.
Oh, you're awesome.
Oh, my. So, let's get back into religion.
No. Well, I got so burned on that stuff in my life.
Yeah. It's such an interesting subject, but
it's like anything else. You got to take it in balance. You got to balance it all.
Yeah. 10 years ago, then I got 10 years to go before I talk about it again. There you go. That's
let's go into Cynthia. She's in the chat there. What's going on with Cynthia today? How come she isn't up and running on the panel here talking shit?
Look, Marathon Kev is absolutely correct. Everyone loves to talk Chuck, but to keep it accurate, Dingle was the OG Barry. Thank you for being accurate.
Dingle? Who the hell is Dingle?
You don't
Barry? Come on, Chuck. Slow up.
I want to know about my pick. Do I take USC or Penn State? Come on, guys.
University of Southern California or Penn
Yes.
State? What's
USC.
their record?
4 points. If I take Penn State, I have to give 4 points. They have to win by 5.
They're not going to win. They won't cover the spread.
Yeah, they're playing in California.
They're not going to cover the spread if they win.
Okay.
It'll be a 1 or 3 point game.
I will put that on my ticket. And I'm like, I like it when I have someone to blame.
There you go. It's all me. And I don't know what the fuck I'm saying, so good luck.
Yeah.
Hey,
Jack,
you know what?
Jack was clear about that yesterday, Scott. You don't know what you're saying.
You know what, Scott? There's so many people have no clue, and they'll play these pools. They don't even know names of the games. They pick colors, and they win. Yep. That tells you how good people are at picking, you know?
I'm picking shapes.
You're picking shapes. There you go. I mean, people like you win more than the other big guys, huh?
Right.
It's weird. It happened. You have some wife get in the pool, and she only likes, I like this color. I like this color. And they'll win the damn pool of like 300 people.
I had a girlfriend that she could just not lose shit. She would win the stupid shit. And she was haphazard at guesses completely. So
And that's how I won at the racetrack. I just picked the horse that I thought. Didn't know nothing about the horse, but I just go through and pick out the one I thought. Walk away with some money.
A lot of people pick the names of horse tracks. You know, they go win, place, or show just based on names or numbers. It's kind of crazy. But
You
the
see
tracks.
that, boy? There was that the eye of the storm you put up there. That was kind of scary, boy.
That was my face. That was my face. Yeah.
Oh, was he? I apologize. I thought it was the eye of the storm.
Chuck, I live a block off of Racetrack Road, and about maybe 6 miles up the road is at Tampa Bay Downs, which is horse track.
My niece lives in Tampa, so I know a little bit about it.
It's a pretty badass track, you know, for what it is, and a lot of horses come through here and go to majors. You know, they're
there's a lot of horse breeding. A lot of horse breeding in Florida.
A lot of them right around here, a lot around Gainesville and Ocala area. Tons of horses. So, beautiful land up there too. So, oh man, I love horses, but the bane of my existence is having.
How many horses have you fucked, Scott?
Only 2. The horse that threw me off fucking on concrete is what ruined my back when I was 19. I wouldn't say that I would have played pro ball.
Flo.
I wouldn't have played. Okay, Chuck, buy yourself a ticket to Never Neverland.
Break out the what? I stepped away for a second.
Well, you actually
Not the evil government. That's not concerning me. It's the stupidity of people is what's concerning me. The fact that the government is evil, I know that. The fact that we are controlled by evil psychopaths, we know that. What has changed? Nothing changed. The fact that people comply, that's a cause for concern.
Was that you, Scott, that got thrown off the horse?
Yeah, I got thrown off the horse at a full run. The saddle actually was not cinched, so it slipped on me. And last thing I remember was kicking my foot out of the stirrup. I mean, I knew I was going over, and I was just like not wanting to. I was on a quarter horse, the biggest horse we had, thinking, I do not want to be drugged by this fucking horse. I'd have been dead.
What happened to the rest of the horse?
Well, actually, this horse Flame, he ended up about a year later dropping somebody else off and running out in the middle of Fowler Avenue and getting hit. So, or not Fowler, it was Fletcher, I think he got hit on. But, fuck.
But you were running on.
Hold on, let me do my due diligence. Tony Drake, talk to me. You're not a porn bomber. You don't have penises loaded up.
Don't show us your junk, dude.
All right, you're good.
So Scott, you were running on concrete when the horse was running on concrete?
No, I had worked overnight, and my buddies, when I came home, I stayed. I usually got off at 7 in the morning at the gas station. I was literally training to go up to college, and so I was in the dog days of summer before I went up. I was like,
where are you?
Working.
Hold on, Scott. Nobody wants to hear your whole life story.
I do want to hear that.
No,
So
it's
you're-
boring.
No,
But
you're
Tony,
boring.
Where are you? With a headlamp? Are you in a mine? What are you finding down there?
You looking for gold?
Hey, Flo, if you shut up and listen.
What'd you kick me for, Flo?
I didn't kick you. Your internet connection sucks.
He looks like that guy. You're sitting on all this money and you have no idea.
Oh, fuck off.
I didn't kick you.
Wow.
Was that? Did he leave?
No, he's still here. He just came down. He's probably got to get his pickaxe and.
Do you know the guy? Do you know him?
Is he a miner?
He sounded British.
As in he digs in mines with not as in he's a child.
Hey, the people that run this world, they consider me a miner.
Are you Australian?
At the moment, I'm in the far southwest corner of
Yeah,
Australia.
I could tell.
Yeah, and it's about bloody, what is it, about 8 o'clock tonight? I don't know. I don't usually stay up this late, but I had a heavy fucking joint.
Right on.
Hey, now, you blokes there, I don't know, half the time you're just talking a load of shit. I mean...
It's the best kind of shit. That's the best kind of talk.
Do any of you guys think that you're awake or not?
What do you mean awake?
I don't know that I think anyone is awake as in like a completed state. I think that people continue to move from one matrix into the next, honestly.
Function?
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. But listen, nobody's awake. Because
Nobody's aware.
If somebody was awake, they wouldn't be part of my fucking dream, would they?
So who are you? So who are you to tell everybody this?
He's Peter Pan. He's a dreamer.
He's just a dreamer, right? He's just a dreamer. Just like the
Man,
rest of
hold on, Void. Get back in your lane. Don't let Void talk to you like that. This man is a minor.
Hey,
Void, you show some respect to the people that bring you metal.
Dreamer. You know you are a dreamer.
Hey, how old are you? How old are you? And how old are you?
I'm 37.
How many years are you asking about?
Tony, I'd say you're 77.
Yes, and if you don't respect your elders, then you're fucking wasting your time on this planet.
I respect Larry Elder and nobody else.
I'm
I
82,
don't know how
Tony.
to make Scott not just like the loudest person ever on earth. I've got your mic turned down to like.
Sorry about that. Sorry about
He's
that.
still
Sorry about
loud.
that.
I know it's fucking crazy.
It's a booming voice. I'm sorry.
Like I'm not even like shitting on you. I'm just like baffled.
No,
by
it's
how,
because
there's
when I
something
hear
about
everybody
your
else, it's how loud people sound to me. Is what it is. The problem.
Hey, Scott, you get the attention of everybody, so you've been doing it right for a long time.
Harmon's loud too.
Oh, thanks, Chuck. Yeah, you hurt my feelings.
I meant compared to like Boy or Tony.
I had Harmon turned down too. Both of y'all. I had
Please
Harmon turned down to
remind me.
59 and Scott
Please.
turned down to 69, and both of them are still the loudest ones.
Well, when you get in the 60s and you can't hear, you'll understand. Right now, your youth and experience is really showing through for elders.
You guys remember that right outside
to do for the mic though.
There
right
you go.
outside
Youth
the
and
window.
experience.
Right outside the window next to me is a generator. We have no power, so I consciously don't want to talk loud, but feel like
no. I'm not buying that shit. I've known you for 2 years. You've never not been loud.
that's not true. I've always not been loud. You just can't hear that.
Go back and watch some of his replays, Scott.
I will.
That was a crazy rebuttal right there.
And turn your volume down before you start listening.
Praise God.
That was a crazy rebuttal, I have to admit, but it was all I could conjure up in the short notice.
Hey, Tony, how old are you, Tony?
Yeah, about 77. Yeah.
What's
So I guess they're right.
Are you 83?
Means you forgot.
About.
So what was that light on top of your head, Tony?
They call it a headlight, don't you? Have those fucking things?
It's for mining or checking out your mom's asshole.
He's filming a commercial. I bet they don't even know they're sitting on all this cash.
Why are you wearing it, as I'm saying?
Because I've got a big house shed here, and when I wander around after dark, it's to save me bumping into things.
So you don't have lights in your house?
Look, I'm not gonna lie. I have flashlights that I like use in the house sometimes too. Because look, I have ADHD, and sometimes I'll be like looking for something but not paying attention where I'm looking. You know what I mean?
And the light will focus your attention.
Yeah. If you follow the light beam, then it focuses.
So for Christmas, I can send you a Tony headlight. Will you
I
wear it?
I have Tony headlights.
No way.
Yeah, I don't normally use them. I've got here. I'll show you my flashlight.
You got one that fits on top of your head. Tony, show us your flashlight again. Your headlight, Tony, please.
I love this rechargeable flashlight.
Yeah, I had one for years in prison system.
Everything's a dildo.
Yeah, but you got lights on behind you, so why would you need that, Tony?
This is
Goes
light.
outside.
All right, for fuck's sake, we'll go for a walk and I'll show you what I mean.
Turn the lights on.
For fuck's sake.
That's my
Look, I
Don't
need
you have
to
light?
turn my headlight on, don't I? Because it's getting
The
dark.
battery's dead low.
Oh, okay. All right,
Oh,
Tony.
he's got a DeWalt. You got a DeWalt flashlight? Holy
So
shit!
when I'm 77, that's what I got to look forward to.
Cobalt.
Hey,
I'm 37. I use flashlights. You should start doing it now.
Can you see the
Better not
screen?
have vision.
Yeah, that's a flat Earth map.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, that
globe,
looks like a
dude.
flat
That's
Earth
a
map.
globe.
Hey,
That's a
can you
globe.
Can you see the sun going around?
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Here we
I
go.
need a drink.
Here we go. Call it a day.
Oh,
Can you
man.
see it or not? Hey,
Spin your
Scott,
ball.
save
Spin your
me.
ball. Spin
Save
it.
me,
Spin it.
Scott. Save me,
I don't know what
Scott.
to do. You're on your own, man. I'm bailing. That's crazy. I can't go around a flat Earth like this. That's like, listen,
Not
dude, are you
flat.
awake?
It's round. Look at the picture. It's round.
Tony,
It's
are
not
you awake
flat.
or are you still in your dream?
No, Tony's
He's in
in
his
a flat
dream.
Earth. I agree with you, Tony. You're on my
But
side.
we can clearly see
Harmon, go
why the
sailor.
headlamp is useful right now.
Yeah.
So he
That was
don't
good,
fall off
Flo.
the edge.
Yeah,
All right,
what about,
Tony.
what about
This is
if
like
I
the
go
Blair
up
Witch
and-
Project.
The Blair Witch
Yeah,
Project.
This is
I
proof.
could.
Yeah,
Hey,
this
I
Tony,
couldn't watch that.
show us where you made contact.
Oh, okay.
What?
That's a lot of
Can you
stuff
see-
in there.
Do
A lot
those
of
people?
crap.
Do the people that own that house know you're there?
there's a lot to unpack there.
Yeah, there's a lot of arts and crafts stuff.
Check the master bedroom closet. That's always where the good shit is.
Yes. Look under the bed. Look in the drawers.
Will you?
Under
will
the
you
drawers.
guys-
Actually looks pretty good if you only have the headlamp on.
Very good. Thank you, Tony.
Yeah.
Don't
Like
hit your head
four
there.
people that
You'll
are
knock
like,
the
thank
light out.
God we built a panic room.
There's his TV.
So
Fuck,
where's
yeah.
all the mining activity?
Upstairs.
Hey,
Is
Tony,
that a
show us
smoking
what's
jacket?
on.
Are you wearing like a smoking jacket and a headlamp?
No,
Man,
he
I want to
thinks
be
it's Hugh
Tony when I
Hefner.
grow up.
He's over here thinking it's Hugh Hefner. Maybe it is Hugh Hefner.
Look,
Is that-
look. Can we
Hey.
have turns, please? Can we have turns? And maybe one person asks a question, and then you go around in a circle and you get to ask one question.
Is that Mr. Magoo?
So yes, we can try it, but I don't feel like leading conversation right now. So if you've got a question that you want to bring up, I'll try to keep Scott in line for you.
Yeah, and can you? I just want to ask you guys if you believe in a creator for a start. If you do believe in a creator, whether you call this a bloody, whatever you want to call it, this place where we live, I mean, it appears to be flat, and apparently the sun and the moon are both exactly the same fucking size. And from my measurements and calculations, they're both the same distance from the ground, and so are the fucking stars. I mean,
How did you measure that, Tony?
Stop, Scott.
Oh, that's a fair question, for fuck's sake.
It's the same
I'm just
question
gonna-
over
I'm
and
just
over.
gonna remove
He's
you,
just
Scott.
talking.
And so let's go in reverse order. Marathon Kev, why don't you answer the question first?
Yep, that's what I was thinking. Blow right there.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, how was the first scene shot with Michael J. Fox with the Parkinson's?
So what he's saying is that you look like the guy from Back to the Future.
Could be.
All right, no.
Do you have any
Okay.
thoughts on the question, or should we move to a? All right,
Come
Chuck.
on, Doc,
Next,
tell
yes,
us.
next.
Chuck, do you have a thought?
A thought? As in, I'm not allowed to think.
Dangerous, is it?
Voy?
I want to hear about Scott's new board of regents that him
I
and Jack
cannot
are
believe
making.
that I just cleared the floor from Scott and Voy. Nobody, no.
I'll have one.
Harmon?
Yeah. So you say you're in West Australia? Tony?
Southwest, I think.
Let him
Yes,
answer.
Southwest.
Oh,
He said
sorry.
Southwest.
Hey, if you have a look on the map, you can bring it up on Google. There's a
Mhm.
place. There's a place that's very close to the South Pole, called the name of the town. You can look it on the map. There's
Antarctica?
talk. There's talk that down there's an ice wall to the south of here, a big ice wall. If you keep going due south, and the name of this town on the map, you can have a look at it. It's called Wall Pole.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so this is like the Admiral, what's his name? Admiral Byrd conversation?
Admiral Byrd. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's Admiral Byrd's daughter, just in case anybody
Is
was
it?
wondering.
Well,
Yeah.
she's welcome here anytime.
Yeah. Well, she's
Look
at
at the
the
way they
ice
like
wall
to
right
love
now.
make an ass out of themselves.
Oh, I can make an ass out of myself real quick.
Yeah,
I like
but I'm not.
There you go,
I'm not-
Scott. I'm an ass now.
If anybody's good on the computer, pull up a map of Australia and have a look.
All right, Flo, you're in charge. Pull it up.
I am way too tired and lazy right now to pull things up.
Oh, you're busy pulling it out. We know how you are with the camera off.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah,
Throwing
so
those rumors out
keep
there again.
talking me off.
And Flow State, if you're watching this, I'm sure you probably are. I've been told that you are also masturbating on panel while some of the women are on panel while you go off screen, just to let you know, just in case you didn't know.
Yo.
How does he know that? That's scary.
What the fuck?
I think he
How does-
fantasizes about you too much, Flow State.
Did he ever pay you, Flo?
No, he did not.
Are you serious?
Yes,
He's
he
promised like three
he
times.
brings it up even on his own. He acknowledges that he owes me $100. He lost the bet, but he never
He's
paid.
never paid? Never paid
Nope.
yet?
He
Oh,
texts
that's-
me occasionally, which is fantastic because I didn't give him my number. But
I know who did.
would it be it? You don't think that it would be our dear sweet?
Yep.
Oh, she got me blocked, so I don't know.
How the fuck did you get blocked?
Oh.
You sent her a dick pic.
I don't know. That'll be kind of hard to do. You got to have one first.
See, that's Chuck. That's where the youth and inexperience comes in. They think that way at that age.
I think that way still, Harmon. What are you talking about?
But you can't do nothing about it. So what are you talking about?
My
Damn,
camera's
he's got
off.
you
I can
there,
do a lot
Chuck.
about it.
We always think about it. I was 38 when I started playing golf. I'm out there with a bunch of guys that are in their 80s, believe it or not. And this one beautiful girl walks by, and they all just shut up and look. Yeah, Harmon, you never
It's
get
like
tired
art.
of looking.
It's art.
Yeah, you never quit looking. I don't blame it. I'm glad to know that. I'm glad I'll look till I die.
What do you shoot?
I'll be out here slapping asses and being senile.
Between 78 to 82.
Oh shit!
Is that with or without
Carpenter's
handicap?
Journey? If you keep me in the dark, I'm going to start freaking out because I don't like guessing games and I don't like having brain itch.
Who asked me what I shoot?
I did.
Oh yeah,
Chuck.
it's between 78 and 82. About a 9 to 10 handicap.
It's pretty handicapped.
So what is
Yeah.
this Furby story, Flo?
Yeah, that's
I
like
hadn't been
borderline
on-
state assistance.
I hadn't been.
I got to get rid of that before Crispy wakes up and sees it.
Kev?
I watched that Cat Williams special he did on HBO this year, and he brought up that blind kid they got playing football. He let off on that. It was funny as hell. You ever guys see that
What?
guy? That blind kid is like about 10 or 12 years old playing football.
A blind kid?
Yes.
Are you sure you're not talking about a movie
It's
called
like
The
watching-
Blind Side or something?
No,
Like,
no,
how the
no,
fuck
no,
would that
no.
even work?
And that's
Yeah,
what
how would that
the,
work?
that's why he brought it up on his freaking comedy
Is,
show.
is there video of this? I would
Yeah,
love to
look
see
it up. Blind kid playing football. Look it up.
There's golfers with one arm.
Yeah, that has nothing with seeing.
Yeah, and that's understandable. The drummer from Def Leppard only had one arm.
Rick Allen's a friend of mine.
Great drummer too.
Yeah, I know. You're friends with all the fucking rock
Oh
stars.
my god,
Dude, we sold him his house.
You know what, Scott? Would you bring on, since you got so many rock star friends, bring one on?
Yep.
No.
I know. That's my point exactly.
Yeah,
It's the same reason. Hey, listen. What would
this
you
is from
do?
the
What would you
same
do?
guy that got arrested for breaking into his own house. Come on.
What would you do? And you tell me this. Tell me this honestly. What would you do if someone like Jack or you asked him to bring you into a connection, and you go, okay, but what are you going to talk
No,
about?
I'm
So
calling
what
your
would you
bluff.
talk
If
about?
I were in your shoes, I wouldn't be bragging about it near as much as.
Well, I mean, the guy I told you that I was closest
You wouldn't
to,
be
you already
living.
know.
You wouldn't be
The
living
guy that I was
slumming if
closest
you
to
knew
in
these
rock and
people.
roll was a de facto older brother uncle, Robbie Steinhardt, just
An
passed
older
away a
brother
few years
uncle.
ago.
De facto
As
older
a
Of
brother.
the
de facto
sister of
older
the
brother.
Mary of the
Very
Jesus, yeah.
close to him for many years.
You
Since I
think that
was
somebody as elite and prestigious as Scott would be able to fucking get his dogs trained?
That's
Yeah,
not
you
my
would think
dogs.
so.
That's
That's
mine.
not my dogs.
So
Bite me.
That's my
you're
dog.
at the pound.
You're
Did
in
you
the
know
pound.
Manson? Did you know Manson at all?
Mm.
No.
I did.
Well,
Okay.
So are
I
you staying at an
actually-
animal shelter because
Hey.
the homeless shelters were too expensive?
FYI, I got to know a bunch of other musicians. Just by the sheer nature, I was named the chairman of the board of the Florida Music Hall of Fame.
Do we
It's
hear
not-
embellishment here, Flo?
Yeah,
Is
and
that
I
the
think that
word?
Scott's looking at it the wrong way. It's not about me wanting a connection established with your rock star friends. It's about you wanting to save the challenge to your.
If I get out and about,
To
I'll
verify
introduce you
your
guys. If the
integrity.
timing's right, I'll fucking introduce you to somebody, or I'll get some clips of something for you.
Well,
folks.
until then, you get no credit. You don't know anybody. All these friends are make
You
believe.
want me to just start showing you pictures? Just go to my
You-
Facebook.
Creepy
You know what?
celebrity
I,
Go to
fetish.
my
I think
Facebook.
he's
No,
just a
I'm not going
groupie,
anywhere.
Flo.
You bring a celebrity to me.
No, fuck you. I wouldn't do
He's
that.
just a groupie. He's a groupie.
He's a groupie, and he wants to. He's my groupie too, and he wants to hang out on my panel and get to know the rest of you ladies up here.
Hey, Flo,
okay.
that link I gave is a 20-second link. You can watch that. It's not going to get a copy strike.
I'm about 20 seconds too.
It's 20-second link.
Especially with Chuck over there with all that ass in the air.
That's the blind kid.
Chuck's got that juicy ass. Shout out,
$20 is
Ron Lord.
$20.
Let's see where to go. Where my tab go? I got too many tabs open. Oh, Scott, I haven't brought you back up. I almost forgot about you back there. Actually, I did for a second. It was kind of nice.
Is it still there?
Piece of quiet.
Yeah, I'm just sharing screen. Here we go. This is a video of a blind kid playing football. I cannot believe this is a thing that
This
exists.
is not right. This is just not right.
We're
what the
watching
guy
this
said
for
in the comedy
scientific and
sketch.
educational purposes only, not because it's fucking hilarious.
I can't see, and a lot of people think that a blind person can't play football.
That's
Oh
God.
my god! Oh my god, that's so fucking funny.
You should have seen the comedy sketch. That's worth
Fucking
watching
internet
at least.
fool.
Hear the song? What the fuck is going on?
What the fuck is going on?
That's so funny.
That was Scott when he was
That is
younger.
funny.
Dude,
Oh my
you weren't
God.
supposed to tell anybody, but I wasn't really blind. They just put blinders on me.
Bro, when I was 13, I
Right.
would have took a flag for targeting. I would have drilled that motherfucker. Give
Dude,
him-
we all get kicked
That
out of
is
school
wrong.
for bullying
I'm
right
finna get a
now.
highlight.
That would have been on the real. What a
And you know it would
target.
be sad if he tackled your ass.
What I
Oh
was
my
saying, it would
God.
be sad if you just hit that
Yeah,
fucker
that
with
would
the
be
ball.
crazy.
He probably has a really good sense of smell. He probably knows right where everybody is through like echolocation these blind kids are born with.
Wouldn't that be
And-
some
and-
shit? He got sonar and all the whole little shit, like a
Watch
bugger
that clicking
sonar.
Like a bat. He got a bad sonar.
Or if they got pissed off at him, they hand him the ball, make him running back.
Can you imagine how terrifying it'd be to have a blind person trying to hunt you down with sonar?
Hey, real no shit. How about some kid with a fucking console hunting you down with a drone in real life?
Oh shit!
What happened there, Scott?
Just watch some video of these
Why
drones
do you gotta
chasing
get all
people.
this fool just it's all dark. It's all dark with you. You just got dark.
You got to enjoy
dark.
the
That
little
was
things and laugh at sonar kids and stuff.
Trying to have a little jokey joke. You just got all
Sorry. I did.
And they were making a thing out of it, saying it'd have been okay if they just let him play for a couple plays in a game, just one time. But from what the story said, and it's 8 years old, that he played the whole season. That's just cruel.
My boy
That's
was all
cruel.
Ray Charles edition though. He like, man, they thought that a blind kid couldn't play, and then he was all like walking backwards, especially with the music. That was crazy.
Yeah,
that was crazy.
Yeah.
Sometimes exclusion is necessary, like when it's clearly absurd.
Yeah. We got all the CTE debates going on. You gonna let this motherfucker play football?
Do you think
And that's what the skit that guy said in the comedy skit this year. He was saying, how ridiculous do they got to get for this inclusion shit?
Here, boy, smell the quarterback's hat. Stay on.
You a piece of shit, Flo. That's fucked up.
Go to hell.
You fucking wrong, fool.
That's some bullshit.
Well, that's his parents' fault, not Flo's parents, the blind kid's parents.
They made him into a meme.
Are they going to let him score a touchdown just to make him feel good?
Yeah, it's one of them charity touchdowns.
I was going to keep him running out of bounds.
This conversation's out of bounds.
Yeah, they're gonna sign up to a one-play contract to the New York Jets at the end of the season, just to make Aaron Rodgers feel accomplished.
The HBO special with Cat Williams. Watch it. He brings that subject up with him, and he shows the clip of it. It's funny as hell.
Oh my god.
And sad, and he makes it sad at the same time.
It's just all funny. Stop it.
No, I know.
Bro, I feel guilty for laughing about this shit.
Oh, he had to apologize before he made everybody laugh. He said, "I apologize." Oh, because how do you brace that? You're going to get canceled. If you guys know Cat Williams at all, he pretty much is against the establishment. He's really on the edge all the time.
Oh god, I can't handle this today.
He won't wear a dress.
No, he will not. He will not do that. And he calls out all the gays and all the guys that
All the gays.
Huh?
All
In
the
Hollywood.
boys. He calls all that out.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about there.
Yeah, all the
He
blowies.
says if you're wearing a dress, you're pitching and catching.
Yep, that's what he says.
Oh god.
And they said they wanted him to.
Oh my god.
Then they offered it to Kevin Hart, and so Kevin Hart took the dress. That's what he said.
I'll do the blowies. I do them.
Yeah. Oh,
Kevin swore he'd never wear the dress, then he'd come out on Saturday Night Live in a blue prom dress.
That's what he
that was
said.
the blowy conversation. Exactly. I'll do them. You don't want to do them? I'll do them.
Flo, you ever wore a dress, Flo?
No.
Tony, have you ever wore a dress? I think you wore a dress, Tony.
Tony's in a dress.
Tony's been around a lot longer than the rest of us have, so if so, it's not as weird.
More likely,
right? More opportunities to.
Tony can't find.
To
turn
feel,
your headlight on.
you'll
You'll find the switch.
You don't get to feel pretty forever. Sometimes you'll get old, so you might as well carpe that diem and feel like a beautiful woman when you want to.
Tony, have you ever wore a dress?
I definitely have put one on, but once.
Did you feel witty? Did you feel witty?
Once when I was high, I put
on what?
I put on. It wasn't really a dress. It's like a one-piece thing that the Indians or some of those foreigners wear sometimes that looks like a dress.
Like a squaw,
a romper. You wore a romper.
Anyway, and that's all I had on, and I had bare feet, and I went to a New Year's Eve party, and I was the fucking celebrity of the stage.
Did you bring your wampum?
He's from Australia.
I don't know what you said.
Yeah.
That's because it doesn't make sense because he's retarded.
Yeah.
I had a romper. He was dressed in a romper. I said, "Did you bring your
No, it
wampum?"
wasn't a romper. It was like a one piece, like a big old poncho in a way, right? Is what you're talking about?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so I thought that's the one that goes all the way down like the holy men wear.
Yes, goes right down to your feet.
Right.
And I had
And you're
bare
barefooted.
feet. Yeah,
Like-
and I was dancing with all the girls wanted to dance with me.
Be real. Were those girls?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Hey, how old were you at this time?
Oh no, that was only about 20 years ago.
50, in his 50s. See what you got to look forward to, Flo? I'm already past that stage.
I don't know, but
Warren?
I hear that assisted suicide is getting more and more available every day.
Have you heard about what they call it in Canada? It's legal. It's called MAID.
No.
Medically, and seriously, it's medically assisted in dying.
Did you hear that, GRID1? Good news.
I think they had 17,000 do it last year or something like that. And my friend in Canada always keeping me updated on that MAID. You guys
gonna
never
go
heard
up
of
and
it?
try it out? You gonna go up and try it out?
That's something you only do once. You know?
Allegedly.
Yeah, how do you know, right? Until you try it, right? I tell you what, I'll pass. You know, but I can't believe it. They got they're promoting it to the homeless and teenagers.
Yeah.
Oh, the homeless
and the old folks.
That is fucked up.
You guys got to check it out. It's huge. It's been going on 2 years now, and they go to the homeless and promote it to the homeless. If they go in like they need medical attention, part of the thing is, well, we have this MAID thing.
Check it out. When's the last time you had a taco, Miss Olsen? You ever thought about medically assisted suicide?
Yeah, it's their part of their checklist now. They ask them about it. It's part of
crazy.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
I
they
know.
go around to the old folks' home.
Probably started in Seattle.
Did it
No,
probably
it's
started in Seattle?
Canada.
Yeah, probably.
Well, I think
It's
it
a
started
Canadian.
with Kevorkian in Oregon, right?
Yep, exactly. I'm a PNW kid. I know what the fuck going on out here.
I don't know what PNW
Pacific Northwest.
Pacific
Northwest.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you
Everybody
know the
knows
Kevorkian
that.
story. No, I didn't know it.
You live out there and you didn't know
You
it.
know now.
He's in the
Now you
South.
know. Now you know.
So, you know, the last person to point at me didn't last long. Don't be pointing at me.
Neither did Kevorkian.
You! Fuck 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 you!
Chuck, I live
Was that is that
desert out here
OTW in
Nevada,
that
nowhere
clip?
close to the Pacific Northwest.
You're breaking my heart, baby. You make a mess of me.
Now that makes
that's
me want to
OTW
go
for sure.
That makes me want to go to Canada and try that new program out. Oh,
Get a little bit of poutine in you.
oh, you should have
Man.
seen the ball sucking yesterday. I had to throw up.
The what?
OTW ball sucking.
Oh yeah, he can slurp.
Whose knob was he chomping
OTW
on?
sucking all the balls. All
Well,
the
you know
balls.
who's Paul.
Jeez. Unsaved?
Yep. The white Carella.
The one that thinks he's at the front of the line, but clearly can't see the perspective that he's looking from the rear at the back of the boat.
What was that Flow State was calling him? Squatter?
Who? Paul?
You. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Where was-
his real estate plan. Go set up hoses on a bunch of fucking different properties. Somebody won't notice them for long enough that you can be like, oh, I've been tending these gardens here. This was an abandoned property.
I hereby claim this land, yeah.
Rights, principles, freedoms.
As he shoots off rounds and draws attention to himself. Yeah.
I saw the clip of this guy who's put a contract with, I guess, his mother on a property, and they go there without any. And I've been in real estate for years, and like you have agreements for inspection dates and times. What? You're a fraud. Keep fraud state. Keep quiet.
Hey, Scott, I just checked it out. 2016, the MAID started, and between 2016 and 2022, 45,000 people used the service. They said 45,000 people have used the service in Canada by 2022. So now it's what, 2 years later?
No way. Get yourself out of here, service.
Yeah, they used 45,000
Canada. It's a
people.
law.
That's crazy.
It's a law now. Yep.
I told you they give it when you go in for a checkup. I'm not joking you. That's one of your options.
Medically off yourself, huh?
Yeah.
Flo,
it is an option.
Did Paul say if he got his guns back or not?
I don't recall which he said. I think he said he did, but
it's Harmon, I believe, or boy, brother. It's in the interest of the state, isn't it, that they take the money, whatever's attached to you, and go ahead and do that?
Huh?
Well, they're benefiting from it, is what I'm saying. That's why they're okay in this and letting this happen.
That's crazy.
Taking the money.
I'm not mad at it though. I mean, I guess if you want to get yourself out of here, man.
What are you talking about?
Taking the money.
Well, just think, your estate, anything that's attached to it. If all these people that believe that your Social Security comes as a first estate, and there's all that stuff is attached to it. Then
Lord!
I got a question. Are you required to have life insurance if you do that?
And who would be the beneficiary?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The straw man, of course.
There's
they
got to be like some stipulations with that.
If you notice, a lot of life insurance, that's one option where they won't pay.
What if it's medical though? You're like, oh, the doctor got me out of here. I didn't. There's got to be some loopholes out there. Somebody's exploiting the system.
That's 45,000. 2 more years. I wonder how much they've done the last 2 years. That's a lot of
Go up
people.
there and find out.
This is a dark subject right here.
You know, you're getting me feeling bad, like you don't like me now.
What's the
I meant
no, man. If you gotta go, you gotta go. If you gotta go, you gotta go right now. I get it. It's no problem.
Gotta go right now. That's an old commercial there.
There's people that are going to do this one way or another. I mean, in that case, maybe you know there is some sort of an exception to the rule, but making it just commonplace or publicizing it, and I just don't think this should be the norm. I mean, if we're looking at an alien invasion and we want to bring people through and they want to just go ahead and do that instead of dealing with the fighting, I don't know, maybe I would have a soft heart for that, but just doing it because you can't cope. Let's figure out how to help people cope.
We're about like on the brink of like World War III. We're like, man, can you just push it off for like 2 weeks? Because we're signing like kamikazes out there. You got like 2 more weeks in you?
Yeah.
Nice little severance package.
Did you see that story where Russia captured a Ukrainian soldier that turned out to be a 70-year-old American that went over there and volunteered to fight in Ukraine, and they sentenced him to like 9 years in prison in Russia?
I heard about that.
No shit.
That's crazy.
Oh, I didn't hear about that.
And how old was he?
70 some.
So basically, they gave him a life sentence.
Yep.
So he's done. He's done. But he chose to do that. It was a dumbass move, but he chose to do it.
Maybe they got made over there.
Yeah.
What was the benefit of that? Maybe
I don't know if they pay him or not, or if he's just one of those, what do they call it, commando patriot type.
Yeah.
He went over to find a Ukrainian wife and made a mistake, got caught up with the wrong people.
Yeah, he's been watching.
No, he flew.
Got
I think
down
he
the wrong
flew
rabbit
over
hole
there
on
and volunteered. Oh, that guy They arrested at the Trump golf course. He tried twice, and they rejected him for the Ukrainian army.
Now you get rejected from the Ukrainian army. That's bad.
Shit.
That,
they're taking anybody.
You might as well go to Canada then. And do
I think Jack.
I don't
Jack
think he
should
could
go
have
there.
made it
He
into
get-
Canada, to be honest. He had a criminal record and shit. I don't think he.
No,
could
I'm
have
saying
made
when
it.
he got rejected to go to the Ukrainian army, he might as well go to Canada to do the maid service. That's what I'm saying. He ain't got nothing else in life to go
He
for.
can't even get it. He can't get into the country though, with a criminal record.
Oh, back roads, you can get it
I
in.
bet you if he told them he wanted that, they'd let him in.
That'd be
You
like
guys surprised how
Talcott.
many teenagers have done it?
We could send
18 and
Talcott to
19-year-olds, you'd be surprised.
Ukraine as a peace. Oh Lord, I could see Talcott over there trying to stop that war.
Who the fuck was the Canadian politician that had a coke habit?
Oh,
The fat guy.
Trudeau's been
his
Trudeau's
dad,
been after
right?
little girls and everything. His dad was Castro.
Like, what do you mean Castro?
They think it was actually Castro. Yeah, Fidel Castro from Cuba. They think that's Trudeau's daddy.
Yeah, because the first
no
Trudeau was impotent or something.
Go look at them two side
Oh,
by
and the second
side.
one was castrated.
No, Castro and Trudeau's mom, they hung out together they hung out together quite a bit. They were kind of an item.
Castro was a baseball pro.
Yeah, for 1 year he tried out and didn't make it for the Washington Senators, and that was like 1955.
Same as Tom Selleck. Selleck tried out for pro ball.
Well, anyway,
look where that got him. We got a dictator and we got a fucking
kid
Magnum
plays
PI.
football, so Tom Selleck could do it.
not mustache. Not mustache.
Yeah.
Tom Selleck has the greatest mustache of all time.
True. That
Tom
thing had a
Selleck.
life of its own. Yep, had a life of
Oh
its
my
own.
god, for sure.
That spawned the porn mustache right there.
Yeah, that was the OG Ron Jeremy right there.
Well, he got
you wanna
stuck in a
fuck? You wanna
dilemma.
fuck?
They wanted him to be in the Indiana Jones in the movie.
Tom
And at
Selleck?
the same time, yeah. And
Oh, I
at the
was gonna
same
say,
time,
Ron Jeremy? What the fuck?
he got offered the PI deal, so he took Magnum PI instead of the movie.
Imagine if that was Ron Jeremy. I was finna be like,
Ooh.
man, I quit.
Well,
they gave
Flo's
Ron Jeremy
been-
the offer for fucking Indiana Jones. What the fuck?
Oh, you talking about Jeremy? No, he's talking about Tom Selleck.
Flo's been
Yeah, I got
felt
it
up
now.
by Ron Jeremy.
Tom Selleck really bothers me these days when I look at him in that reverse mortgage schemes. You know, when I look, it's just like he's trying to take advantage of old people. Damn it, Magnum.
A scheme.
Somebody
Where's the
grandmother
scheme?
signed up for that though. You know what I mean?
The reverse mortgage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had
You
my
get
friend do
paid
it.
to live out your life. That's all.
It's listen. If it's dealing with the banks, it's a scheme. Just ask Flo State. He's one of them creepy fuckers from the banking industry.
He
Yeah.
wasn't no
I had my
shit. He
friend-
went to jail.
My friend did it. His parent and
All
his kids
bankers
got
should
all
be in
mad
jail.
that he did it because they wanted the farm, and he just said screw it and went and did that reverse mortgage thing. He's dead now, and yeah, he did that. But the kids are all mad because they didn't get anything.
There you go. And he could have lived another year, and then they get everything. So the scam is that you're taking until you die. Let's say that you die next week. Where's that? Is there any concession for it? I haven't gone into it, but it's truly a little fucked up.
It sounds like there isn't. It sounds like that's just it.
Exactly. They get the property. Oh, God damn, dog. Come back here.
I think Flo fell asleep or he went to eat.
Well, he gets bored
Nah.
with some of these conversations, too.
Yeah, nah, he's
Because
definitely
his
up.
comprehension
He's still
level
up.
just isn't down to so low. He's so much more superior. Superior.
Well, he said that earlier, remember? He's
Yeah,
superior.
he is. And if you don't believe, you know the best thing to give Flo for Christmas is a
A
mirror.
Talcott bobblehead.
A mirror.
Earplugs.
You give him a mirror and he'll be happy.
What more could he want? He's got all those beautiful nude pictures. What more could he ask for?
A little more meat on Lindsay's butt.
You didn't look,
That would
did
be
you,
nice.
Harmon?
Huh?
You didn't look, did you?
Well, he
I couldn't
flashes
help
it up every
myself.
time. That's the only time I come on the show because I'm hoping he keeps showing it.
I couldn't help myself.
You don't cover your eyes? Come on. You know you cover your eyes.
Nope. The
Like
one
a
that he
good
does when
Mormon.
he's covering her in the front, I don't. That picture looks deformed or just not right.
Yeah, that's true.
Were you on when she did that, Chuck?
Fortunately or unfortunately, no.
I wanted to. I wish I was there. It would have been fun.
Well, Flo's got the whole video.
Well, I don't doubt it. But he's
That's what
charging
he's
like
doing.
$200 or something. He ain't found the sweet spot for the price yet. Flo's asleep.
He might be eating munching. Might be
He
eating
may be
some
right. He
cereal.
could be taking a dump too. He went out to take a dump and hogs ate him.
Yeah, he might be taking a shit.
You never know. We'll find out. Just keep talking. Harmon.
Yes, sir.
All right, let me ask y'all a question, because there was a crazy story out of South
Fire.
Carolina, right, that I read. So, would y'all, if you were on death row, right, and they're like, man, we can't even make up our minds like how we want to kill you, so we're gonna leave it up to y'all. You know what I'm saying? You can either die by firing squad, lethal injection, or
Hey,
electric
full
chair.
disclosure.
Which way would you
full
go?
disclosure,
Which way would you go?
marathon. Marathon. My grandparents' killer's on death row at this moment.
Oh, God bless.
So what were your three options again?
Lethal injection, electric chair,
Firing squad,
or
Let
firing
the family
squad.
do it is my vote.
No. You have to choose. You have to choose. There's literally like this prisoner in South
Give me a
Carolina.
gun. Let's shoot him.
I would take the lethal injection.
If it was painless.
Yeah, those things you see on TV and movies, they don't foam and do all that shit. Man, you see the guy OD on heroin, they don't never wake up. They nod and go.
They put them to sleep first. If they have a heart attack doing it, they never know they had it.
Yeah,
brains
it's all
out.
that TV drama is bullshit. So the lethal injection, definitely.
They wind you down and then stroke you. Or heart attack, give you a heart attack, potassium rather, not stroke.
Yeah, it's like 3 different shots that they give you.
The last one's
That's what they say.
potassium. They just load your fucking heart up with potassium.
Why don't they just OD you on heroin and you just go out peaceful?
Because they're not going to give you a ride that you'll enjoy, man. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, dude, I've had 2 different surgeries. I'm like, the amnesia, I don't remember shit. Like, give me amnesia
that's
first.
the happy trail. They're not going to make this like nice and happy. They're just going to fucking knock you down.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
It's like shoving bananas in your heart.
I don't know how that works. Bananas in the heart?
Potassium. No, it's the potassium. It's just an overload of potassium.
Because
If you ate a whole
bananas have potassium.
Oh, that can kill you if you got too much potassium to the heart?
Fucking A.
I don't know.
Oh, shit.
Check this out. When I was animal control over in Turkey, and because they outlawed the pure nicotine in the States because it was too inhumane. And so, anyway, that's another story. But we use, for every 10 pounds of dog is 1 cc of nicotine. And so if a dog weighed 30 pounds, you use 3.5, 4 cc's, and you shoot that dog with the with a dart with the air gun, and it injects it in there, and within 20 seconds, that heart explodes and dies. But
get the fuck out of here, for real?
Yeah, that's what nicotine is. So if you got, that's how it is. If you use get the pure nicotine, like for a man, 150-pound man, so 15 cc's would kill you. Yeah, that's how they kill the animal controls forever. That's what we use that stuff all the time.
You say you did that in Turkey?
Yeah, I was in the military and I was animal control because they had so many wild dogs running around.
Yeah, I was in the military too. I was overseas for OIF, OEF 2009, 2010.
Sound like they need some Haitians.
Shit ton of dogs. What's up, Sasquatch?
Come
Now,
in with the dinger.
I
Yeah,
done
that
told
wasn't-
him not to leave the children around. Ever since we got married, he's just been abandoning y'all to yourselves. I don't appreciate it.
We were trying to behave.
Yeah, we weren't sure what
1982 and
direction to take
84,
this.
85, I was there. And
Yeah, y'all pretty good.
Yeah, Squash,
Oh,
it's a
okay.
good way to lose a channel, ain't it?
No, it depends on who's up. I mean, y'all don't seem to be too nefarious.
Except for
you're the most
Harlan.
nefarious on here, Sass.
That's Steve.
That's crazy though.
He
The
seems to be
fucking
burning
nicotine dart
stuff.
for the
Hi,
dogs.
Steve.
That's insane.
How you doing? You also seem to be muted. No, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
And that's preferable.
Yell
he's
bloody
trying to
murder.
burn Florida
Now
He's
you're
muted now.
Yeah.
This is a
You
Florida
muted now,
boy.
Steve.
Steve, how'd you do in the storm?
Well, I saw your lips moving respectfully, but couldn't hear you.
Steve,
Oh,
you
there you go.
muted?
There you
You're
go.
muted.
Nah, he's not muted. He it's just not picking up. Drop out and try again, brother. For some reason it didn't pick up your mic.
It sounded like it was a little delay.
Hey, did you see that twin water spout there, Sasquatch, in Florida, down by Miami?
No, I don't remember a whole bunch before last night when I started drinking.
No, this is like the day before the storm, last like Wednesday. It was two water spouts coming right out. It was cool as hell.
Where was that?
Yeah.
They said it was they were filming it from Miami, so that's all I can say.
Okay. So
Have you ever
Miami,
experienced a
maybe?
water spout?
Pardon me?
Have you ever experienced a water spout?
Oh
They're
hell
weird.
no! I've never even been close.
They're
Are they
not
more dangerous
like
than a
tornadoes.
tornado?
No, they're not really dangerous at all under most circumstances. I mean, yeah, if you carry your happy ass off into the freaking wall of that thing, it's liable to fuck you up. But as far as like a tornado, it's not a tornado. It's like a really, really, really big dust devil with water.
It's real thin, tall, usually
Yeah,
really tall.
both of them. They were real thin and tall. That's for sure.
Yeah. And it's because you can see the entire inner workings of the damn thing while it's sucking the water up, just like a blonde.
So
Like
when
a
it
big
hits,
straw.
does it come and land? Does it come to ground? What happens when
It
it hits
busts
the
up
ground?
on land.
Usually they break down. They become, they're generally not quite strong enough to actually pick stuff up on land. And so as soon as they come on land, the water stops going through that system and they just disappear. You can't see them anymore. But they're really big dust devil is what it comes down to.
Out here in the
That's
desert, we
it.
get some big ones sometimes, dust devils. Every
Yeah.
once in a while, they're big enough. They actually, they don't go very far. But when they hit, we've had a couple actually flip over a semi-trailer.
Well, yeah,
they
that's what I'm
can do
saying.
that.
It's not that they
Yeah, they can get a
can't
little
do
crazy.
damage. It's just
Very
that
rare.
they typically don't do damage. But you can have some fish fall on you.
Oh, I bet you that's how they got those raining frogs and shit too. I bet you, huh?
Sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't make any sense though. There are some. I mean, yeah, if you're north or east or a little bit west of Louisiana and you have a rain of frogs, you pretty well bet that it came from Louisiana.
or from a tornado, right? A tornado will suck them up more than a water spout, right? Is what you're saying?
I would assume so. Tornadoes are just on a whole other scale, man. I mean, a water
that's
spout
different.
is technically a tornado, but it's a tornado that can barely pick up water, just enough that it can be seen,
Yeah.
Whereas a actual F1 tornado, it will relocate your house fairly effectively.
Hey, how long you been listening to the chat? You just come on to the stream?
Hold on, I sound trashed.
Huh? Sasquatch. What's up?
Yeah, he was skipping out. Anybody else hear him
Yeah.
skipping out? Is that my shit?
No, it was.
No,
they
my
were
sound
skip.
trashed. It just went down bad. Like,
Okay, so Sasquatch, were you just now coming on to the panel? You haven't been listening?
about 20 minutes, just long enough for Scott to make my head hurt right out of bed.
So I'm
going to leave the microphone live and let these dogs bark and get your head hurt. Here, how about
So I like how Sasquatch is rounded in all knowledge. I really do. He tinkers in everything. So in Canada, they have the MAID, M-A-I-D, the medical assistant in
Yeah.
dying. So I'm
Yeah.
going to get from 2016 when they started to 2022. I just want you to guess the number they say that used the service.
7.
Specifically and made and not people associated, just People
No,
who have
people who actually use the service.
272.
45,000.
Dude, they've murked an entire fucking city.
45,000. And that was up to
45,000.
Yeah.
No, hold on. Let me
Get
finish
the
this.
fuck out of here.
There are 56,000 people in the city that I'm in. They've murked almost an entire city, dude. This is a county seat down here.
I just Googled it on there, and that's what they said, up to 22. That was the count.
That's insane. Even your dogs are like, that's fucked up.
But I'm pretty sure animal control is going to come get you.
Yeah, 100%.
It's going to look something like this. It's going to look like
your dog?
His dog, it's my nephew's dog. He just walked out the door. So
oh shit.
That's animal control coming to your house, bro.
Oh, Minority Report edition.
His daddy just left. That poor dog. His bad daddy just left, so he's going to start barking at the door. They just went to get more gas for the generator.
Yeah, that's sick. When did they start doing that shit in Canada? How long has that been legal?
Well, the article I just read said 2016.
Yeah, it's been going on for a minute, bro. It's not new.
They've been
It's
shipping
just,
shit
they don't
for
really
8 years.
advertise it. You know,
What got me going on this, Sasquatch, is now when you go into the doctors in Canada, my friend, he's 86, he says they ask you as one of the check things, do you want this? That's one of their services they're asking as you go into the doctors. I don't care if you're 19 or 80s.
Well, that makes
bro,
that makes
imagine
sense.
how much money they fucking making off them organs, hypothetically speaking.
But no, dude, that's right on the freaking. Yeah, you're right up the right alley on that.
You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean, man. You got to think. So I did a show with the Raging Tomato a couple of weeks ago. We were talking about the concept of euthanasia and whether or not it should be utilized with humans. And personally, I think that this is the other side of the page for eugenics. I think they're picking and choosing who they want to live, and they just don't suggest it to people who are of a beneficial bent of some sort, whether it's genetic or freaking. Bro, listen, before you go through, you do your little questionnaire, and then they draw your blood, and then right after that, how they go about treating you changes based on what they find in your blood work.
Bro, they got like a pretty ass blonde, blue eyes and shit. They're like, you tested positive for herpes, right?
Right.
You should just end it.
Just go ahead and
just
let the service take over.
Just fucking beautiful blue eyes,
baby,
blonde hair, blonde, just selling you the
folks
suicide story.
I couldn't let nobody up here that looks shady as hell. What up, Joe Cool?
Oh, Joe Cool, yeah, for sure.
My man say I don't know if I trusted you.
So
I mean, after all,
I just went and checked.
Never actually seen Joe Cool in a building.
So I just went and checked just now, double checked. 44,970 people by 2022. So I wasn't misquoting.
Why you let Joe up here? What the hell's wrong with you?
I have no self-control.
Hey, Joe, you want to go to Canada with me?
Yes, I do.
No, hell no. I'm going to save you from this. No, he does not. Matter of fact, I'm not Joe Cool's representative. No, the fuck, he does not want to go to Canada with your ass.
I've done enough this week. Thanks, bro.
I don't think. Are you a felon, Joe?
I am.
You can't go to
multi-time
Canada.
felon.
Well, they got all those illegals crossing every day. Why can't we?
I know, right?
Wouldn't that be some shit? Like the Canadians are trying to fucking filter Americans over with felonies and shit through the back door to get them to participate in a little self-chip yourself program.
But check this out. It's worse than you think. Because if Joe hops over the fence and just refuses to speak, they won't be able to prove anything about where he's from. They'll just let his ass in. I hopped that damn fence.
That's why you got to bring him to French Canada or French Canada, whatever the fuck they call it. Same place little George St. Pierre's from. Just bring his ass over there.
Why do I get placed, Sasquatch, and you don't get
as long as you don't speak, they can't prove shit about where you're from. As long as you don't get
tell you, fool, they're trying to put you in the sunken place. I didn't told you ain't going to Canada, fool. Damn.
That's funny.
I hope y'all
We got you,
that
Joe.
reference.
Just pay
I hope
attention.
y'all got that
That's it. That's it. We're good looking out for him, Kev. That's good. He's
Yeah, I
good.
got him for sure.
Damn, Joe ain't got a goddamn prayer if ain't nobody looking out for him. Joe, you could be all fucked up.
Man, I go to Canada and run those motherfuckers, man. I set up shop in the woods somewhere. I turn their world around.
Actually, I think
Yeah,
you'd do good
okay.
if you found one
Yeah,
of those
okay.
racist guys. All of a sudden, Joe's just up on meat hooks in the corner. We're like, what's that? No, that's old. That's old.
Exactly.
That's Joe
Like you heard
Cool
about
over there.
you smoke? They're like, you smoke, fool? You smoke?
That's
Yeah,
right.
I smoke.
Yeah.
Joe Cool's
Gotcha.
getting ready.
It's over
He's
with.
getting ready
It's
for the
over.
weekend. Chicago's always the highlight in the weekend.
It's over. He said, it's over. That's sick though. Picture that though. I bet you some shit like that happens, like some crooked ass shit.
Bro,
No,
there
some
was a
sick
pig
ass sunken
farmer.
place shit for real.
There was a pig farmer up there on the, I think it was the Upper Peninsula, just across the water there or something, right? It was just in Canada. And homie was responsible for hundreds of bodies disappearing. Homie was disappearing bodies for the mob. Homie was disappearing bodies for people that just brought them up. He was throwing what do they call them, raves at another building there so that he could just, when he got done doing whatever it was he did with those he captured, he just chop them up, feed them to the pigs. Hundreds
my
of
God.
pigs, right?
They made a couple movies about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've made a couple movies about where some gangster was up there feeding the whole big hog farm.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Well,
see, that's why I don't do nothing. I'm like, nope. You want to go? Nope.
Well, when we had our pigs, my dad taught us. He says, if you cut yourself, get the hell out of that pig farm. Because those pigs, when they smell blood, I don't care how docile they are, they taste blood, they go crazy.
You know, I was raised on a pig farm there, Harmon.
You know what I mean? Then we had only 2 pigs, but
hold on. One day I had a stroke while I was out watering the pigs, and I just clopped out. You know, it was like somebody hit me in the back of the head. I went down like a sack of taters, and when I woke up, my wife was dragging me out from under the fence of the damn pig pen. Apparently, after I went down, they had grabbed hold of my pants and was dragging me under the fence.
Yeah,
they would get after you for sure. They would get after you 100%.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
These are
I
your
worked at
loving
this,
pigs that you feed every day. They were trying to get you when you.
Well, I did trap them bastards, so I mean, they did have a point.
Joe Cool, honestly, if you get cut and you get blood around them, those guys, they're no joke. And I've heard, I've never seen it, but I've heard you release them out into the wild, within 2 years, they go feral again and grow
months.
They do. They start growing tusks. They start growing tusks. They start growing fur again.
You know
all
what
the
causes
shit.
that? You know what causes that, though?
No, I don't.
It's a combination of things, but mostly it is stress, emotional and physical stress on the pig. When they stop eating super good and they stop getting their vitamins and minerals and all that stuff, their body becomes stressed and they turn feral, for lack of a better term. I mean, they're one of the very few animals that can do it within the span of their own lifetime. It's almost like they're different creatures.
Listen, someone should Google that. I did. I think it's just a matter of weeks. It is not years. Just
it's not a long time. It isn't.
Yeah.
I was just saying years because I didn't know. I didn't want to say something, I didn't.
Right, I
know
get
clue.
it. Good to see you, huh?
Good too, Joe. All right, mister. I'm going
Anybody
to
have
do a
that?
quiz for Sasquatch. Sasquatch, how long is the life? I like this because Sasquatch has all knowledge. The average life of a quail.
Who knows that?
Wow.
That shit.
He knows stuff
3
like
years.
this.
It's like 3 years, ain't it?
It's 3 years. It's freaking 3 years. I told you. I
You
told
want an
you.
explanation, Joe? You've asked me a million times how the fuck I know all this shit. I'll tell you. I grew up in the middle of nowhere with no library within 60 miles of my house, and I
I
had
don't care. Test
I
him
had a
again on some obscure fucking
I had
animal.
a
Test
World
him
Book
again. That was a
Encyclopedia
fluke.
set. It was the only books I had in my house to read after I'd read whatever I brought from the library. And so anytime I finished a book, I picked up a World Book Encyclopedia and just started where I left off.
Look, this little Wayfair code
I'll
word
think of
shit
something.
got to stop right
I'm not
now.
going to look it up. It has to be out of my head. So I have to think about it. Wow, that's crazy.
What's the lifespan of a housefly?
Okay, there's one. How? What the hell is that?
That's
Sound like
God
a-
letting y'all know y'all better stop talking about this
All right,
shit.
Sasquatch. How
God.
after mice have babies, how quick can they have babies again?
Within like 6 days, man. Like these
No,
things
it's
are
like
built to
19
reproduce.
days. They said 19 days.
I was gonna
Okay.
say it got to be quick. It got to
And,
be
and
quick.
the
for
rat
sure.
is 26 days. A rat
Well,
is
I mean,
26.
have you ever looked at the mouse utopia experiment?
No, no, I have no
The
idea.
rat. You talking about the rat, not
Rat,
the mouse.
yeah,
The
you
rat.
told me,
Yeah.
yeah.
That shit is crazy.
What is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's you want to do it, Sasquatch?
Sure. So a group of guys built what they called Rat Utopia. They put a whole bunch of living boxing, a whole bunch of breeding boxes, a whole bunch of food access, and a whole bunch of water access into a pen. They did the math and figured that it would support like 2,000 rats or something like that without problems. They were wrong. What happened was the rats reproduced with the bountiful food. They reproduced and were perfectly normal mice or rats up until they reached that 2,000 mouse point. When they reached that point, suddenly the behavior of the rats changed because some of them weren't getting enough food and they started attacking each other. And for a couple of months, the breeding that took place was not replacing the population in the pen until it got well below that 2,000 rat line. And after that, it broke into 3 different categories. There was another cycle of breeding or 3 in this, but there were the beautiful mice who do not participate in mice activities, but basically sit around and get groomed by other mice. There were the ugly mice who were the ones running around just eating and killing everything around them. And then there was a third group of mice in the group that were basically like the people going to the cinema. They didn't participate in either side, but they would occasionally get waylaid by either side because the beautiful ones don't actually perpetrate violence.
A middle, and a lower class. They
Yes.
They had a
And there's no money involved in this. This was just access to food and water that was available in every single living cage.
So they had hierarchies amongst themselves.
On God in heaven, they did. This is a crazy ass experiment. Go
by
ahead.
beauty, bro. Beauty. It was not anything the rats did. It was the way the other rats identified certain rats.
That
So I
is
want you to
crazy.
think about that the next time you see one of these assholes running around screaming they, them. You don't get to identify yourself. Other people identify you.
Yeah, you let them identify themselves.
Hey, see, Sasquatch,
No, this is a crazy ass experiment though. It got crazier though because it got to the point where like the beautiful rats, like they were not like women were not like the women rats were like not attracted to the other rats and shit, and it got all homoerotic and shit. And then it turned all cannibalism edition and shit.
did.
It was crazy,
Also,
and like the rats got
some of those
suicidal.
female
It was
rats
so
you're talking about.
Yeah.
Some of them, they stopped mating with like the beautiful rats and would only go running around with the thuggy rats. And that is the really
they didn't want to
It's a
fuck the
really weird
beautiful
thing.
ones anymore because it wasn't acting like men. That experiment is so fucking crazy. This is a great
says so
documentary
much
on
about
that.
us.
Oh,
It-
Kev,
Yeah.
damn, you just hit on something, man.
Yeah.
Could it be you said the rats, they went for the wild rats, the bad boy
Right.
rat, because the
Yeah.
other one was soft.
That's where you get the
Yeah.
name hood rats.
No, that's not where you get
Exactly.
it. Okay.
Is that what it
That
is?
gives me
He
a
was
Tyrone.
looking
They're
for
hood
the
rats.
bad boy.
That's where
because-
Tyrone came from. I'm here to
Yes.
fuck your wife.
Oh my God.
OG hood rat.
So, hey, Joe, why would you think they would go for the bad ones instead of the good ones? Honestly,
Because
What
of
would
the properties that they are attracted to, also with the
Yeah.
bravery and all of that weird shit that the bad boy does, not just the financial nesting or whatever the other guy does.
Right.
Wow.
Well, that's the thing. You see, the rats were perfectly, well, I say perfectly normal. They were acting a little strange as far as rats go, up until the point where the beautiful rats separated themselves from the rest of the rat kingdom. When they took that sidestep, a certain percentage of the female rats stopped going up there to go deal with them, and instead
Yeah.
went running the streets with the roguish rats.
Yep.
Wow.
And then
you
the
can't beat
ones
them,
that the
join them.
females left, no, on God in heaven, no, this is a real thing. The ones that the females left, then they started doing like homoerotic shit. They started fucking
Yes.
on the men. Like
How long did
the
this
male
experience
badges
last?
started. It was some
It was
prison
a
shit.
3-year
Nah, this
I think
is
it
a
was
crazy
3-year
ass fucking.
experiment, I think.
Nah, bro,
Hold
and
on.
bro like went borderline crazy at the end of it. He's like, man, fuck this. This is sick, and he just like
It's scary.
exterminated all of them. He's like, nah, y'all fucked up. Like y'all fucked up. But it was like it honestly was like it was
But how long
very
did it last,
similar.
Kev? How long was this
I
experiment?
want to say it was like I want to say it was at least like 8 months. It was something crazy. It happened fast, you know. They reproduce fast or whatever the case may be. Hold on, I'll look the shit up. I'll look it up.
Joe Cool, you said you were impressed with him with that. No, I got another one for him. I know he won't get this one. All right, and it's about animals. The mountain lion is all throughout the United States, but in all 5 different regions, they're named different things, but they're the same animal. Can you name the 5 things they call mountain lions?
Oh, this is a layup for that.
Catamount, cougar, puma.
Oh, how'd you get catamount? I didn't think you'd ever get
Georgia.
You
No,
I
dick.
was gonna say, yeah.
Where'd
I'm
you
in
get
Georgia.
catamount from?
That's what we call them. If they're not a catamount, they're a panther, and that just means that they're freaking not the same.
Joe, I give up, Joe. I give up. So they're called a mountain lion, cougar, panther, catamount, and what's the other one? Panther.
Puma.
Yeah, Puma. He knew, Joe. How do you like that? Who needs fucking Google when you got him?
Yeah, I don't.
He's fucking Grizzly Adams. You're asking him fucking obvious questions.
I'm suddenly feeling inadequate.
Yeah, no, there's a 6th one too. I don't know if y'all heard about it, but we call them mountain screamers in Minnesota.
No,
They call a mountain lion a mountain screamer?
Yeah, mountain screamer because they go
in the
crazy.
bush,
man.
they just go by 5, but I imagine up in the hills and the boondocks where
Listen
people
to
like you
me.
live probably got their
Carmen,
own.
have
Nah,
you
people
ever
be thinking
seen
like
a
there
big
be
cat?
reports. I'm sorry, go ahead, bro.
Have you ever heard a big cat in the woods, like 2 big cats breeding? It sounds for all
fucking
the world.
crazy.
It
sounds like
for all
somebody's
the
being
world.
murdered.
It's murdering a woman in the woods, and if it's a bobcat,
Yeah.
it sounds like a crying baby.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It is
It's like a sick sound.
crazy.
If you don't know
Joe.
what the fuck you listening to, you finna call the police. There's so many police reports.
What do you
that
say
happen out
about that
here
one,
every
Joe?
year.
What do you say about that, Joe?
I saw the police run. There was an animal in the forest. They got a call. They came, and that motherfucker screamed. It sounded like a baby screaming or something. And the police took off running. There's a video
Nah,
about
y'all got
that.
me fucked up. I ain't signed up for this shit. No. Good luck. You know what I'm saying? God bless you. I'm going that way. You can follow me, or
Yeah.
otherwise, fuck you the long way.
Sasquatch,
Well,
I was
all
playing
had to
golf.
outrun the slowest.
I was playing golf, and you got these old tourists out there playing ahead of us. And off to the side of the desert mountain right there, you got on the fairway, you had 2 little bobcats playing around. But Mama's right there on the side, right there in that bush.
Yeah,
And
no, I
those
see
people
that
want to
video.
go over there and take close pictures of those babies.
Not a
do
good
not
I
idea.
tell
fuck
that
with
those
that.
people, get the fuck away from there, people.
Yeah.
There is no
Yeah.
recorded killing of a person by a bobcat in all of North America. Nowhere.
There isn't?
But I am convinced bobcats are responsible for a handful of missing people.
I wouldn't.
I would
They're
not
big.
be surprised. For
Maybe
sure.
a kids or something, but
I'm just saying a handful. I'm not saying it's a pandemic or nothing. I'm just saying that a handful of
it's
those
logical.
bodies. Yeah.
No, but you got to imagine. You got to, or like a lynx, right? Like a lynx.
The lynx are a little
Imagine like
further north, but yeah.
But it's about the
fucking-
same
but a-
body size and shit.
Yeah, about the same
a lynx
size.
got
but
20
they
pounds
got
on a
paws,
bobcat.
though. They got fucking paws. Like, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like,
Yeah,
you
so
got
they
hands.
can,
they got like catcher's
that's for-
mitts.
That's for
times
stealth,
2
though. That's for stealth purposes.
with little
and shit.
shanks, with
Yeah.
5
Yeah, they don't use
shanks, like
that for
5
shanking people,
jailhouse
though.
shanks. You know what I'm
Damn
saying?
right.
And they just dig.
I have seen a
Bro.
bobcat take down a grown deer.
Right.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if
Exactly.
they had
Like-
the ability. Okay.
Yeah, no, they do.
will
Their
fuck some
mouth
shit up, bro.
opens.
As soon as they latch on, they literally have like 5. They
It's like
have
Velcro.
10. You know what I'm saying? Well, actually 20 because
Like
the back
Velcro.
paws and shit too. They just grab on you, just stab the fuck you up. Like as soon as they grab on you once, that's 20 stab wounds just
Here's a little
instantaneously.
change of a topic, same topic, but Sasquatch. I was looking at a video of different birds flying. They would sit them here and have them fly there with microphones in between so that you can hear how loud they are. Every bird made a ruckus. The fucking owl flew, and you'd have thought they killed the sound, or it dropped or something.
Yeah, they
That's how
thought
fucking
silent.
silent that
Yeah.
was.
Oh,
Mike
shit.
Silent.
Yeah, I've read that study with where they ran into a brick wall on the owl. They had to turn the gain up so high they were picking up the fans in the control room.
Yeah, it seemed unfair, man. It didn't seem right. Like Michael Jordan against children. I mean, the owl was silent. The other ones were made very audible.
Let me run this one
Joe.
by you. It'll explain it a little bit. A bird has bajillions of little bitty muscles inside their skin. That's why their skin seems unattached to the rest of their body. When you like try to pluck a chicken or whatever, you'll notice that it's attached, but it slides around a whole bunch.
Yeah.
That's because they have a whole bunch of muscles. Owls utilize those muscles to change the shape of their body and feathers, the way their feathers meet the wind, so as to mitigate the sound. They do it something like as fast as a
So
hummingbird.
you're saying it's a conscious effort. It's not just something natural. They're consciously being quiet.
Yes. When they fly, they are the quietest thing on wings.
Hey, when I was going through college, I used to guard where the Buccaneers headquarters were, Hugh Culverhouse's office, over off what, and on the top of, there was Austin Center, there were two buildings. One was 9 stories, the other 11 stories, with a mall underneath. The Austin Center's west. On top, owls used to hang out with the parking lots below, and rats would run across. I'd go up there and burn. And these guys would come by me. I mean, fucking 6-8 foot wingspans, pretty big fucking owls. And they'd fly down. They'd fly down, and I mean, these rats would not even hear them coming. I mean, they fucking just snatch something right out of the parking lot, running around. Their eyes were so
once
good.
they get up on you, them talons is pretty much over.
There's one with my little dog here. I'm worried about my dog because there's one in this forest right next to me. And
a hawk will hit a rat before the rat knows it's there, not because it doesn't hear it, but because the hawk will do a stoop right before it hits. So
What's a stoop?
it
What's a
might
stoop?
hear it. That's where he folds up and dives.
Just stick his,
don't do it as much as falcons, but they never hear it or see it for that reason.
I got one for him, Joe. This is
Owl
good.
can fly down and like almost do a hover flight down over him, and as long as there is not a moon in the sky, that mouse will never hear that hawk. He won't hear him or see him because they don't look up.
Okay, I'm not looking this stuff up. This is stuff I know from them out in the desert and stuff. What's the only scorpion? There's only one scorpion in the world that is deadly, that will kill you, that has the potential of killing you.
I don't know the names of them, but it's the little one, not the big one.
Yeah.
It's the only place it's found is in central Mexico. It's called the Mexican brown. That's all I know. I
That's
got
the
one
only
for
scorpion
I
that'll
can
kill
tell you
you.
this much: if you hit that motherfucker with a black light, it'll light up like a rave.
It'll fluoresce, yeah.
Yeah, the scorpion
They
will
got
kill
some
you.
shit. They
just
got
hurt.
some shit that'll sting your ass up, though. They got some shit that'll sting your ass up, though.
A brown recluse will sting your ass up and infect you pretty bad if you're not careful.
No, brown recluse will fuck you up for sure. I had one of my battle buddies. I was in basic training in Fort Sill, Oklahoma. My buddy Franklin, he got bit by a fucking brown recluse. When he came back from the medical clinic, they took a little chunk out of his calf muscle. It was like it wasn't like huge or nothing, but it was enough though.
There was a dimple that skin was probably dying.
It was exactly
Rotting.
They had to
It's
pack it
rotting
out
flesh.
and shit. Like, yep, exactly. I was like, oh shit.
The place from hell is Australia. Who would ever want to live there? They got ants that jump anywhere from 18 inches to 2 feet, fire bullet ants or something they call them. They say, from the guys who do the stings, they say that's the most painful sting there is.
My guy walks out. My guy walks out the house. There are frogs on the wall, like they Spider-Man climbing up around the door frame, and he walks over to the shed. There's a spider big as a dinner plate, and
they got the huntsman spider. The huntsman spider looking at you like, "Hey, you been evicted, fool."
I'm like,
big ass spider.
Like, you're lying. No such spider exists. He didn't walk 12 feet to show me the fucking spider, bro.
Oh God, they got videos. The
This is
motherfuckers
Australia?
is like
Australia?
9 to fucking 12
Yeah,
inches.
Australia is not a good
huge
place to
ass.
live.
I have a theory, and no one likes it, and it's based off of how much Australia can kill us. Okay.
Okay.
So if you take any particular gene sequence and compare it back to where it comes from, typically its most dangerous adversaries are found in its homeland, right? Place that evolved to eat it and get rid of it and deal with it. However, we can go to Africa and poke around there, and you might get bit by a snake, you might get bit by a spider, but chances are you'll survive both of these. Carry your ass to Australia, and everything, including the bushes, is currently trying to kill you actively.
Yeah.
It's true. How do they do it? I don't understand that.
Is anything big in Australia? They don't have any big cats or anything. They got what? Dingoes?
Kangaroos will come stand and look you in the eye and box your ass.
Kangaroos are 7 foot, dude. Some of them red kangaroos will get you.
Yeah,
I was
that,
finna say, you ever seen fucking them kangaroos that just yoked up like, what's up, what's happening, fool?
Yeah.
Like, what's
Fucking
up, what's
tough.
going on, what's
Look
happening,
like they
fool?
just got out of prison and got a tap
Exactly.
transfer.
You motherfucker
Roll
doing
up. Oh,
I know
1,000
y'all.
push-ups a day and shit, just yoke your ass up like, what's up?
I know everybody saw the
hell
guy, the kangaroo, grabbed his dog. He ran over there and punched the kangaroo in the
Oh,
face.
do
And
you
the
know
Bro, and his
kangaroo,
buddy was pleading with him in the background. That's what people didn't pay attention. You're like, oh my God, Jacob, get the fuck away from that.
that was
Yeah, I remember
great.
The
that.
buddy was in the
Cool, Joe.
background yelling at him like, get the fuck out of there, fool.
You know
That
kangaroos
guy
will
wanted to
drown
fight
you.
over his dog.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Kangaroos will drown you.
they'll
They will
drown
grab
you.
you
They
and
got
drag you
video
in
of
the
one
water.
trying to drown one guy's
Are they
dog
no,
too.
are they
Yeah,
known
they
to
got
bite at all?
To fight. Oh, bite. I don't know.
I
They
don't
use
know about
their
that,
feet.
but
I bet you
koalas
that
Imagine that
will
with
fucking thing
fucking
will
you.
bite
canines like
you.
a
I bet
German
you it will
Shepherd. If they
bite
were
you.
like fucking canines with a German Shepherd, they could stand look you in the eye and box. Fuck.
Bro, they too yoked up, but they'll kick the fuck out of you. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
they
I
can
never been
split
around
you
a damn
open.
kangaroo. Yeah, they say
They
they got the
showed a
like the
guy. I'm
what's it
sorry,
called? Like
kid.
no, you good.
Like,
But they say they got the thing. It's called like a dew claw, like the same
yeah,
shit that's on dogs that they clip off or whatever. And they
Yeah, but
stand up on that tail and like shoot that foot at you. And if they catch you right, it's like a damn
there's a good video
velociraptor.
of a
Fucking
tourist.
open
They
your ass
just
up.
playing with the kangaroos and shit. And the bigger male, he wasn't big like the ones we're talking about. And it just he rubbed it a couple times and then it just kicked him slightly by the groin. Opened him up, opened up his artery. He barely survived that shit. And it looked
Oh,
just soft and
see?
gay as fuck.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, all in favor of a
All
nuclear
the-
bomb to
I heard those
Australia, say
emus
aye.
will get those
They
claws
tried
into your
that.
emus are
yeah,
nothing to
it
be
won't
messed
work.
with either.
I don't know if you know
Um,
they had a war against the animals in
emus.
Australia. I hope
Yeah, they lost 2 wars against the emu.
against animals. Yeah.
Really?
Hey,
Those
Great
emus
Well,
are.
New
they-
War
stop,
of
listen. Hold on, this is retarded. This is one of the
1998.
stupidest maneuvers ever made by a military in the history of the
Yeah.
U.S.
Tell me the story. I want to hear
How-
this, Sasquatch.
Okay, so the question came up: how do you train soldiers to fire at people in a war? And the idea came up: well, if we train them to shoot at things that are moving, then they will probably be better at shooting people that are running away or whatever, right? Never mind that's against the Geneva Conventions, but okay, whatever. So they decided we're gonna stop being a
Right.
bitch.
Fuck
Not me.
international law for the moment.
It's not
That's your
me.
phone.
Okay.
It's
Not
not
me.
you. Oh no.
Not me. That was
All right,
Joe. Joe Cool.
So we went.
I'm rolling up over here, Tim.
I hear you. So they decided to try to limit the amount of problems that the emu was causing in certain areas. And so they broke up into divisions and into smaller units, and they went out and they surrounded a flock of emu, maybe 200-300 of them in this group. They set everything
shit.
up. They let loose with the lead, and the emu turns out are twofold resistant against this type of tactic. One, all those feathers on them are just feathers. They're not very big birds inside. Right.
Oh, they
So-
stood up. They looked at each other like. Hey, they
Well,
got
here's
us
what happens
They got us
when one
fucked up.
emu gets shot. When one emu gets injured in the group, they all run in different directions. They just scatter. And once that scatter takes place, you now have a crossfire situation amongst all the other soldiers that are in there because they'll run right by you.
Don't tell
Right.
me that.
So instead of it being a training mission on how to figure out how to shoot things that are running, it became a training mission on how not to shoot your buddies when they run by you.
Crossfire.
Yeah.
Wow.
A double handful of soldiers were injured. A handful were killed.
And the emu
they-
were damn near unscathed after that.
Yeah, I think they got 3 emu in the first attack, 7 or 8 in the
Wait a
second.
second. I'm sorry. So they weren't. They were firing birdshot initially, like
No.
12 gauge?
They were utilizing normal like 5.56
Military shit. It was
military
supposed to
rounds.
be-
7.62.
The military,
Yeah.
the military.
Ain't no way.
Yes,
This
sir.
story
Yes,
is
sir. It happened. Not once.
respectfully. I'm not
Twice.
saying that you're a liar, but I'm saying that this story is fucking folklore. I've seen
No,
what
Apparently, I
7.62
think it
does
was
to
emu
fucking
twice.
the flesh, dog.
Hold
Those-
on.
an
That's
emu,
out.
you don't. I'd rather go against a kangaroo than an emu. Those things are fucking crazy.
Nah, check this out, fool.
They
If
got
you
that
got a fire,
Alec claw.
if you hit that fucking bird with even with 5.56, let alone 7.6, if you hit that
that was
bird
the
with
thing.
7.62, You finna blow a leg off that
That was the
motherfucker?
thing.
Like,
They
I
didn't
got
hit
you,
shit.
bitch. I got you.
that's out of pocket. That's out.
They're running 20
I
miles an
got you.
hour, dude. They're running 20 miles an hour. You ain't gonna hit that.
All right.
No, I said if you hit it. I said if you hit it. If they're
Yeah,
all
they
standing
said they
still
killed
and you
3 of
fuck.
them.
The Emu
Bro, if
War,
you
or
hit-
Great Emu War, was a nuisance wildlife management military operation undertaken in Australia over the later part of 1932 to address public concern over the number of emus said to be destroying crops in Campion District.
Okay.
Western Australia, of Western Australia, the unsuccessful attempts to curb the population of emus employed Royal Australian Artillery soldiers armed with Lewis guns, leading the media to name the Emu War. By the way, the Australians lost both of those wars.
Okay, Lewis guns.
Did the emu take their Lewis guns away from them?
Hold on, let me see what the fuck a Lewis
Yeah,
gun.
look up a Lewis
Okay, that's
gun,
a 303. That's a
Yeah.
303.
I used to hunt.
That's a little bit bigger. That's a little bit bigger than a 22.
I used to hunt deer with a 308.
That's not the same.
Like
It's
under a 30-06. Maybe the 308 is different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's a 30-06 is like damn near 7.62 though.
It is almost. I know.
The 308 I thought was like 7.
Ultimately, when it comes down to bullet size, it's not the size of the bullet that causes the damage, it's the velocity at which it penetrates flesh. It's the cavitation that happens when you get shot.
That's why we
you're right
use
about that too, because like a 22 could fuck you up. Like as soon as it gets in the body, it'll just ricochet off shit.
and deform. That's why we use 22. We could carry more rounds during Vietnam because the bullets were lighter.
Yeah.
What's cavitation? What's cavitation?
Damn, this is fucking crazy though. Wait, pull that shit back up. Pull that shit. Pause. But pull that shit back up. That's crazy. The Great Emu War. This is fucking insane. So check this out, y'all. You know what I'm saying? You ever see a big ass bird? You know what I'm saying? Don't up no cannon. Don't do none of that. Take your bitch ass back in the house. Cause if you miss, they finna pack you out. You know what I'm saying? These emus ain't playing out here.
If they'd used shotguns, they'd have had a much better effect.
Yes, if they'd have let the citizens go out there with their shotguns and their tactics, they'd have been much more effective.
As Sasquatch was saying, Australia is meant to kill you.
Yeah.
That's all there is to it.
Hey, Joe, you know the armed fisherman? You friends with him?
Yeah, I talked to him a couple days ago.
You see him go up as city council down in Clearwater? I was up in front of the same city council over a property where a guy had an emu on a piece of property that held behind a girlfriend of mine's property. And she built a barn, and that old man on that same council is the one that sided with me. I went up and stood up for her and made my case that she built an 8-stall barn, but carried it out enough room for 10 stalls because she put a breezeway in between the 8 stalls for air. I went up there and said, "This Florida is too damn hot for these animals. We ain't putting more animals here. We're just making air." And that guy, because he couldn't see around the corner once that barn got bigger, he couldn't see his emu over there. He got pissed off and was fighting it.
Scott, where you're in Florida? You by
Tampa. Tampa.
So that means you got hit, right?
I got DUs right here. That's the business owner. You want to come get some business, man? There's work down here. Anybody can make $1,500, $2,000 a week.
I'll be down there in about a week. I don't know.
Scott was just saying earlier that he is running his generator or something.
There's generators outside, but we just had DUs. My brother-in-law has a fire, flood, mold remediation restoration company. So the disaster work's what he's been doing. I've been involved with him since Katrina.
Okay.
So, we've got more DUs coming, got a bunch of people out working. There's jobs that we still can't get to.
For the children at home, what is a DU?
Dehumidifier. It's dehumidification. Basically, when you have a wet, soggy area, I'm just going to explain it real quick.
Okay.
This is for the cheap seats in the back. When you have a wet, soggy area, the only way to dry it out is turn it into Arizona, and that's what a DU does.
Really? On the ground? Or in the house?
It's in the house. These are all for remediation of houses that have been through a flood or severe water damage. Had a light fire, and the fire department shows up, sprays water all inside the place.
Did water come in your house, Scott?
No, we didn't have any water in here. But the backyard flooded the side over here in the front, kind of. The swamp over here did flood and came probably within about 1.5 to 2 feet of coming in. If it would have kept going, but that's a big bowl it has to fill to come up that much more.
Yeah,
There's
that's the same
about
boat
5 or
we're
6
in.
houses I've seen the videos on that. The guys went back to their house and it had like a foot of water, but about 5 houses had alligators inside their houses. How did the alligators get in there?
The waves break down the windows and doors.
Yeah.
That's interesting as fuck.
You ever went out to
I
the
was
beach
so
and
happy.
stood
I
in the
was like,
surf,
man,
bro?
finally Anderson Cooper got the shit smacked out of him. The dog shit smacked out. I'm like, bro, you've been tempting fate for too fucking long.
Wait, I
Something
want to
like
see
What
that
happened?
clip.
Yeah, what
Yeah,
happened?
Anderson Cooper had to get fucked. He got some shit like he was in the eye of the storm. Like, check this out, ladies and gentlemen. I'm in the eye of the storm once again. I'm Anderson Cooper and all the whole little shit. And then all of a sudden, like mid little fork of whatever broadcast, bop. Mother they just smacked the fire out that fool with just some random ass debris.
Yeah,
After all the time he's been lying on shit. After all
Like,
the other lies
eventually
he's
this
done.
shit was finna happen, fool. You just keep playing around, Anderson.
Yeah,
You
he's a
know?
big ass shield. I can't wait for him to get his comeuppance, bro.
But he likes being spanked. I mean, he's told everybody that.
Oh
He
yeah,
likes
he
that
caught
leather.
his spanking like a motherfucker, bro. That debris smacked fire out his ass.
And ain't
Wow.
his rich like Gloria Vanderbilt is his mom?
Yeah,
or
that's his
something?
mother. His mother. And his older brother committed suicide or drugs or something like that. So Anderson was fucked
Oh,
up
let's
early
not
on.
go down the Chris Cornell rabbit hole and all the shit with the little painting on the wall that looked just like him and all the shit.
There's some crazy shit there. You're going full bore. You're
Yeah,
on the
it's
onion.
like
You're on the
the
onion router.
It's really starting to pour over. If you look at the graph, whoa.
It was a wow.
Oh, that wasn't that
What
bad.
you reckon?
That was a guy was like,
I was just
shut
saying, you
your
reckon-
stupid ass up,
Is this
motherfucker.
it?
No.
Is this the
Tired
clip?
of you.
Yeah, that was supposed to be it. That's
Let
the
me see. I
walk.
wasn't looking. There's a bird outside, a big ass
Hold
black
on.
bird. I wasn't even looking.
Well, you
I
look
can't
in the
figure out
mirror.
how to back this crap
Yeah,
up.
run it back.
That wasn't good. We'll probably go inside shortly, but you can see the amount of water here on the ground.
Probably go inside
This
shortly.
is
You better
this
take
is
your
water
ass
from the
inside.
Manatee River.
I do want to note for everyone watching who is very concerned, obviously, about all of our correspondents.
Hold on. Let me see if I can
Shut
get
the
it back
hell
to
up.
the beginning.
Yeah, you gotta
Yeah,
I
run
I
know
that
can
from the
see
top.
that was trash. Hold on.
It's a man.
Go away.
He's
Go
too old to be
away.
out there anyway.
Go away.
There you go.
There we go. All right. Okay.
And the water now is really starting to pour over. If you look at the graph, whoa.
I see.
And
What
the
was that?
director threw a pizza box at him. Listen, he just wanted to go inside, y'all.
I don't believe nothing with Anderson Cooper in it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
you're
pretty
right. That fool
silly.
has been caught on the green screen.
Tons of
Right?
time.
Yeah, he's silly.
I like
Exactly.
when he was
Through
doing the one
floods.
and he's saying he's in the flood and the people and they're in a canoe and the people are walking right past him.
Right? Oh, that shit was awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
the
the difference between locals and federal right there. The federal government's like, we can't get in here because it's flooded, and the locals walk through and get their knees wet.
Right.
Oh yeah.
That's how the fucker writing the pussy guy was born. He like, I'm tired of this bullshit. Check this.
It's
So,
probably a cameraman,
man.
like Sass Squad says, threw a fucking pizza box at his ass.
That's what it looked like to me, a pizza box. It bounced right off of it. It wasn't a street sign.
Yeah.
That wasn't a piece of flotsam or jetsam. That was just some random bit of detritus that the wind picked up. Or
Debris.
possibly-
It did not have any weight to it or anything.
None.
No, it didn't have much
Hard
wind
paper.
either.
Yeah.
It wasn't a stop
It was
sign.
fucking. It was Dave Portney just walking by after a cheese. People like, shut the fuck up, man.
Yeah.
Just threw the fucking pizza box at him like
Okay.
Right.
7.2. Shut the fuck up.
7.2. Oh,
So,
where you come with these
Fucking
things off the
win,
top of your
Dave.
head? Where you get those off the top of
Exactly.
your head like that?
He said
Right.
Kobe too, like Kobe.
Kobe.
Hey,
LeBron.
that's why he's giving you competition there.
Oh,
On
it's
the
good.
Twitch.
I like competition. It makes us all better, and y'all get to laugh more.
Yeah.
The Hurricane Helene went right over the top of my house, brother, and it wiped out this county fairly effectively. It reduced everybody to the Stone Age in about 4.5 hours.
Yo, there was some crazy shit though. I seen because when the second one was coming in, right? Because there was one hurricane and then another one came in, but before the second one came in, the shit that I saw on the map, it looked like the fucking hurricane was the entire size of Florida. And then they're like, oh shit, like all these tornadoes started popping up. So they said, I forget where it was or what city it was in Florida, but they had called in like National Guard and like some volunteers or whatever the case may be, and whatever stadium it was that they were staging them in.
Well, that was
the tornadoes
that was
like ripped the
downtown
fucking
St.
roof
Pete.
off that.
Yeah, that was a parachute roof though. They knew they had evacuated them people beforehand. They knew that when the winds are coming in over 100 miles an hour, that roof ain't safe. It'll stand like at 85 to 90, I think it was.
Okay, so it was Well, the shit they reported to us up here was like, damn, the place that the guardsmen or whatever was staying at, like that roof got ripped off and this, that.
Yeah,
and the third.
they had moved them by then though. They knew that it wasn't going to survive.
That's a fabric roof system. That's not a normal roof. You're not talking about a metal
parachute.
Roof.
It's a big parachute.
It's a piece of plastic or fabric or rayon or something like that.
Right. Neoprene or some shit.
It was meant to be temporary. It wasn't Florida strong. It was meant to be temporary, apparently. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
They're talking about spending money to redo that or moving the team. It's just going back and forth. So I don't know where it lies. They had looked at the center of downtown Tampa by Ybor here, where the Ybor cigars and there's. Don't know what's going to happen though. I don't know if they ever figured it out. It is where it is for now. So the Rays I'm talking about, but this is the storm, the Milton that you're talking about. It made a big mess all over the place on top of a mess. So they didn't even have a chance to clean up the mess from Helene. And now there's
initial mess, right?
Yeah, it's crazy. And so what it did is there's so much surf that came in, is it pushed, hundreds of tons of sand inland.
Really?
So, shit, everywhere.
Yeah, that's pretty much how Florida was created, bro.
Yeah, absolutely.
Florida. There ain't no rocks in Florida. Florida is basically a chain of islands that runs out the south of the U.S. And the Swanee River, the Altamaha River, Okefenokee Swamp, and a couple of other rivers deposit sand in that region. And every now and then when hurricanes come in either from the Gulf Coast, it piles sand up on top of the sand that the rivers drop, and that makes it above sea level. Or it comes in from the Atlantic and does the same thing. And that's why Florida has that weird little shape to it.
Yeah. I was reading that Florida is the flattest state of all the states in the U.S.
No, probably flatter than most, but there's a lot of hills here.
They said it's the number one state flat. I thought it's always like Missouri or Kansas or something. No,
right. I'd have thought Kansas.
I would have thought plain states would have been. They call plain states.
They have rolling plains, and those rolls are 70 foot high in some places, whereas in Florida, Kansas, some of your biggest hills would be 50. 45, and that's a hill.
That's a hill. Yeah, I was really surprised. I should have asked him that question, Joel. He might not have got that.
Well, Florida's just known pretty much as a big sand shelf, so that's why they're settling. If you look at houses and you look at the concrete, there's always going to be cracks in a lot of these houses, settling cracks, because you're sitting on a sand shelf.
Scott, what's your water table there?
Where I'm at right here.
Yeah, how far down you got to dig before you hit water?
I just told you, I'm looking at it 2 feet below the fucking slab here.
Damn,
out here in the
normally
desert,
it's about 4 or 5 foot, but that's just because of the swamp here. But where I am above sea level is probably about 14 to say 15 feet.
Out there in Blythe, California, out in the middle of the California desert, Imperial Valley. Guess what the water table is there, Sasquatch? That's one for you. What would you guess?
What's happening, bro? Mic check.
Mike.
Yep, solid.
You're good.
You got to guess that one, Sasquatch. Out in the middle of the desert, Imperial
That's
Valley.
a man's beard, CJ. That's a man's
your water
beard.
table is 180 feet
because
down.
with responsibilities.
Out in that desert, what do you think our water table is?
Which one specifically? Are we talking high desert? Or are we
Blythe,
talking
California, in the Imperial Valley in the desert, where it's the hottest spot in the nation.
146
anyway,
feet or
it's
so?
6
I'm
feet.
hoping you'll teach me how to become a dog rat.
You can't build. You can't build basements there or nothing, and they have trouble digging the damn graves. That's how
6
low
feet,
in
you
the middle of
said?
the desert where there's no water, and that's how low the river is underneath the sand.
Yeah, it's like
I
that in
thought that was interesting.
Colorado. You can't make basements, and where I am in Colorado, maybe. Well, now I'm in Denver, but normally I'm out by New Mexico. It's all sand, 40, 50 degree temperature swings at day, 47 at night, 87 in the daytime. And it's all sand, man. I don't even know how shit grow out there.
So do
You
all
know-
people in Colorado's put an L in both?
L and what?
Both? I hear that a lot.
What was the question? What'd you say?
I said, do all people in Colorado put an L in both?
Oh, L in both, meaning like both? I don't know what you mean.
I just hear it a lot from Colorado people.
I don't know. I've been to Colorado. I haven't noticed.
Okay, maybe it's not. Maybe I have that wrong.
No,
You know
I
what,
doubt
Ray?
it. You probably have that right. I doubt it. That's probably right.
Both with an L, both.
Both. Yeah, you got. Yeah, definitely they do put an L in that shit. You're right about that.
I'm trying to pay attention.
I never heard that shit till I came on here.
Yeah.
And y'all seen pools pop out of the ground because of the water table. When they're building them, they actually have to pump water out of them to get them in. But if you drain a pool, like some people think, I'll drain the pool because the storm's coming. That son of a bitch could pop right out of the ground on you.
Yep.
Wow. So the weight of the
Concrete
water
ain't going to help it. Concrete just ends up being a big bathtub and
That
it
seems
floats right up.
To be honest, that seems like backward logic, right? Though you like, damn, the water weight or whatever, it should be good.
Yeah, but no, they
You're
pump the
draining
water
it.
out. They drain the water before a storm comes in, and that plastic liner will pop out like a cork because it ain't got no water.
A concrete pool will pop out of the ground.
Where's this at? Where's this
Because of the
at?
suction?
Florida?
Because of the suction or
In
whatever?
Florida, I've seen
No, no.
concrete.
All right, hold on, Scott. What happens is people see the storm coming in, and they're like, "Oh, we need to do things to protect ourselves." And one of the things they want to do is pump their pool out so that when they get home from evacuating, they don't have any alligators in their pool and stuff. Doesn't work. But what happens is when you pump the water out and the storm surge comes up, the water table rises and the entire concrete thing floats
pushes
like
up.
a bathtub.
It just pushes it right up like a cork.
Yep.
Like a
Eventually
boat, yeah.
it floods and sits down somewhere, but it'll come
It's
right up.
cracked by then.
Yeah.
So it's
It's
not
all
very
good.
wise to have a pool in Florida.
But you have to manage it right.
Exactly.
Don't the Bible say something about the fool who builds his house on sand?
Yes, sir. And that
That's
pretty
what
much
I'm like, why the
qualifies
fuck they
all
be
of
doing
Florida.
that shit? Like, why the hell?
There is
I
not a
would
single
never-
house built in Florida that's on bedrock. Not one.
Right. And
We
they go,
got the
you go
opposite
Malibu,
in
California, it's all
Chicago.
on those hillsides, and they fly off all the time.
We
You know,
got
yeah,
That
great
shit is
bedrock.
crazy to me. I seen like it wasn't a documentary. It was like some show, and they were like it might have been Joe Rogan question everything. It might have been some shit like that. But whoever the host was, he was like, "Man, why don't these motherfuckers build like houses that's like round or whatever the case may be, or like halfway like underground?"
That's called a
And
split
then
level,
round.
and it's done all over the U.S. except for in
Yep.
places where split levels don't work. See, we can't build split levels here unless they're on a specific hill, like a specific type of hill, because the water
that's
table
like
is
the-
so close to the surface that when you
Not
dig
to cut
in,
you off,
you'll just
not
fill
to
with
cut
water.
you off, but let me be clear. So the split level, that's like where the whole the outside of the house is all round. It's like a mini, like
No.
basically
No,
like
no,
a half
nothing to do with
sphere.
round. No.
It's the split level is where you have a basement area that's actually open on the back side of the hill. So the back door you can walk in at ground level, and the front door you can walk in at ground level, but they're 12 foot separated vertically, right? So you have the upper floor
I
and the
know you're
lower
probably hard to understand.
Okay, but is
Picture-
it still? Is it still? It's still that's still like the box,
Picture
the box
this,
house,
yeah.
right?
Picture two of these, right? It's the split level. Picture this is one box, and this is the other box, and you
Okay.
put them like this, and then you can build. Where my camera? You can build into the hill. This part goes into the hill. This part, and on this part, it's lower. This will be the basement he was talking about. You can drive into it. You go
Yeah.
up and exit here. I hope.
Okay, no, I see what you're saying for sure. That's not what I'm saying though. But whoever it was I was listening to talk, they like, man, it was like the concept of it. I don't got nothing.
Why round,
display.
Kev?
It
You
was like
said
just,
build a house round. What is the
yeah,
logic?
just imagine like a sphere. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like the whole
Meaning,
house
so
is a
what?
sphere.
It'll float, move, roll. It seems like it's
No,
hazardous.
like just like the wind will just curve around it or whatever the case
That's
may be.
logical.
You know what I'm saying? But also like like structurally, it's built like into the ground as well.
I
So
do
it's not
understand what
like
you're
some
saying.
could just like push
Okay.
it.
There's a couple
So
of
it could
reasons
just
we
wrap
don't do
around. So
that.
I'm like,
Basic physics is one of them. When you put a sphere in a high wind, it becomes a wing, especially if you have part of it in the
Check out his logic. Yeah, if it's
It'll
only
suck it
half a
straight up out of the
sphere,
ground.
if it's half a sphere and it's built into the ground, won't the wind go over it and the wing concept push it down further if it's
Or up.
rounded?
It depends on, it'll suck it right up out of the ground, bro. But that's not the reason we don't use it.
wait a minute. Hold on.
The
Well,
reason
let me
we
ask you a
don't
question
use it,
about that.
but you're gonna digress me off this answer.
Yeah, he's
My bad.
And
Go ahead.
spheres are not used in homes is because nothing in your life is round. Everything you own has corners, and where are you gonna put your stuff in a sphere?
That's why I
that's
get
a
it.
bad. That's a bad rebuttal. Respectfully,
It is.
but that's a really shitty ass.
That's how you drive some people crazy. Put them in a round room.
You know what I'm saying? I guess I'll just let my house like get carried away in Cat 5 hurricane or whatever.
I'll have more
I don't want to
space,
figure out
though.
a way to
I'll have
get
more
some like round
space, though,
furniture.
right?
What the hell? No,
I hear
if
you.
there's something that's
Sir
more
Scott,
logical,
Sasquatch,
that's
Joe, later, guys.
All right, later,
all right, peace. Fuck the Vikings, though. By the way, you know what I'm saying? Go Pack, go. I hope you heard that on your way out. Don't let the good Lord split you with. You know what
I'm
I'm saying? Whatever the
Chicago,
case
so
may be.
I'm supposed to
Lord
hate
hit you with the
Vikings
good Lord
and the
split you.
Packers, right? I'm supposed to hate both of them, the Green Bay and the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah, we all Jordan Love. But no, it makes sense. Like when I was listening to bro, this is not, like I said, this is not my concept. But when I was listening to whoever it was that was saying this, I was like, damn, that does kind of make sense.
Round this way will work. Round this way will not.
Why wouldn't it?
Because the half sphere acts like a wing. It will snatch that thing straight up out of the ground. When you're dealing with
it's
a
not
hurricane,
check it out. Okay, so it's not like a half sphere like this way and then it's flat on one side.
No. I'm talking about sitting in the ground.
Shit.
The shape of a pog. You know what I'm talking about? That when you turn one of those little poppy things inside out, it pops up and it sits on it. If that was an entire sphere and the whole thing was built in the ground, when you have a Cat 1 or Cat 2 hurricane come by and it gets caught by a tornado, the lifting forces on the roof of that thing would be absolutely immeasurable, dude.
Why? It seems like if it's a wing and it's like this, the wind goes over, seems like it would push down, just
You've
like
got it
a
backwards,
wing.
Joe.
If I turn it like this and the wind hits, it will
there's
push it up.
nothing. There's
What's
nothing to
sucking
catch
it
on.
up?
So okay,
Yeah, what's
hold
sucking
on.
it up, Sasquatch?
So
I
let's
wish
say,
I had
okay,
experience with circles.
It's a
Like,
circle. It's a
I don't
perfect
know.
sphere.
I tend to believe
It's a-
you, but
It's a perfect sphere, right? Let's say, hypothetically speaking, it is a perfect sphere.
Ball.
Let's say 3/4 of the sphere
is
buried in the ground. Is in the ground.
I hear you.
1/4 is above the ground, right? There's no roof on it. There's nothing for it to. There's nothing for the wind to catch on. It is a perfect sphere.
I'm visualizing what you're saying.
How the
and it
fuck?
seems
How the fuck
logical
is the
to me,
wind
too.
fit to get up under that?
It doesn't have to get under it. You're misunderstanding how wind affects. How does an airplane fly?
Lift and drag.
I know how an airplane flies. Yeah, I don't
Apparently
understand
not,
the
because
physics
you
of it.
think
You know what I'm
pushes
saying?
down on a sphere. It does
It
not.
lifts up on the back end.
I have a test for you. Whenever you get a chance, you happen to come across a funnel and a ping pong ball. Drop a ping pong ball in the funnel and try to blow the ping pong ball out of the funnel. You cannot do it. Even upside down, you cannot do it, because the circular surface of that sphere functions only as the top of a wing. You don't have a full wing. Only the lifting surface is exposed. The only thing holding that thing to the ground when a tornado blows through is the physical construction that has it attached to the ground. And when you're talking about a tornado, no, I hear you. It has to do with the physics of the way the wind moves around the sphere.
You're gonna have me Google
Exactly.
Go ahead, Google whatever you like. It'll back me up.
I can't.
Well, that's my thing. That's my thing.
Somewhere
Or saying
I
like
can't
that's
Google
okay. So okay, there's no there in my mind. I'm like, you can't tell me that if there was a home that was built like a sphere that had no place for the wind to catch, it was just gonna wrap around it
under the bottom.
Hold on, let me say what I'm gonna say. You can't
But it's
tell me
pointless.
that
It
is
doesn't
not
matter
like
if it gets under it.
anyway. Be nice.
Let me say what I gotta say real quick, and then you can rebuttal or whatever the case may be. Like if you have a flat a box, you know what I'm saying? You have like a box house sitting right here, and then you have a sphere home that is right the fuck here, and a hurricane comes through. You can't tell me that the box home is less susceptible to getting fucked up than the sphere home.
Sasquatch,
that-
Mrs. Moore, if you understand
Yeah,
him,
that's
if I
out.
got a round here and a flat box next to it, which is more susceptible to winds blowing horizontally from the side?
Straight line winds coming from the sides would be more intent to cave in the side of a normally roofed house. A sphere will be lifted.
Interesting. I gotta look it up.
Even if only the top edge of the curved surface is available for the wind to act on.
Check this out.
Finish. You cut me off a dozen times.
You tripping, fool. You tripping, fool.
You're wrong. That's just all there is to it, bro. I don't care.
I might be wrong. You're right. I don't know nothing about this.
Explain the wing.
I'll just fuck with you, my boy.
So when an airplane goes to take off, it has to achieve a certain velocity. Some of the air runs straight under the edge of the wing. Some of it runs over the top. When you remove that air from underneath the wing, the lift becomes exponential to it. The lift is all that happens, right? So when the air running over the top of the wing has to go farther than the air running under the wing, and that's what causes the low pressure that lifts the airplane. Okay, when you build a sphere and you put it, even if it wasn't on like buried in the ground, the top edges and side edges would pull that thing apart because of the way lifting action works.
All right. Hold on, Sasquatch. I'm not sure your theory works in the ground. Your ping pong theory works.
Let me finish.
Above ground.
Hold on.
I don't know. Let me please let me interrupt. And the wing theory works because the reason they lift is because the wind blows faster underneath, and it takes longer.
The wind underneath is unnecessary.
I'm sorry, and the wind underneath in an airplane. Let's stick with the airplane.
Okay,
the only
in an
reason
airplane,
it has
yes.
lift, an airplane, yes, yeah. All right.
There is nothing to counteract the constant lift created by the surface of the sphere.
I'm not sure the lift is created if there's no wind blowing under it.
Lift is created. It's because the air has to travel further over the surface than it would if it traveled straight through. Just because there's no air underneath doesn't mean that lift isn't created. It typically just means that it gets suctioned to the ground, like you were saying, under most circumstances. The difference occurs whenever you've got the lift occurring in a single direction in a single way for a high velocity. It'll snatch that patch of that sphere off, and I don't care if it's
if it was like this, Sasquatch.
Hell no, you done bumped your damn head, fool. I don't care how authoritative you said. Like you can wag your damn political thumb and all the whole little shit. Bro, you got a sphere. It is a sphere. It is a round ball. You bury a basketball.
Build your house round.
Hold on, one second. I'm gonna take a Spalding basketball, and I'm gonna bury it 3/4 underneath the dirt. So 1/4 of the Spalding basketball is above the dirt. Then I'm finna take this other
like
box or whatever the fuck
that
case
thing
may be.
out
Then I'm gonna set it right next to that. Then we gonna turn a jet engine around and just,
that ain't
you know
enough.
what I'm saying, like hit the takeoff, whatever the case
That
may
ain't
be.
enough.
We're gonna put a jet engine. We're gonna put a jet engine on it with some NOS. You know what I'm saying? Let's make it enough. However we're gonna do, hypothetically speaking, we're gonna make it enough. You're not finna tell me that Spalding basketball is finna take off before the box. That's what we're not doing. So I don't
It's
give a fuck
logical
how,
to
like,
me.
hold on, Chuck.
No,
Let me
no,
tell you, stupid
it's
motherfuckers, like, how the shit
when
fucking.
you're talking
See,
about
the aeronautical
comparison directly
dynamics
to
of the whole
another.
little shit is supposed to go down and, like, it's finna lift the sphere up. You know what I'm saying? But the box, like, it's finna
I
be
have to
way
go
more
take a
safe.
shit.
Like,
I'll
you
be back in a little bit.
motherfuckers are
Talk to
stupid
you
as
later.
hell. What
I
the hell
got
you
to
talking
too, but
about
I'm in a
for? Like,
parking lot.
hello, dude. Like, you didn't bump your goddamn head. You know what I'm
can
saying? Your little
explain it
Gandalf the
again.
gray beard that
Joe,
got you
Hold on,
fucking thinking
Kev.
you
Hold on,
wiser than
Kev.
you are, bro. Respectfully, like, come
Joe,
on, dog. Like, think
Lauren,
about
and
this shit
Logical
logically, fool.
Spark,
You ain't
please
finna
help
tell.
us. Please go Google this shit, yo. Joe, Lauren, Logical Spark, please help us go Google something. Go watch a documentary or something and
I gotta
report
go
back.
pee. I'll be right back.
All
I
right,
just
do your
wanted to
thing.
get that out while he was yelling. I'm not leaving. I'll be right back. Okay, go ahead, bro.
Oh, see, yeah, you want to silence me now. Okay, no problem. No problem. No problem.
Because you're black.
W. You know what I'm saying? That's how y'all know.
Hey,
W.
hey, you
I'm just
couldn't have
making
said that
logical sense.
better,
You gotta
Kev.
fucking silence
If
me. I
you
wasn't
bury
trying
the
to yell. I was just trying to make
basketball,
my point. I let everybody sit back and cook. I need my little 30 seconds to cook. And you know what I'm saying? Like, come on,
You
dog.
burned
Let's
some
think about
stuff,
this shit.
though.
Like,
You
what the
burned a
fuck?
little bit there, Kev.
Say again.
You burned a little bit. You burned water there. A little bit of water.
Burn what? How I burn water?
Nobody knows that. Don't nobody
Yeah,
know.
then
It's all
bumped
right.
your head too.
Listen, do you know about aerodynamics? Do you know what lift and
This is a
drag do?
dead topic. We're moving on.
we could easily,
You
yes.
can build
Because
a
we're
house
just
of spheres.
repeating. No one's going
Be
over new
fine.
ground. We're just repeating at this point,
Yeah,
right?
we're just
Yeah.
circling the same place, and it's. I mean, you Google exists. You can go to school and learn about aerodynamics and physics and stuff. That's not my job to teach
Yeah.
people.
My uncle's
No,
Elon
I
Musk.
have
Come
to.
on now.
In all fairness, and like to just be honest with y'all, I don't know shit about physics. I'm just up here fucking with y'all.
And before,
you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know what the hell is gonna happen with the
hey,
sphere or
before we
box.
jump the topic,
don't
I
know.
want to clarify for what I'm asking. Because
Okay.
old Joe, you just walked in. Kev was saying that if you take a basketball and you only you bury it, leave 1/4 above ground, and you put a conventional rectangular house next to it, and you blow wind from the side, the basketball buried house will do better than the flat house that's hitting the wind. And it sounds logical to me. If you guys have an opinion.
Okay, in a direct comparison up to a certain wind speed, you are correct. That flat house, the square house that's built, of course, depending on what it's built of, stone would be more resistant than other stuff. Yes, it'd blow that flat house flat. But there's other reasons to consider for why we don't do a spherical house. Spherical houses have lots of dead space. In order to create that sphere, you have to bend a lot of straight things out of straight.
Of course, it is the
metal work.
worst shape you could come up with if you're trying to live somewhere. Yes.
Right. So on top of that, most of the country has relatively close water tables, and most of the country experience some level of floods. And when you build your basketball house, it's either going to get ripped out of the ground by the wind or it will be floated out of the ground by the flood. Chances are. Now, if you put it in the perfect place, if you set it in bedrock, you lagged it off, you welded all the seams and everything was put together flawlessly, yes, it would probably survive farther than virtually any box house made. Extremely expensive, unbelievably difficult. You'd have to have specialist tools and specialist crews to come in and do it. But yes,
Let me say, as long as you're still here, can you take the little buried house and the only thing left is 1/4 of the sphere? Now I want you to lean the walls. I want you to conceptualize this flat walls like a triangle pyramid or something like that. What will the wind do to that? What do you see?
So pretty much, well, that does give the wind angles around the edge, but it's still hitting a flat surface, and the effect of the wind above it becomes something wing-like. I think it would snatch
Pushing
the
it into the
off.
ground, right? Pushing it down into the ground.
Maybe. And I see where you get that idea. The issue comes up with when it comes to particle motion. You're not dealing with like you're not dealing with a stick pushing on something, right?
Right.
When you push with a stick, it pushes wherever the stick hits. But when you're talking about fluid, the fluid tries to go up and over or out and around, and its momentum tries to carry it further out
Hold on,
than
this
the
is
air
getting
pressure can.
this is getting a little X-rated here. when you got the stick and it's like pushing around,
and
and
pushing
then you
the
got the little
fluid
fluid
in.
that come out or whatever.
I knew we
Slow
were
down,
going.
Caucasian. Stop
Hey,
Sasquatch.
Sasquatch, if you Google
You keep the shit PG,
YouTube
my boy.
top 10 tornado hunting vehicles, 4 out of the 5 will be this shape because the wind pushes it into the ground.
To a point, yes. That's why they use those shapes for that, so that it squats it down and keeps air from getting underneath. Where it actually breaks down is when the wind pressure on the flat sides gets capable of moving it in a non-linear fashion, right? So when it starts sliding sideways on the highway, they'll all shut down and pull their hydraulics and flatten that thing slam to the ground, because if it gets a little bit faster, it doesn't matter if it's on the ground anymore. It's going to pick it up and throw it.
Yes, and that is where the slogan "Hold on to your
It's
tits"
happened a
came
few
from.
times.
I just looked up tornado vehicles. They all look like Elon Musk's truck.
Yeah, they're all.
Yeah, I was just gonna say they look like the the Cybertruck.
There's a
for
limit.
sure.
There's a limit to that effect. That effect of it suctioning it down to the ground is limited by exactly how much weight is actually in that vehicle. So once enough wind about pounds up against it, I'm doing it again. Once the wind piles up against it good enough, it starts moving it sideways. It loses that contact with the ground. Air gets under the bottom, and poof, that thing pops up like a fucking jack in the box.
Yeah, the number one, that thing doing like 125. It's well over 100 miles an hour, man. That motherfucker can drive. But you got an argument because it's heavy as fuck too. It has armor glass windows and blah 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 blah.
All right,
No,
we're
they
gonna
had
let
some
Scott
shit. I
deal
was
with that.
watching it was on Good Morning America. They were talking about the tornadoes or whatever in Florida, and they said that somebody's car had got picked up and carried away like 2 fucking football fields away.
Dude, we had a car in the power
shit,
lines at
like-
the freaking Waffle House down here after Helene went through, just hanging out.
That is insane. That
It is.
like to just think about that. Like, what the fuck?
Okay,
Like,
so take a hurricane.
vehicle,
All right.
like, what the?
You've seen the
holy
damage a
shit.
tornado can do. That's one tornado. One hurricane can spawn thousands. This is where the physics starts getting muddy, and it's real hard to build something to survive a hurricane because you're not actually building for the 95-mile-an-hour winds. You're building for the 210-mile-an-hour winds of a tornado, right?
If you're talking about a hurricane storm surge, you got to throw that into effect.
Sure.
Yeah, your basement and shit that you could just build to withstand a tornado suddenly may be susceptible when it's 8 feet underwater.
Right. Suddenly you're on the roof when that tornado comes through and your ass is toast, right? I'm just saying, there's
You
reasons.
can really fuck me up because I just want to believe everything you're saying because, like, so much verifiable shit, but the stuff I don't know. I don't.
Hey, listen, cut that shit out. Don't ever believe what a motherfucker tells you ever. I don't give a
Always
fuck unless.
research.
Yeah, don't ever. I don't give a fuck if that nigga been right ever since you met him. Still, don't give him that courtesy. Don't do it.
I am not going to intentionally mislead you, but I might be very out of date. The encyclopedias that I read were from 1976, so tread carefully.
Yeah,
Oh hell no! I know you ain't been arguing with me over no damn 1976 Wikipedia. No, but CJ, on God in heaven, just like you said, Lo.
Encyclopedia set you read.
Oh shit!
I did have an
Well,
encyclopedia
damn.
when I was a
change
kid
the
too.
subject.
I ain't
We'll just
gonna
move
lie.
on.
But nah, he right though. Anything that anybody say, man, you should always run a lap on that shit. Long story short, research whatever.
In fact, I'm at the
run a
point
lap.
now. I prefer less reliable sources. I love going to Fox and CNN. I know it's bullshit. I'm tearing into everybody's shit anyway. This, I know it's bullshit. It's more fun. You'll enjoy watching that bullshit. You know it's all lies, and the puzzle, where's the kernel of truth? And it's easy because their opposition is out there with their counter arguments. I don't know. I enjoy that part of it.
Yeah.
And some of the best shit I got is I'll be watching CNN say something absolutely crazy about Trump, and then you'll go find the real story and the real article and find it interesting. Their shit is all their angle and their narrative and shit, but the kernel, I wouldn't have found it unless I was listening to these crazy people.
Yeah, they be killing, bro. But when he was talking about that whole little people eating people's dogs and shit, I was like, oh,
That's where I'm
motherfucker.
at right now. That's where I was at yesterday at that apartment complex, yo.
Oh,
I'm here.
like,
That's
man,
what I'm
fuck.
doing out here now. I'm at that apartment, and I went to Trump's speech. Because it's right by Aurora, by the apartment complex. So I
Yeah,
went there. I
Colorado,
couldn't
yeah.
get in. There was thousands and thousands of people. I still got good vid with the protesters and shit. Then I went right over. It's a bunch of them apartments to the ones that made the papers that were taken over by the immigrants and eating the pets. And man, I wish
Yeah.
I could live in one of those fucking houses, man. All that shit looked great to me.
Hey, I
Yeah,
got
it
a
was like
second
one
opinion. I
little.
need a second opinion on a flow state decision.
Mm.
We have one Canadian bachelor over here who's kind of light spamming the chat. How far do we let that go?
Oh, the Canadian Bachelor.
I don't
mean,
like Canadians, but I let anybody do pretty much.
yeah, no, flow lets most
Hey,
pretty much anything go. But if you've got 20
hey,
people in here and they're all chatting and one guy's outrunning all of them,
you all deserve vacation and bills paid. Oh, he's saying nice shit too. That's like this is the most polite spammer ever. He's like, man, Jesus loves y'all, fool. I hope y'all win the lottery. I
yeah,
hope
no,
y'all
I
get
mean,
y'all bills paid.
the
Matter of fact, I hope you get a
content is
bad
not
bitch
in
with a
question.
BBL. I'm like, oh shit, he just wished me to have a bad bitch with a BBL. Like,
I
don't
don't
block
know. He
that
gave me
fool.
a W. I like him.
Yeah, he manifested for me.
All right. One Canadian bachelor, you get tonight's only participation trophy. Welcome to the stream.
Fuck.
You can thank your representatives.
Your
Yeah, keep
creativity
talking about
got you
bad bitches and
through, bro.
BBLs, and you good.
Oh fuck.
Like, I hope you get a bad bitch with that Canadian BBL with that good, like, free life insurance and the
Oh
health
shit.
care. Like,
I'm only
oh,
4 minutes from the house, but I don't know the neighborhood. I gotta Google to get back to my buddy's crib.
Right.
So I gotta hop off.
Hey, that's one thing you need to learn, Joe. I learned this the hard way after Helene. We had no cell service. We couldn't do anything Google Maps at all, bro. Like, I went to go pick up a chicken Thompson. That's like a 45-minute drive. Took me 2.5 hours, and I had to drive through several people's yards, right? I get off in that area, suddenly, poof, there's no cell service. I lose my Google Maps, and I know where she lives. There's this tree where you turn at the end of the road that you recognize, and you turn there, then you go down a little anyway. I got down to the end of the damn road where I thought I was supposed to turn. There's that freaking tree laying in the middle of the road. It's like 2 miles away from where it was supposed to be. I'm like, I got a problem. I'm on the wrong road, bro.
Bro, see, this is the thing with Elon Musk. This is how brilliant that fool is. Like with the Starlink shit, you know?
Yeah.
How you can get the internet out in the remote locations. That Starlink shit is starting to transition into cell phone service. You know?
Yes.
So no matter what, like even if there is like a natural disaster or whatever the case may be, it's all gonna be run off the satellites. Elon is gonna have a monopoly on shit.
This shit right now, in North Carolina, everybody's internet is down, but those people who have Starlink, they still up and running.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Okay,
exactly.
So I have a tinfoil hat question, and this occurred to me the night Helene put out my power.
Oh, my bro really put on a tinfoil hat too. Come on, let's go,
Dude,
Sasquatch.
this one bothers me. So typically, when you have a natural disaster that removes your power, your cell service stays up. So I'm a bit curious why it is that when the hurricane come through and the tornadoes set off locally, our power went out at the very same instant that the cell service died.
Well, you still need the cell towers. The hurricane would have took out the cell towers.
I'll give you that. But what's more likely, that they were jacking through the 5G in my house for the cell service, or that hurricane just happened to take out all the towers servicing this area at exactly the same moment that it ended the power?
The latter is more likely.
You think that's more likely than them using my 5G from my Wi-Fi to boost their own cell service?
Oh, I assume they're doing both. But the reason it went down would have been because the storm hit at the same time.
What I was saying is, like, doesn't Spectrum promote that in a certain way? I don't know if you have Spectrum, but
I have Spectrum, and it kind of sucks. It does.
Yeah, but it does do its own hotspot thing on your phone. It already kind of is admitting that it does that.
Yes. So here's my issue with it.
Good point.
When I'm sitting here, the last message I get from somebody out of freaking Thompson, 50 miles away, and the very next instant my cell service goes down and my power goes down at the same time.
Let me translate. He was on Tinder, just about to close the deal.
Sure, maybe it was Grindr. I don't really pay much of attention as to who's getting my messages.
How do I get one of those?
My bad.
Balls.
My bad.
But seriously, it kind of bothered me that the power and the cell went out in the same instant. You'd expect either the power to go out and then the cell service, or the cell service to go out and then the power, within a few minutes of each other, sure. But the instantaneousness of it's what bothered me. What bothered me more was 4 days later when the power come back on, poof, my cell service was back. According to my cell phone, yes. Poof, that very moment I got all my messages the second my lights turned on. Bling, 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 bling.
That didn't happen like that here. I'm in North Carolina, but we didn't get it too awful bad. The only thing I noticed that was odd is I have a food line right down the street, and it was on, so I think it went out on Friday. Food line was up on Saturday, but the street lights didn't work until Tuesday.
Yeah. Okay, so I talked.
Right,
we have a Harvey that did the same thing. They went to using cash only for a minute, and then they went back to using cards, right?
Somehow they got the food line working because they knew people were going to lose it or something.
Yes.
Is my own
Okay.
reason.
So I had to talk to the manager down here at our Harvey's, because when all of this went down, the first day they picked it clean, and the second day they couldn't open because only 3 people could come to work that day. No one else could make it out of their houses. So I get there that morning, and there's like 400 people in the parking lot losing their shit. And I just didn't even bump the brakes. I just rode around back to the back end, got out, walked up to the guy standing there. I'm like, who's in charge? And he's like, dude, I ain't got nothing to do with it. I said, I just need to talk to who's in charge. And it was a guy I went to school with. He come out and goes, Jesus Christ, Sasquatch, they're going to tear this place apart. I said, what do you need to open this thing? He says, we got to stock the shelves. I've got 2 truckloads of supplies in here that we need to get out onto the shelves so they can actually get to it without ripping the building apart. I said, so what do you need? 5 people, 10? He's like, 10 good men that can come in and stock these shelves sloppy will be just fine. So I'll be right back. And I walked around the front of the building, picked out 10 people I've dealt with before, come back, and there were cops on the back end of this building. The cops had hid from the crowd out front, right? They're standing there, and I walked up. I said, all right, boys, everybody give this officer your ID so he can identify everyone who crosses this threshold. Go in, do the thing, and when they open it, just exit the back and go around front. You're not going to get to jump to the front of the line just because you helped out on this. This is a disaster. So you got to do everything legitimately or it's going to cause problems. They were like, oh, yeah, it makes sense. That's okay. They run in, stocked everything out. Meanwhile, my broken cripple ass went down the road a little ways and got me some ice. Came back up, got me a loaf of bread and some milk, and went back to the house. But when the computers go down, once the computers come back up and they're fully functional, they can log, I think, 48 hours of charges without running out of space. After that, they have to offload that in some way. And this particular one had a Starlink, and it was offloading its charges at the end of each day to the proper banking systems and whatnot. And so you could go in and you could buy something with your card, but you couldn't get cash. You could buy something with your card provided it was under $200, or you could make multiple charges and do more than $200. So
that's like a mini Terminator type scenario,
to
be honest. You know what I mean? Where it's like, damn, like nobody is that. And that's, to be honest, and all jokes aside, that's a scary thing. You know, like if the grid goes offline or whatever the case may be, people are not self-sufficient, and it's going to be all like Purge edition.
You want to hear my hurricane story? I got the bougiest hurricane story ever, dude. It's bougie as hell. So the power went off here, and I started a fire in my backyard. I made hot chocolate for everybody. And then after that was done, we all went to bed. The next morning, I made coffee with my camp set, backed my Xterra around back, popped out some little folding chairs, and it turned into a camping party for the rest of the week. I pulled all the meat out of my freezer, one piece at a time as it was going along, cooking everything. Folks showed up to come check on us. They'd walk in and grab a bottle of water and a hamburger and a hot dog and stand there for a minute. And then they decided, Sasquatch, next time we have a disaster, I'm just coming over here.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, man. I mean, prepared, I've been disastered a few times in my life. I've lost everything in a single go. So, like, I'm not a fan. I'm not a real fan of sitting in a fucking mud puddle waiting for the sunlight to come around.
Sometimes it makes sense just to live that way in general. And then when something happens like that, you know what I'm saying? Like, just, you always hear live below your means. Maybe just live in a survival mode all the time. And you could make it bougier and bougier. But, if you had that, you would never have to worry about going without.
I was eating smoked flounder, smoked salmon. I was eating London broil. I had a brisket on the fucking grill. Dude, it's bougie as hell. All my phones were charged. I ain't got no generator.
But for a short amount of time, that's cool. But picture that.
Don't be hating. Don't be hating.
Picture that with like a month long. You know what I mean? Like
I don't
a
want
month.
to picture.
Like a month of that. Exactly. That's like, ooh, shit. There's so many people that don't know how to hunt. They don't know how to fish. They don't know how to scavenge.
Well, I might not be
like,
a hunter or whatever, but I do have a bow, and if I'm starving, I can shoot it good enough to figure it out.
Yeah, you can get out there and go get it.
Hey, somebody send Flow State a Cash App so it wakes him up.
Yeah, right. For real. I'm eating some cereal in homage to him. Captain Crunch too. Kev.
What's
seriously,
Cash App?
It's down at the bottom there. Cash App is $TDB5FF. PayPal at FS Taylor FS.
I got you. I see it.
I think I'm going to buy one of the drama slut shirts whenever I get the money.
There you go. This shit. No, I lost my damn train of thought. No, I lost it. Never mind.
Thank you, Lauren. You got it right. I missed. It's supposed to be an exclamation point, not an I, because I'm an idiot. Well,
I was looking at. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Nah, I didn't have nothing important to say.
It's basically a byproduct of me having, been a hardcore camper. Like I was a day tripper and stuff back when I was younger. And so when stuff like this happens, I just go and get all my pack gear out of the closet and set up in the backyard, just like I would if I was out there on the trail.
Yeah, you're right. Exactly. No, I like that type of shit. I live out in the sticks, and fortunately, I live in the same place where like all my military buddies are as well, and so it's like
this
I
man
live
an
in a
op.
small town. Say again.
So you an op? You one of those placed individuals? You got that YouTube juice? You're a plant.
Oh shit! Well,
I'm just messing with you. Go ahead.
Yeah, fuck yeah, I got the juice. No, but I live in a small town. Our town is like underneath. We'll see what the census says, but I would say like 1,500 at the max. And we got an armory in town or whatever. It's the same place that like I said, I was in the military out here, so a lot of my buddies are out here as well. So it's like if something does go down, like we all are self-sufficient. It's a farm community, this, that, and the third. Like everybody knows how to grow a garden. For the most part, I would say 60% of the population knows how to be self-sufficient.
Hello,
so
Sarah.
Shit does.
Ezra. Hello. Hi. Sorry, if I don't say hello to her, she gets very drunk and angry. Hello, Sarah. Hi. How are you?
Oh, the tomato?
No, that's Mindful Exposures. It's a different Sarah, but she's like 6'6", and I can't wait to climb that bitch. I mean,
shit. Let me say hello too. Fucking what?
Yeah, dude, you're talking a true Amazon. This woman is like, I'm 6 foot. I don't look up at very many women, but she's on a pedestal for me.
I am not excited about getting my ass beat by a lady.
Remember that Spike Lee commercial where fucking Michael Jordan just grabbed Spike Lee by the top of his head, just palmed him.
One of the future names of hurricanes in the next weeks or the next several storms is going to be Sarah. The S is Sarah this time.
Do they do women names now? I thought they always did women names.
Used to, they swapped between male and female, And then somewhere back in the 2000s, they decided to use female names on one year and male names the following year. I don't even know if they use male names anymore.
Well, I just read one that was a male name the other day.
Wasn't it like Hector or something?
I always remember
Milton is a man's name.
True. So they're still flip-flopping. Right. Okay, that makes sense.
Well, who the fuck are y'all to decide that Hector is a man's name? Who the fuck do y'all think you are?
Well,
I was just assuming your gender, sir.
Lady.
Fucking gender affirming ass name. Like, don't do that. Y'all finna get canceled. Y'all finna get
I
canceled.
come pre-canceled, baby.
Welcome to the first time.
Opinions.
Yeah, I'm with you, Sasquatch. I'm on cancel edition. Let's go. But
hit the link, Sarah. Show them what they're working with. Damn it, Janet.
I'm fucking crying.
That's some Rocky Horror Picture Show lore for you right there, bud.
They switched them to men names when they started guiding them around with GPS. That's what it was.
Oh, dude, I've been trying to find the unbroken track of Milton. There is something involving that storm that really bothers me. Anybody who comes across that track, if you look about 100 miles ahead of the storm, there's another smaller storm that just tracks right along in front of it. That I've never seen before.
Oh yeah,
that was the short bus with the aliens on it.
I got
all I know is I
that.
I got like normie friends that are bringing up the cloud seeding stuff now, and it's creepy because I've been talking about it for years and years, and they thought I was crazy.
Anybody hear about the blue gel?
Crazy. It's not crazy at all. I fuck with Joe Rogan heavy, bro, and I watched that Joe Rogan Questions Everything. I watched the episode where they had the shit where it was like they had this big ass machine in the middle of fucking nowhere, and it was like some like scientist that was like super credentialed. He like, oh yeah, check this out. We finna open up the garage door and like blow this big ass like cloud of steam. We finna send it like 7 miles over there, and it's finna rain.
Yeah,
he
that was a NASA video,
fuck
wasn't
out
it?
of here. Like, yeah, I think it was like some NASA shit, and it was actually like legitimate. It was legitimate. It's like, yo,
they showed us they could do it, and people don't even believe it.
Yeah, they literally can do that shit. They just open up the garage. They're like, check this out. Boop, boop. Finna shoot this cloud over there like 7 miles. Oh, yeah, it's finna rain. I'm like, oh, hell no. That shit is legitimate, though. You know, it sounds like a little jokey joke. I'm making a jokey joke or making light of it, but that's actually real, though. That was a real deal thing. I was like, yo, that's crazy. They can actually do that shit. Like, what's up with all these, like, wildfires and shit? If y'all got the ability to, like, shoot these fucking clouds up, these man-made clouds or whatever, that can, like, rain shit.
Why would they do that? Because then they can use it to reduce the population, which is the global agenda.
You finna get us killed, fool. Don't say that. He doesn't know what he's talking about, Mr. Biden.
I am in Georgia, sir. We are the home of the Georgia Guidestones. That shit was 20 minutes from my house. I've seen it regular.
Is it really?
Aren't they gone though? Didn't like the Georgia Guidestones just like up and go
They
missing
put up a
one
new
day?
set or something, right?
Does that
Like,
make them wrong?
Didn't somebody come out and like reset them up or something like that?
Nope. That
So
shit
it's
got
still there?
removed from the face of the earth. No,
That's
shit's
what I
not
thought.
there.
Yeah, that shit had just up and fucking left one day.
You can no longer go to the location where the Guidestones were because the whole time that shit was private property being leased by RC Christians.
And now they have to kill off all the people that remember.
I'm glad. I thought about going down, and my uncle lives in Atlanta and shit. And I wanted to make a trip down there just to see them Georgia Guidestones. I'm glad I didn't. And I remember hearing that story. They're like, they're gone.
It said some
Yeah.
wild
What the
shit on
fuck
there.
you mean they're gone? Like the Georgia Guidestone, like the whole little shit with the sun
Well,
and
they
all the
blasted
perfect
out
position,
one of the
like,
pillars,
they're
and
gone.
due to the fact that the tabletop on top didn't come down, it was deemed a danger to the community, and so they bulldozed it, hauled them away. I have no idea what happened to the stones, but they're gone.
Is that what they said? They bulldozed them? Or
There
is
was a
just no
live stream
story
up on
about
it for there was the live streams. There was a live stream on the Georgia Guidestones that sat there for I think 2 years, and then the night it blew up, about 10 minutes later, it shut off. Right,
Really?
and about 12 or 14 hours later, it turned back on, showed a little bit of the damage, and showed people doing a little bit of cleanup and investigation and stuff. And it was only on for like 8 hours or so. They turned it back off.
That brings
I'm
up that
curious
attention
why
is
they-
all,
man.
It brings up
That's
that attention is all that matters, like document in my head. Like maybe all you have to do is go set up some stones, write some stuff on it, and you literally change history if you get enough people to notice. or the future. I guess I'm saying.
Yeah, I dig it. I almost went for that one.
But don't you want people to know like what the fuck's going
I
on?
didn't say
Like,
that right.
we don't even know what the hell happened. That's like it's a mystery. You know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck happened to those? It had like
Not
all
lost
kinds
too.
of
Welcome
writings
to
on
the
it too.
show.
It's like,
We have our resident naysayer in chat. He will pretty much disagree with anything said on the panel. If you're interested to have a conversation.
oh yeah, absolutely. Who's
He's
the resident naysayer?
Contrarian. I believe he might be a nihilist, maybe, or possibly a sophist. I'm not sure, but I've caught him slipping twice, and he makes me laugh, so I let him stick around.
I'll fuck with you, Sasquatch.
the fucking subscribe. Where the hell are you, dude? You would have much better freaking shows if you showed up.
I'll be popping up on Flow State shit every once in a while, but I'll definitely subscribe for sure. But no, yeah, I would definitely love to hear from the resident naysayer.
See, there is no
Say this
global
shit with a
cabal running the
straight
show.
face.
He's just right on the surface, right out front. You hear this, right? I'm in the George Carlin camp, brother. I'm in George Carlin camp. You don't have to have a meeting for a group of rich men to decide what it will be to make them money. You don't have to sign a contract. Right. There's no terms of service on that shit. They don't have to sit and look face to face for them to look at their bank statement and go, "Ooh, that made a bunch of money. Let's do that again."
I'm fucking crying, literally. I'm fucking crying right now.
Because you love me and you're scared I'm gonna leave. All right, we're gonna hold this up for another 20 minutes, so y'all get spicy.
Holy shit! Oh my god, I'm literally wiping tears from my eyes.
You may call me Sasquatch, brother.
And I will. Oh fuck! I need a bathroom. I need a bathroom break. I will be right back, fellas.
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Not laws. You're not wrong on that point. Incompetence is what makes the world go round, not skill. It's a bunch of ignorant people who don't know why they're doing what they're doing. They're just doing what they're told, or they do what they believe they've been told. Because quite often when I have a conversation with people, it ends up very much like Kev over here, where the person I'm trying to communicate with starts laughing and loses the train of the communication because I have a weird way of looking at things. The other day when I went to go claim on insurance and stuff, I get there and I'm telling him what happened, and he goes into a laughing, sneezing, coughing fit. And so I stood up, walked out of the room, and went and got me a cup of coffee from his assistant's coffee pot. She looked at me, was like, "What have you done in there?" I said, "I don't know. I just told him what happened at my house." She's like, "Was it that bad?" I said, "He's laughing. He's not crying." She's like, "Oh, why is he laughing?" I said, "I have this effect on people. I don't mean to. It's just like I'm trying to communicate with this man, and he can't keep his grits in the bowl long enough for me to get to the actual punchline." And I went back in, sat down. He was like, I'm sorry, man. You said your name was Sasquatch?" Yeah. Yeah, it's Caucasian Sasquatch. Then he right back into the laughing, sneezing, coughing thing. I really have. When I get pulled over, I get nervous. When I get nervous, I tend to be a little funnier than usual for whatever reason. It's just a knee-jerk response. So when I get pulled over, typically what happens, if the cops don't know me personally, they start off with the typical, "My name is Officer so-and-so, and the reason I'm pulling you over," and yada, yada, yada. And then they ask me a question, I answer it honestly, but not because they don't ask the question they want the answer to. They phrase a question so that you will jump to a conclusion and give them the answer that they want. Instead, I answer the question, right? Where are you coming from? That way. Where are you headed to? That way. None of the rest of it's his business, but almost every time that one gets them giggling.
Really? I'll try that.
Careful, dude.
Just
I'm
super
funny.
nice to him. Like I've had them try to scare me and shit. Like, I don't know. I guess because of my background, they just assume I'm doing bad something if they pull me over or whatever. But I'm like super nice to them now, and it just always works out well. I mean, I'm not doing anything bad anymore.
Well, I mean,
even if they're
I'm not-
assholes, it ends up working out well. It seems like.
I'm not saying you should give up any of your rights right out of the box, but I am saying there are times when those things are more useful and effective and times when they are less useful and effective. Specifically, if you have a cop that shows up with his gloves already on, just do what the nice officer says. He intends to not be nice. He's ready. He's already got his gloves on. He's ready to go hands-on with you. He thinks he's going to go hands-on with you because he's already put his gloves on. No, sir. We're going to have a really nice day today. It's going to be a lovely day. We are not going to get our ass whipped by 3 cops in a freaking Pringles parking lot. We're not doing it. I'll do what the nice officer says. On the other hand, when you get one of those litigious bastards that are trying to pull you up on a common traffic infraction that you have evidence you did not commit, yeah, sure, stand on principle. Go for it.
It's a delicate thing.
Can be. Or if they show up 4 deep for a ticket, for a traffic infraction, if it's 4 deep, don't jerk around those cops, man. You'll end up in the hospital. They'll shoot your dog and your kids. Do not mess with that cop. I've seen a cop mag dump. Bro, I seen a cop mag dump on a car with a guy in it because an acorn hit him. Be careful.
How about that? They didn't even hit him, it hit the car. And the guy drew down on the car and started shooting at the guy in the car.
There's more. He did a combat roll away from that acorn tree and screamed, "I'm hit," and crawled away. There is no living that down. For the rest of eternity, that man will be remembered as the acorn cop. Me?
No, he's got a job 2 counties over.
That's
wait.
hilarious.
Just wait. It'll weigh on him. It's like it's like jumping to the front of the line on YouTube and just starting out as a lolcow with no experience behind you on how to deal with that type of attention.
Well, I tried to do that.
Kill you. It'll eat you.
I did all my shit.
Right? It's hard. It's hard. It takes experience for you to sit there and let an entire room of people laugh at you. Right?
Yeah.
It's difficult. It causes emotional issues and stuff. I mean, look at these locals online. None of them are stable. DSP, fucking Cyrax, all of these guys are unstable as hell, and YouTube and the community they've created is part of the problem.
Well, it's like you have to read the comments in order to keep the people engaged. Sure. The comments will fuck with your head so bad that it makes it not worth it.
Also, the tendency is for people to become inflamed about something that you said.
Right here.
The fuck are you talking about?
The dog was trying to get up on.
Okay, mute yourself. So when these people start interacting with you on the in the comments, they almost always find fault with something that you said. It's very rare that somebody comes in like, "Yeah, I agree with you. You're right on point with that statement." You know, it happens. But most people get offended by something you said and then come at you about that offense, right?
Bro, the moment you show weakness, it's all piranha edition.
The issue is when you try to defend yourself, they see it as blood in the fucking water, and they think they bite that same spot again, and it'll have the same effect. So I was one of those trolls before I started my channel. I come pre-disastered, man. I was canceled before I started. Like, I already knew the score, bro. When I started up, I had trolls come in on my channel. I would adopt each one of them. Not Laws could be a troll, but he's not. He can't troll me because I can at least agree with the honest disagreement, right? I can get over the fact that he disagrees with me or he toes a line he doesn't directly freaking support. I always wonder exactly how much he gets paid for that type of stuff and how I can get in on my side. I mean, who's going to pay me to tell the truth?
Trolls, but I have never been presented with an offer, so I don't believe it exists.
Once I was presented with an offer specifically to go and muck around with a guy that used to work at the Post, and he ended up quitting before that conversation finished. But he was running a closet channel. He had a sock account channel that he was uploading like really weird on the scene type without him being in frame. There was a whole bunch of weirdness to it where he was filming junkies and whatnot. And then I was cool with that. I didn't have a problem with that until he popped up a dono link. And this man is a wealthy newspaper editor or whatever, and he's pretending to be this homeless dude just filming the situation on the street over here. I'm sorry, that goes one step beyond disingenuous. You know what I'm saying? You are now being dishonest, and you're not going to be helping the homeless people with this money. You're just going to take the money. And so someone offered me money to take my whole tribe of trolls over there and go jump in his shit. And then he got fired, and that channel went down, and some other shit happened, and he's in jail.
So that sounds right up my alley. YouTube needs to allow me followers so I can do things like that.
You merely adopted the doc.
I'm joking about the
I was
allow me.
born in it. Oh, Bane edition. Yeah, no, there's definitely some creepy ass people on YouTube
paid
that
trolls,
be doing fuck
paid
shit.
trolls do exist, but you can generally identify them because a natural troll, someone who takes a natural interest in fucking with you, will only dedicate so much of his life to it. Someone who's paid does it like a job, and it feels different.
Yeah. I agree with you.
I've never experienced that, thank God. You know what I
But
mean?
just keep your eyes open. You'll find when you get I don't know how many subscribers you have. How many subscribers do you have?
Oh, not many at all. I don't really be on YouTube like that. Every once in a while I pop out, but more.
I'm running
panel
over here
hopping.
with 5,000 subscribers. I've picked up a few trolls along the way, right? So
for sure.
One of the issues is you have trolls that show up every 5th, 6th, 7th stream, and they come in and spew whatever religious or indoctrination bullshit that they want to spew, and they're done and they move on, and you don't have to block them. That's just what they do. Then you have the guys who show up every single stream just to disagree with you, just to take the opposing view, just to stand on your toe, and then won't come on panel, won't do any other type of interaction. They don't comment on your shorts. They don't comment on your videos. They're only there in the live stream. That is more likely a paid troll than not, in my opinion.
Oh, so that's
He's
why
there
I've
like
been
he's
accused of
clocking
being
in.
a paid troll, but I've never been paid. So
I've never been paid.
I wish I
except
did
for in
that,
kind.
to be honest.
I like that shit. That's all destruction edition. I'm like, yeah, for sure. Definitely come cause some chaos. Like, for sure. Just don't say no weird shit. You know what I mean? As long as it's not out of control, you're not saying nothing about like no kids or like doxing people. I'm like, get your shit off. You know what I mean? I'm down with the destruction or whatever the case may be. Just don't get carried away.
Disaster here, bro. I doxed myself coming out of the gate because I misunderstood what connecting my YouTube channel to my Facebook would do. I thought it would let me name a new channel over there, and instead it just gave everybody my first name. Yeah,
I got over that a long time.
Dude, I sat there just like this. I went, fuck. What the fuck did I just do?
Bro,
All right,
I just went through this shit like 2 months ago. I'm like, damn, what the fuck? Like, how the fuck are y'all finding me on Facebook? Like, what the fuck? I got my family up there and all this shit. I'm like, oh my God. All right, whatever. I'm like, fuck it. It is what it is at this point. Like, whatever.
Yeah.
You know,
I identified that as like a leverage point that these communities use, and in one of them, I literally typed my address in the chat and shit, and doxed myself because I was just like, now they don't have leverage on me. I don't.
Well,
have
here's the thing.
protected.
If you're a normal person, okay, first of all, it's unlikely normal people would be on YouTube in the first place. But if you're a normal person and you start a YouTube channel and you don't have any major crimes or felonies or anything in your back stream, you haven't been diddling children, you haven't been doing any of that stuff, you shouldn't have a whole lot to worry about, right? So all of my criminal career is in my past. I'm now a dues-paying, law-abiding citizen with absolutely nothing to worry about. That you can throw whatever accusations you want at me, but I live in a small town, and the people here know me. You come creeping around my shit, you're liable to get shot by my neighbor before I know you're there. They'll drag your carcass to the door like a fucking skunk. They're like, this dude was like creeping around in your backyard. Look a little shady here. I'm in Georgia, bro. We constitutionally carry around here. Every single one of these toothless rednecks is loaded with bear, bro. Like,
I'm gonna try that in a small town edition too. You know what I mean? Like, we be knowing who comes in and out this motherfucker. Like,
guns on them.
That is a good point. That's a good point. I've had that conversation with like some liberals or whatever. Not to say that anybody's like, whatever political stance you take is cool, but in my area or whatever, like liberals are more like, nah, I don't think everybody having a gun is a good idea. me, I'm like, dude, I think if everybody had a fucking gun, like the bad guys would be way less likely to try that shit. You know?
Okay.
Yeah, like,
I can lay
but
down
I
the
don't
line
know.
exactly where the political divide stands there.
Yeah, it's a
Any
wobbler.
city
Go
that's
ahead.
big enough to have like tenements and apartment buildings and stuff like that. Most small towns don't have apartment buildings like a big city does. In a
Yeah,
big
not at
city,
all.
there's
For
what,
sure.
100 apartments in one building, and across the street there's another 100 apartments in that building, and it's
Yeah,
15
you'll get
floors
like
high. If you're
5, 6
standing in your
stories.
10th floor apartment with your 30-06 cleaning and it goes off, it's liable to kill 4 people between here and where that bullet stops. Right? It's going to go through this apartment, the neighbor's apartment, the apartment over there, the next apartment, across the street into that apartment. And if a brick or a piece of metal don't stop that thing, it's just going to keep right on going. That is why liberals who live in city think no one should own guns. Right? In their head, in their mind, they see that bullet go through a person in every single apartment. Now, never mind, that's not how things actually work or how we actually live.
Yeah.
Or how people clean guns, honestly.
Yeah.
And so
If
they
you're
see
responsible
someone
gun
with a
owner.
gun on
Yeah.
the street and assume that it must be an illegal gun, and they call the cops because nobody should have a gun because that's dangerous. But when you live out in the country and there are cougars and freaking bobcats and bears out in this piece, and you got to walk out of your
Coyotes.
truck,
Yeah.
freaking alligators and shit, dude. Yeah. They don't see the same world. They see the world where wildlife is a bunch of pigeons, some squirrels, and a raccoon, and it might be rabid, so be careful, throw a brick at it, right?
Yeah, that's a good
But in the
point.
country, we walk out and see a fucked up raccoon, we cap that bitch and go to our truck and go to work. Somebody else will throw the body away later.
I remember hearing Joe Rogan say, you mentioned Joe Rogan earlier, that there'd be walking tracks or whatever. People would be running outside in California and there'd be a fucking mountain lion sitting there looking at them. Like, and you can't shoot it because you'll go to jail.
I can. I'll blast it as long as it has last. Fuck that shit. That bitch do that stalking shit. He's taking 2 straight to the eyeballs.
Yeah. I get a coyote comes in my yard, bro. It's over with for that coyote. And
Here's
I'm
a fucked
good.
up
Like,
one.
we're good.
In Georgia, where I'm at, I'm in a constitutional carry state. But if I discharge a firearm in my yard and I don't shoot a person or a wild animal that is threatening someone, I will be charged with a felony discharge of a firearm because
Stop it, really?
Because I am in a bird migration flight path.
Oh,
it is assumed if you fire a gun, you are shooting at birds, and if you didn't hit something in particular, you just missed the bird, which is a felony.
Oh, that's sick.
It's
That's
wild,
sick right
dude.
there. Yeah,
So
that's
you got to
sick.
bring a body back whenever you discharge a firearm in this town. They want to see a blood trail. They want to find them at the hospital getting a bullet took out. Like, you're fine. That's fine. No charges, no nothing. But you missed that
guy
son
that's
of a
been
bitch, and suddenly you're getting
annoying you
charged
at the
with felony
fucking office.
discharge.
That guy that's just been annoying you at the office. Like, why don't you come on over Sunday, Jeremy?
We're playing cards.
Oh yeah, bring your rifle.
Right?
That's dark. My bad, y'all.
Dark,
I'll be having a
dark,
sick
bro.
sense of humor sometimes.
All right, we got 4 minutes left in this round. Thanks, Kev. I'm joking.
Yeah,
it
for
wasn't
sure.
you, bro.
Yeah, no, hit
Pulling it
Jeremy
down
up
at
tomorrow
6
for
hours.
sure.
I'm pulling it down at 6 hours. He left me the keys.
Does Flow tap out or what?
Yeah, no,
Oh,
Flo tapped
shit.
out a little while ago. I mean, I don't even know how. I know he was on some other panels before he started this one. I don't know what exactly. Believe it or not, I don't actually follow the saga of Flo.
Oh, really?
All I really do is anything that happens on his channel, I either pop in backstage if I'm available and just make sure any prawn bombers that show up get deuced out before he sees them. You know,
Yeah,
and
I
also
follow anybody
if
that I
the
find
topic-
remotely authentic. Sorry for talking over you.
if the topic goes a little too far out of terms of service, I'll pop up and be like, hey, we don't need to go down that road. That's going to get you nuked from orbit. Like, not yet. We haven't gotten there yet, but the conclusion of this conversation is what's going to do it. So change the subject, move on, and I'll go away again.
Nah, this has been a pretty good chop for sure. I wish I would have seen you guys earlier. I checked for Flow, but for whatever reason, when I check my,
Well, it's only been going
my notifications or
5
whatever
hours
the
and
case.
57 minutes. So
No,
I mean,
for sure. I was looking for some shit. I was like panel hopping or whatever. I seen like this brother I fuck with. His name's Clue. I seen him on another panel, and I was over there for a little
yeah, I
bit,
like
but-
Clue. I'm his
Yeah,
token
Clue was
white guy.
funny.
Him and
I
truism
knew I
storm.
fuck with you, bro. I knew I fuck with you.
I
Like,
come
yeah, I
in and
seen
tell them
Blue.
that they need a white friend in case they have to talk to cops.
I'm still hoping to be the English speaker for the Mexicans. That's my dream job.
Good luck, bro.
Yeah, there's a waiting list. There's a waiting list.
There's a waiting.
Right. All right, so I got one last racist question that I haven't been able to parse out. We know that
Oh, here we
Asian
go.
people. We know Asian people call those guys who look Asian but act white. They call them Twinkies because they're yellow on the outside and white on the inside.
Oh,
right?
Oh, that's cold. That's the first time I heard that shit.
Or they call them banana. Sometimes they call them bananas. So I've got a question. What does a Mexican on the outside and white on the inside? What are they called?
Oh, I call them bujicanos. Americanized Mexicans, dude. They don't want to work. Have you not seen any of those?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm getting at. I was just wondering, is there a particular slur used against people who act white but look Mexican?
I'll probably get shot for that one.
Not it, dude. Not it.
Just not saying it. All right.
Not it.
I like
Yeah,
you guys.
not it.
L, whatever.
We got 30 seconds.
Like
Make it count.
Yeah, I'm gonna ride that 30 seconds out. Not it.
All right, I don't have control over Flo's chat. I can't run it to somebody else's chat. So you folks are going to be on your own at this point. I hope y'all find something worth watching.
Before you go, Sasquatch, I want to ask you what you know about the pelican and the osprey, or do you like those birds? The osprey is my favorite bird, not just because of your aviary expertise. What do you think?
Wouldn't go that far. I read a book on birds once. Osprey or birds of prey, pelicans are a totally different genre and taxa. They do a different thing. Brown pelicans were virtually extinct on the eastern seaboard up until like 40 years ago when they stopped killing them for whatever reason. Osprey, those things are vicious, dude. I prefer the Kestrel myself.
Do you know why they were killing the brown pelicans?
They thought they were eating the fish.
Competition. They thought it was competition.
Right. No, but pelicans don't eat as nearly as many fish as we catch. So
not at all. And they're good. You know, they signal where fish are. They're good birds to find.
Yep. All right. So much love. Don't let the man get you down. We're carrying this backstage. If the link is still available, y'all can still join up and I'll bullshit with you. I got about half pint of rum and it's 9 o'clock in the morning. So let's do this thing.
There you go.
Lord have mercy.